Ah, hello. We're back. And oh my god, is another ad playing? Oh, because I have the stream on on a different screen, right? Just to make sure everything's okay. But wow, it's okay. Another ad. It should be like an hour between ads. Strange. Okay, well, anyway, we're back. And I'm not gonna go through the intro again um because I don't feel like because I want to start playing as soon as possible. Yeah. So to recap what happened last time, um, well, there was a guy we were defending named Mr. McGriddle McGriddle, and isn't McGriddle the McDonald's food item? Yeah, and then you know, he's he's this rich guy, but he's rich for all the wrong reasons because he lends money to people and then gives them like an extremely high interest rate, is that the word for it? And then basically ends up everyone who borrows money from him ends up having to pay like an enormous amount of money back, right? And that's how he earns all his money, right? But did he kill the guy in the end? It kind of seemed like he did, right? Which is interesting because usually in Ace Attorney, the guys we defend is are innocent, you know? Like that one case in Justice for All, and that was it. But yeah, other than that, it's always been someone innocent, cause right. But this is more realistic for someone to be guilty. I don't know. It's interesting that they did this though. I did not expect that from this game. Anyway, we'll definitely see him again. But now that that's over and we're going back to the Lord Chief Justice to tell him, hey, we won that trial. Wild. And then Lord Chief Justice will be like, wow, you guys are so sexy. Here, you can take all the money and continue your exchange student study. I bet that's exactly what he's gonna say. Did you sleep last night, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh right, we slept outside in the park. No, not at all. It was an enormous hotel, wasn't it? Oh, okay, never mind. The rooms were so luxurious. I feel like we were staying in a palace. And with all the gaslights twinkling, it was brighter than it was brighter than day, even in the middle of the night. What about the enormous beds? After my time on the SS Priya, I wasn't gonna waste a single inch of that space. I spent the entire night rolling from one side of the mattress to the other. Oh, I thought you slept with your arms and legs out. Oh, yes, it really was the sort of night that you can only dream of normally. Except, when I learned that we owed £3 for the rooms, that dream quickly turned into a nightmare. Oops, sorry about that. The building was so impressive and the entrance was so inviting, I just wandered in without thinking. Yunosuke, what? In a lodging house in Japan, that sum of money would put a roof over your head for a whole year. I did try, but I'm afraid I can't help my tears when we were presented with the bill. Susato. Oh, I really am sorry. Are we gonna be okay? Well, never mind. We must find what? We must find some more affordable lodging straight away, though. If we're not careful, our entire stipend will be used up in 10 days or less. Ugh, London is a scary place. Good morning to you at this early hour. Hello again. Oh, yes, We were, well... Good morning to you, Lord Chief Justice. We have come to report the outcome of the trial at the Old Bailey yesterday. Susato was amazing. She didn't bat an eyelid. Even the presence of the imposing Lord Strongheart. Yeah, Uranosuke, you need to grow a backbone. Yes, I believe you had a very comprehensive initiation into British courtroom practices. Oh yes, it was very eye-opening, thank you. And in accordance with your instructions, Lord Strongheart, Mr. Naruhodo performed his duty to the end. Yes, I've already been apprised of the events. You conducted a remarkable defense. You may consider the test passed. Oh. There was that one time where you started to advocate for your client being guilty, which is not the behavior we want to see from a defense attorney. But other than that, you did great. No longer are you a student from the Empire of Japan. You may henceforth claim to be a fully fledged lawyer. My country is delighted to welcome young talent from such a remote eastern land. Is this how people become attorneys at like 13 years old? They learn in 40 days and then they do a trial and win, and they're like, oh, congrats, you're a lawyer now. Thank you very much. So, I'm a lawyer now. Now, in view of your new appointment, I have a fresh case in mind for you. Oh, okay, we just get cases from this guy. Cool, better than stumbling across dead bodies. I'd like you to take it on at once. I trust that won't be a problem. Another case? Already? Nothing trains a lawyer better than the practical experience. I'm sure. I don't sense dissatisfaction, do I? Of course not. It's just that yesterday's trial ended unusually. I haven't quite come to terms with it. What's to come to terms with? The man was clear. The evidence caught on fire and somebody burned inside. What more were you hoping for? Ah, the flashback. The culpability of the defendant has not, at present time, been established by this court. Consequently, the jury will not be required to prefer judgment. Well, Lord Van Zeeks, it's been a pleasure, so it has. And as for you, my dear fella, I couldn't have asked for a better defense. I feel like you could. Okay, asshole. Oh shit, I just realized the text scrolling on the bottom still says case 3. Give me a sec. Wait, hold on. 3 equals 4. Oh, there we go. Oh. Hey, look at my art! No. I just can't help wondering if Mr. McGilded really was innocent. Mr. Naruhodo! Bro, don't say those things in front of this guy! It's just that I never managed to ascertain the truth. And then the trial ended. Well, you needn't let it trouble you for a second longer. Sorry? What do you mean, Lord Strongheart? Magnus McGilded passed away. He did die! He did die in the fire. Wait. Okay, well that puts all of our previous theories to rest. Oh, okay. So he's dead. McGriddle is dead. So he was the one in the what is it called? The omnibus that burned. So somebody killed him after the trial. Okay, alright. Well, well, I mean, too bad he can't be the big bad now. No! What? Mr. McGilded is dead? I have 19 minutes and 41 seconds until my next engagement. Time enough to talk. Okay. Hey, look at my cronut. Look at my cronut badge. Look at my cronut band. Lord Strongheart, may I show you this? Oh, I think... Yeah, we... this is the same text as last case. Okay, just kidding. This is the item war in 24 seconds of my time, Mr. Naruhodo. No. Okay. Anyway. Reverse. McGilda's death. I don't understand. What happened? How can he be dead? After the trial concluded yesterday, there was a great commotion in the Old Bailey. As you'll presumably recall, an omnibus had been wheeled into the courtroom. Yes, of course. That was the scene of the crime which Mr. McGilded had been accused of. Precisely. Well, while the bailiff's attention was diverted by some other matter, the omnibus went up in flames. No. How could such a thing have happened? That is being investigated as we speak, but already... Okay. The police have identified a corpse inside the charred shell of the carriage as that of Mr. McGilded. It's awful. The man must have slipped inside whilst the bailiff's attention was elsewhere. That bailiff really needs to pay more attention. And how could that have happened? That is also being investigated as we speak. Are we gonna look at this case? Are we gonna go after this one, or are we doing a different case? Thinking back now, immediately after the trial, Mr. McGilda did mention going back to the courtroom to look at the omnibus. We don't need a flashback, yes we know. Well, I must be making tracks now. This time for inspection. Sorry? What inspection? They're going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I asked if I could be present for myself. Inspection of the omnibus? Not to my knowledge. I don't believe Scotland Yard had any intention of re-examining. What? Okay. But then who was Mr. McGilda talking about? Did somebody maybe lie to him that they were going to inspect the omnibus again? So he went to the omnibus and stepped inside and then got burned. Never mind that now. The yard is making a thorough investigation. This matter is no longer any concern of yours. Leave it to the police. Okay. Poor Mr. McGilda. Sorry. Sneeze. I try to make it as quiet as possible, but I think you still heard a little bit. British court. So, how did you find your first taste of our country's Supreme Court? Oh, well, I don't know. I mean, it was... wow. Mr. Naruhodo means that the whole experience was steeped in the solemnity of Great Britain's long history. It's really a world apart from our own judicial system in Japan, which is only a few decades old. Wow, Susato-san has such a way with words. And you seem to have a way of failing to find the right ones. How does she read my mind? The judicial system here is the most advanced in the world. Learn all you can. The most advanced in the world, is it? It was fortunate that your very first trial was a simple affair. Simple? That was simple? As I believe I mentioned yesterday morning, it was a trial you couldn't lose. Oh. Did he know that Mr. McGilda would pull all the fake evidence? And he was like, oh, you can't lose it because Mr. McGilded is like setting it up so that you can't lose. Or I'm just reading too much into it. Just kidding. Okay, ignore me. I don't mean to be contrary, Lord Strongheart, but the case was anything but simple. Ellipses. The circumstances of the case were so incriminating, I was stunned when I— oh, that's not him. The circumstances of the case were so incriminating, I was stunned when I first heard them. In fact, I'm still finding it hard to believe that we managed to get a favorable verdict. Is something funny? No, my apologies. However, the fact is that you did receive the not guilty verdict you set out to achieve. Yeah? And that can only be attributed to exceptional talent. Wouldn't you agree? Well, I don't know about that. Well, never mind. You exceeded my expectations, I freely admit. That much, at least, is an undeniable truth. Which is precisely why I have prepared a new case for you that I mentioned before. What's going on? What was he gonna say before? I knew you were win because I knew that guy was gonna plant fake evidence to make you win. Could you perhaps give us some more details about the new case you mentioned? Don't tell me it's a murder and the trial starts in 10 minutes. It's been like that, huh? Don't worry, it's nothing so alarming or quite as urgent as your last assignment. Do we get to investigate and trial this time? In fact, the case is completely different. Oh, I see. Did he just read my mind? Are you sure the blue text is Ryunosuke's thoughts? Because I feel like at this point everyone can see inside his brain. That is to say, no one has died. As yet. And the trial will not be today. There is plenty of time to research the case thoroughly. Oh, okay, cool, yay! 23 hours, 43 minutes, and 19 seconds to be precise. So the trial's tomorrow then. Well, it's better than being in 10 minutes. Is everything alright? Oh, yeah, I'm just a little confused, that's all. Yesterday's trial was— well, it left me wondering if I'm really cut out for being a lawyer. Oh, Mr. Naruhodo. I don't know if I can face standing in that courtroom again after Mr. McGilded's trial. Oh yes, I nearly forgot. There is one similarity with yesterday's case. Once again, there is currently no one to advocate for the defense. Again? Oh. Bro, are you guys lacking defense attorneys or something? If the situation remains unchanged, the trial will start tomorrow with the defendant unrepresented. If that happens, I need not remind you of the inevitable outcome. The most terrible end awaits the defendant. Yes, that's right. Ugh, here we go again. Your time is up. You will have to excuse me. I would advise you to begin making preparations for tomorrow's trial. After all, the clock is ever ticking. There is now but 23 hours, 26 minutes, and 39 seconds until the court sits. Last time he mentioned the 23 hours, he said there is plenty of time. 1 second makes all the difference, I guess. And one more thing, Mr. Naruhodo. There is something I should like to ask you. Oh, what's that? Yesterday, you remarked upon something. Uh-oh. That you intend to see through the will of your late compatriot, Mr. Asogi. Oh. Yeah? Was there an issue? I would be interested to hear what exactly you mean by that. Inside 34 seconds. Oh, well, Kazuma always used to say, you see, that he wanted to learn how the greatest justice system in the world worked, so he could change ours in Japan. Now that he's gone, I'd like to work towards that myself. And there's another thing.
Oh,
Another thing. Continue. He's my boy. I mean, on the way here, on the same ship, he said something to me.
there's something very important that
Oh, something very important I have to do. Yeah, okay. Something very important. And what exactly would that be? He never had a chance to tell me. I suppose he would have done if he had made it to Great Britain. You're out of time. Well, thank you for an enlightening discussion.
Mr. Naruhodo, what's all this about? Mr. Asogi never once mentioned anything of the sort to me.
You know, best friend privileges. I urge you both to focus your attention on the matter at hand.
Oh,
What? I've taken the liberty of summoning the police inspector in charge of the case. He will be able to apprise you of the details. How long has he been there? So, I wish you the best of luck, and bid you farewell. Okay, bye.
there's something very important that I have to do. Kazuma-sama, what did you mean?
I wish I knew, but honestly, he never told me. Anyway, we had better talk to the detective, don't you think?
Yes, you're right.
I hope I'm just imagining it. I wouldn't say he looks too pleased to see us at all. What is he holding? Is that a crepe? What what is that? Oh wait, what is that? It looks like a corn dog and fries. Or fish and chips. Oh wait, what if it's fish and chips? Can we trouble you?
What do you think?
Uh, lovely weather, isn't it? Not the weather deck.
What's the weather have to do with anything? Listen to me, you young Japanese upstart. Some frippery about weather doesn't get every English gent eating out of their hand, you know?
But Citizen told me it was foolproof.
I'm a
The way he eats.
I'm a busy man, a very busy man. There's a crime scene to investigate, but I'm here having the likes of you to talking to.
I can't talk. Oh, I'm ever so sorry.
Can you imagine what the other officers there would be saying? Haven't seen Gregson anywhere, have you? No, he's too busy with the bigwigs these days. And all because of some bumpkin who's here on a jaunt from a country I've never even heard of. Hear that ribbons down? It's my reputation at the yard going to the tatters.
There's no need to rip us apart as well.
I don't believe we've been introduced. This is Mr. Yunosuke Naruhodo, a defense lawyer. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I'm Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant,
Uh-oh.
It's lovely weather we're having today, isn't it?
Oh no, I have a bad feeling. I have a really bad feeling. Is it gonna confirm my feeling?
It's unseasonably fine, I grant you. London winters don't see a lot of sunshine.
Unbelievable! How'd you pull that off? Maybe it's because she's a woman. The fish and chip. Yeah, it's just an endlessly long fish.
So, Lord Strongheart has asked me to fill you in on the case. The name is Tobias Gregson. Inspector Gregson to you. I'm from Scotland Yard.
Gregson? Inspector Gregson? What's the matter with Susato-san? Does this detective's name mean something to her? Oh. Inspector Gregson?
Inspector, are you perhaps
The Inspector Gregson? What does she mean, the Inspector? Who's Inspector Gregson? You're acting like you know this man, Miss Susato, but he's a London detective.
Oh, I do know him. Very well, in fact.
Very well.
Yes, he features prominently in the adventures of Herlock Sholmes.
Is this supposed to be Watson? Herlock Sholmes instead of Watson, it's Gregson? What? Or, I don't know, who else could it be? Inspector Sprocket. Oh, in that publication. What is it called again? Rance Magazine?
That's right. Inspector Gregson and Mr. Sholmes enjoy a wonderful, friendly rivalry.
Really? You rival the great Mr. Sholmes? That's incredible.
Oh, well, I don't know about that. Mr. Sholmes isn't a professional like myself, of course, but he does come up with the goods from time to time. Mr. Sholmes is equally complimentary about you, Inspector, isn't he? You earned his highest praise. Gregson is the pick of a bad lot. Of all the Scotland Yarders, those were his own words.
That's his highest praise? He's the best of the worst.
Well, Mr. Sholmes isn't particularly known for giving compliments, you see. That he is not. And thanks to that magazine, my name's known all over London town now.
That's great, isn't it?
I have to admit that to start with I was a little, well, flattered by all the attention. Everyone wanted to shake my hand, and my reputation at the yard went through the roof.
Oh, well, that's wonderful.
No, it is not. There's nothing more sinister than a man on the street. People are always looking at me now. They're whispering rumors about me under their breath, I'm sure.
Rumors?
Are you quite sure? He's changed since he started appearing in those stories. The fame's gone to his head, stuff like that.
The price of fame.
Gosh, do you really think people are saying such mean-spirited things about you? Like I said, they whisper, so I can't catch exactly what they're saying. But I know what folk are like. I'm sure that's what they're saying. As sure as eggs is eggs.
Okay. I get the feeling this detective could be very hard work.
Oh dear, perhaps a sudden rise to fame does change people.
The case. So, about the case that Lord Chief Justice mentioned before.
Nothing to tell, really. As far as we're concerned at the yard, it couldn't have been simpler. Oh dear, that probably means that as far as we're concerned as lawyers, it couldn't be more complicated.
I wish you were wrong about that, but I have a nasty feeling you're right.
A young woman was walking on the pavement on Briar Road when she was stabbed from behind. Fortunately, it wasn't fatal, but she's still laid up in the hospital unconscious. That's despicable! What sort of coward would attack the poor woman from behind?
I suppose you would have finished whoever it was off with a Susato takedown, would you?
That is neither here nor there, Mr. Naruhodo.
Brace yourself, Ryunosuke. You've angered her now.
Anyway, after something of a whirlwind investigation, the criminal was arrested. He barely had time for a cup of tea after the incident took place, to be honest.
So, there must have been something left at the scene that led you directly to the culprit?
Or perhaps a reliable witness who recognized the person in question? Let me stop you right there. You're wasting your time on this one.
Sorry?
There's nothing you can do. There's no way to help the bloke now.
Why ever not?
Simple. The prosecution that's been assigned to the trial tomorrow is Lord Baruch van Zeeks.
Yeah, but why are we still acting like he's a big deal? We beat him last time.
No! Sounds like you've heard of him, then. Oh, yes, we are very familiar with Lord Van Zeeks. Believed to be the harbinger of death itself.
The Reaper of the Bailey. That's probably why no defense attorney wanted to take on the thing again. Lord Baron Van Zeeks, who we faced in court only yesterday. Is he in the court record? Maybe you can show his face. No, he's not. Van Zeeks is the prosecutor of the game. Every Ace Attorney game has the prosecutor that appears in like every case. Yeah. And he's basically a vampire. Lord Beric von Zieks, who we faced in court only yesterday.
Mr. McGilded told us about him before the trial, didn't he?
Oh, see, there he is. When Van Zieks stands for the prosecution, they call the accused his sacrificial lambs. And in every single trial in which he's been the prosecutor, the accused has been damned. Except for the one that we just had. This Reaper of the Bailey nickname. I suppose he's earned that because every defendant he advocates against is found guilty, is that it?
Well, if that's the case, we should inform you, Inspector, that in yesterday's trial against Lord Van Zieks, Mr. Narholda secured a verdict of not guilty.
Huh. And what of it?
I thought you would be more surprised. I think that means that even against the Reaper of the Bailey, it's not impossible to save the defendant.
No, you really don't have a clue, do you? What do you mean?
What happened to that bloke in the end, eh? He's dead.
Oh. Oh. So in the end, it doesn't matter if they end up guilty or not guilty. The defendant always ends up dying. Somehow.
Magnus McGilded came a cropper in that omnibus when it went up in flames. So you can't rightly say that you saved the defendant, can you?
What are you saying?
Look, if Van Zieks could get the dirt or stick on everyone, he'd be a miracle worker. But that's not how it goes. He doesn't work miracles, he works magic. Black magic. I'd have a good long think about that if I were you.
Oh. Are we really supposed to believe that?
Right, well, I filled you in as requested, and I'm very nearly out of chips.
You didn't tell us anything about the case. You just said Van Zieks kills people with black magic. That's it.
So I'll be heading back to the crime scene now. We're still carrying out a few investigations there.
It was Briar Road, you said, didn't you? Where the incident took place.
That's correct, ma'am. And if you head over to the holding cells, you may meet the criminal himself.
You've branded him a criminal already?
He's as good as, shaking like a leaf in his cell, that is. Oh, he is. It'll give you a chuckle if nothing else. He's inmate 53. Speak to the jailer and he'll show you the way.
Inmate 53. Thank you. Bye. So, there's no helping anyone against the Reaper of the Bailey, they say. Is something troubling you, Mr. Narholda? To tell the truth, when I recall the trial yesterday, I can't stop myself from shaking. The idea of facing the Reaper in court again is... Well, if you think it's too much for you, there's no shame in turning the case down. That takes courage, too. But if the man they arrested is innocent... You could well imagine he would be shaking like a leaf in his shell. Or his cell. And I, for one, wouldn't find the sight of that funny. So... If I'm honest, I'm still reeling from the shock of yesterday's events myself. And I'm really not sure if I'll be able to help this man, whoever he is. But I'd like to try, so I think I'm gonna make some inquiries. Will you help? Did you really think you had to ask? After all, I am your judicial assistant. Thank you. So then, shall we? Yes! Let's go! Yeah! Ooh, okay, so there's Briar Road and prison. Okay, let's go to prison first. Here, let me double check something. Oh, whoa! Prison is a lot more prison-y than I thought it would be. I mean, I guess I'm just used to, like, the detention room in Phoenix Wright cases rather than prison. But like, yeah, this is really okay.
19th February, local prison cell 9.
So these are British prison cells. Oh, they're ghastly. It feels just like a dungeon. Yes, and having experienced it in Japan myself, I can assure you that our wooden cells feel a lot cozier than these cold stone walls. Oh, don't, Mr. Naruhodo. You're making it seem worse. Apparently, our client is in this cell here. But it's so dark in the back there, I can't make him out. I wonder what he's like. Oh.
Inmate 53, your legal representative is here to see you. Stop hiding in the back of the stand and show your face at once.
Am I? Hold on. Sorry, gotta arrange some stuff on my screen. Okay. Am I? Am I a cat as yet with no name? Calling me by a number, it's utterly, unbelievably, unjustly, unreasonable. I refuse to answer. Oh, well.
Mr. Naruhodo, what?
What did you think is going on here? I have no idea, but I wasn't just hearing things, was I? That tirade of complaints was in Japanese! Oh. Whoa, sir, your eyes are very, well, they're very catching? Excuse me, but who— Shh! Quiet! Is this guy okay? They're all around, hiding. I know they are. Oh, wait, he's not British. I know they are. They're watching, listening. Even now, I can sense it. Right. So, can I ask you, who exactly— There you are! You've come to curse me, haven't you? Don't try to hide it. You're a ghost. A ghost? Sato's just looking from the other— like, what the hell is wrong with this guy? We mean you no harm, prisoner son. Are you Japanese by any chance? Mm. This is beyond my wildest dreams. Oh my god. Forgive me for that outburst before. I'm so sorry. Stop giving him a British accent. Oh, it's fine. We were just a little surprised, that's all. Imagine it! It's been 12 long months since I left my hometown, and here I am, in a frightful fix in a foreign land. Oh no. So hear the sweet, sentimental tones of a compatriot's voice here in that damn dark hellhole was a most monumentally moving moment. Who could have guessed that this new client Lord Strongheart assigned to us would turn out to be a fellow Japanese? What compassion my fellow countrymen show! To dispatch a first-class lawyer all the way from Japan to defend a mere foreign student! Noble, nurturing, never-failing Nippon! A first-class lawyer? Oh dear, I think there's been something of a misunderstanding here.
I wonder, would you be so kind as to tell us what happened? Why you've been detained as a suspect, for example?
Yes, I can. I will. Shan't stay solid and silent. You're right, this is Homari.
I'm not quite sure I understand what he means, but he seems happy.
I don't think he— Yes, he does. I just hope he actually has a good reason to be. Thank you for your cooperation. I'm a lawyer, as he said. My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
And I am Naruhodo-san's judicial assistant, Susato Mikotoba.
I am a visiting student sent here by our government. Notoriously named Natsume. Sotsuki Natsume. Sotsuki. Sotsuki? Like the moon is beautiful, Sotsuki? Sotsuki? Hey, look at my Cronut badge. Look. Yes, the symbol of one of our great empire's first-rate lawyers. Which means, of course, you stand by my side. You'll defend me. Oh no, sorry, that wasn't what I was showing to you. Then why else would you show me that? Oops. In hindsight, that probably wasn't the best idea. Then why did we show him that? If not, what the reason he said? I thought that was why. Okay, Sotsuki Natsume. Sotsuki Natsume. Son, what an unusual name. Call me Sotsuki, please. I'm a poet, you see? A writer of haiku. It's something of a nom de plume. A nom de plume? You mean an alias?
That's right, Naruhodo-san.
No. Don't be so prosaic. I'm much more refined than that. And haiku? That really reminds me of home. Haiku. Come on, man.
Did I hear you say that you were a visiting student sent over here by the government?
Yes, that's right. A year ago, I was told to go and study English. First, I had to suffer that misery, and now this! It's beyond the pale!
Suffer that misery? Did you not want to study here?
No, I mean, I've had an interest in Great Britain for some years, of course. But just because the government tells you to do something, doesn't mean you can do it? No!
What do you mean?
If they told me to study English literature, that I could have understood. That's my field. But no, they told me to study the English language. Utterly, unbelievably, unjustly, unreasonable!
I see.
Only the other day I was told to send a report about my first year here. I tendered a blank piece of paper. Wise words on whitewashing! Yeah, he's a real author. He's the guy who wrote, like the moon is beautiful thing. Where it's like, oh, where you say the moon is beautiful, but like, it's also implying, like, the words I love you, right? Isn't that Sotsuki?
You must be a man of great standing.
Oh yes, so I'm often told. And often like to be told, it seems. Accusation against you.
Could you perhaps tell us exactly why you've been arrested, Sotsuki-san?
I didn't do it. I didn't commit that atrocious murder.
Murder? What? No way! Murder again in a Ace Attorney game? What?
Same from Vocaloid song. Oh, no, it's alright. The woman didn't actually die, did she? But she was stabbed with a knife right before my eyes.
But before your eyes? You mean you saw the attacker?
Girl? Didn't see anyone. What? If I'd seen the person who did it, do you think I'd be locked up in here?
Oh dear, it seems this case is becoming rather complicated.
Why me? Why me? Why did that silly woman have to be stabbed in front of me? It's a curse. The curse of London. It's incredibly, irritatingly inconvenient.
So, Sotsuki-san was there at the scene, but he didn't see the attacker. It's vital that we find out more about the case.
About the case. It was an accursed evening, just after snow had started to clear with heavy fog. I'd been to the bookshop to buy books, and I was on my way back to my cursed lodgings. Sure the bookshop wasn't accursed too? As I was walking along the cursed pavement, I could make out the sole silhouette of another ahead of me. A woman, wearing a green overcoat she was, and just as I went to overtake her... She suddenly let out a little scream and collapsed onto the cold, hard slabs of stone at my feet. How terrible! Oh, that reminds me. So the intro cinematic, you can call it, the intro movie was talking about how they found a woman on the street, like in the open street, with a knife stuck out in her back. Yeah, obviously it wasn't the exact same as this, but like, I see how that relates now. How terrible! I called out to the woman, but she didn't move. It was like a ghostly, ghoulish, grim graveyard. Slight exaggeration there, perhaps. I was terrified. I had to get away from there. So I ran, as fast as my legs could carry me back to my accursed lodgings. That's not good. They'll say it was shameful, I know, to run away like that.
Tell me, Sotsuki-san, was the victim an acquaintance of yours?
Don't be ridiculous. Do you think I know any of these fair-haired English and young women like that? I'm different, shy, timid, unsure. I can't talk to people. I see. A young woman unknown to Sotsuki-san. And at the time it happened, who else did you see nearby? Did anybody pass you? Regrettably, apart from myself and the woman, I didn't see a soul. No one? Oh, great.
So the victim was unknown to you, and there was nobody else on the street at the time. That creates something of a conundrum, doesn't it?
What conundrum? Conundrum. Oh, what do you mean, Susato-san? What's the conundrum?
Well, if what Sotsuki-san just told us is true, there's something I can't explain. He says that he didn't know the victim, and that there was no one else at the scene. Then he apparently fled without having been seen.
I did. But if that's the case, how did he get arrested? Surely this man has to be the culprit? You... What did you say? I'm really starting to feel like Naruhodo does not think things. He just says everything out loud and thinks he's thinking thoughts because everyone can read his mind. Nothing. I didn't say anything. Oops, perhaps I thought that a little loudly. I think you're thinking everything very loudly.
Actually, that's not what's troubling me. Oh, what I was thinking was, how did Sotsuki-san actually come to be arrested?
Sorry?
He didn't touch the victim, and there was nobody at the scene to see him. So how did the police ever discover that he was there in the first place?
Oh yeah, she's right. It was him. That accursed great detective. He led the police to me. Herlock Sholmes? Of all the bad luck. A cursed great detective? Could it be? I shall never forget that name's. What? I shall never forget that man's name as long as I live. With his haughty laugh and his self-proclaimed greatness. Brash, big-headed, busybody, begone! May you be cursed until the end of your days, Herlock. Oh no, he says it wrong. Herlock Sholmes. I knew it. Oh my god, he's back. The dev's favorite is back.
Mr. Sholmes?
Herlock Sholmes. Well, I didn't expect to hear that name from this man's lip, that's for sure. It was the morning after the nightmare had unfolded on the pavement before me. I was gnawing on a silver of hard cheese when some men suddenly burst in through the door. Oh right, by the way, did Susato ever get to eat cheese? Or was it Ryunosuke who wanted to eat cheese? One of them wanted to eat cheese. I hope they got to eat cheese. Anyway. They started shouting at me. The police put the weapon down. Yes, it was a thin silver, and yes, what? Yes, it was a thin silver, and yes, it was hard, but I wasn't eating a weapon. Disgusting, dietary discrimination, devils! Oh, I just realized my thing on top is not working. Hang on. There it is, at the top. No, stop playing. Okay. Because I realized, like, while watching VODs that the cogs up here kind of block the notifications I have on my Switch. So it's like, that's good in case, I don't know, in case friends come online or alarms sound. I don't want people reading that. Anyway, you clearly had a trying morning yesterday. And there he was, in the middle of all the policemen, grinning like a Cheshire cat. That Herlock Sholmes! It's actually just Herlock Sholmes. He's English. I've since found out that he's a famous name in detection here in London.
Yes, the great detective is really well known.
Yeah. And his overly sharp mind managed to deduce my whereabouts, apparently. He thinks I'm a knife-wielding madman! Me? This weak, stooped kitten of a man? I wouldn't call myself a kitten. I wonder what great detective process led him to this led him to his conclusion this time.
Do you mean to say that Mr. Sholmes' deduction was the only reason the police arrested you? That would be really most unreasonable.
Well, the thing is, I was thrown into a panic when they barged their way in.
Of course you were. That's only natural.
I was terrified and trembling, and they kept throwing question after question at me. It's impossible English. Oh, in impossible English. Fiendish, foreign, flammery. Well, we are in England. You can't really blame them for questioning you in English. Good point, but my mind went blank. I knew I had to answer, but I didn't know what to say. So I just keep repeating things like, yes I do, and I'm fine. Oh my god, that's why. That's why he was arrested. Cause he don't English good. Next thing I knew, I was in manacles. And before I knew it, I was thrown in here.
Oh dear, I'm afraid that's hardly surprising.
I'm fine. He's not fine now. Mr. Naruhodo, Esquire. Oh, you can just call me Naruhodo. And when we're speaking English, a simple Mr. is more than enough. Oh yes, alright, yes. They've really got me. This country is poisoning my mind. Okay. But please, I beg you to defend me in court tomorrow. If you can tell them what really happened, you'll do it, won't you? Well, Why? Why is it so hard to say yes to me? Well, the thing is, I'm just a student like yourself on a study tour. A student? I have defended a case in the Old Bailey. Only the one, though. But at this moment in time, I really don't know what I'm supposed to believe in. I'm confused about what justice in this country even means.
Oh, Naruhodo-san.
I'm not even the foreign student who was supposed to be here. I'm sort of a locum lawyer, I suppose. The hell's a locum? But that armband, that's the mark of a defense lawyer of our great empire. It's a keepsake from the man who should have been here. He was my best friend. He was my boy. I mean, a keepsake. I know exactly what they're saying about me.
Oh, who do you mean?
The lawyers, all of the British defense lawyers. They won't defend me.
Goodness, why do you say that?
For the same reason you noted before. It happened. There's only the victim and myself around, and I ran away from the scene of the crime. I'm not a fool. I know it looks as though I must be the culprit. It must be very hard for you, Sotsuki-san. And anyway, I'm a student from overseas. I'm just a foreign nobody to them, and someone not to be trusted. I heard them openly laughing about me before, in my earshot, without any compunction at all. Any trial for this man would be a waste of time, they said, and of course the foreigner did it. They even had the gall to say, the man doesn't understand half what's being said anyway. That's awful. They were wrong. I've studied more English than half the policemen out on the streets. I've traveled halfway around the world to learn about these people's country and their great history. Oh, sorry, there was a lag there. But like, what? If you study English and you understand everything, then why did you say yes, I'm fine, and over and over again when they were questioning you? Or was that just like nerves or something? But no one here wants to listen to a man with a strange accent. They all hate me. So, at the very least, I'd like to entrust my fate to someone who can listen to me in my native tongue. You could do it. Couldn't you? When I look into your eyes, I can see it. I can see what you've been through. Sotsuki-san, it's just that... Give me a little time, please. Hmm? I'll do what I can, for the time being. What do you mean? We shall investigate the case as thoroughly as possible. If we can find some clues, it will give us a much better chance, I'm sure. Yes, thank you. I'll be here, all alone, waiting for you. Welcome, student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. We should get into going then, Naruhodo-san. We should have a case. We have a case to prepare for. Okay. We can't examine anything, unfortunately. Okay, I'll see you later, Sotsuki. Mr. Sotsuki. Ooh, the street. Heyo, that bike's tire needs repair.
19th of February, Briar Road.
So this is where it happened. Briar Road.
Look, Mr. Naruhodo! Look at that regulation
what?
Look at that regulation metal helmet. It's unmistakable. The men of Scotland Yard are here. They're investigating as we speak.
That is their job, you know.
But Mr. Naruhodo, to see one with my own eyes. They're often depicted in the adventures of Herlock Sholmes, but I never dreamt that I'd ever come this close to a real Bobby's helmet.
What? The helmet?
Of course! I have to try one on one day.
I hope you do, Getsu. Well, I hope your happy dream comes true. Oh, hey, it's not Watson. Gregson.
What's the Japanese delegation doing here?
Oh, Inspector Gregson.
This is on the tourist trail, as I'm fairly sure you're well aware.
Yes, of course. We're here to investigate.
So you've been to the holding cells then? What do you make of the criminal?
He's not a criminal, as you put it, Inspector. He's a suspect.
We'll see about that. You Japanese are to stick together, I suppose.
You love casual race.
Well, do what you will. It doesn't bother me. The bloke's in court tomorrow, whatever happens, and the verdict's a foregone conclusion.
Ugh, the stone-cold air of rejection.
Take heart. London at this time of year is full of stone-cold air.
That makes it worse somehow. I don't think that's what he meant, Susato. Oh, yay! Okay. Hey, look at my cronut. Look at my cronut badge. Look at my badge. Inspector Gregson, can I show you this?
I'm not supposed to know what that is. I've never seen that insignia before.
It's worn by defense lawyers in the Empire of Japan, as a symbol of their profession.
In other words, it's a worthless trinket here in Great Britain.
Oh no, it's very important to me. It shows my spirit.
An English gentleman keeps things like his spirit very much to himself, I'll have you know.
Oh.
Don't give up, Mr. Naruhodo.
It's too late. He's crushed my spirit already. Okay. Nah, I'm gonna look around first. Cause the snowman... Oh god.
What a delightful snowman.
I didn't realize the English had a tradition of making snowmen as well. It looks a little creepy though.
Oh, it has a scarf, look.
You need one if you were out in this freezing cold all the time. I wish I had one.
I'm afraid our budget is somewhat frozen at the moment too. We certainly can't afford a scarf.
Surely the snowman here wouldn't miss his...
But the person who made the snowman certainly would.
Yes, I know. You're right. Anyway, how come you can still read my mind? Even if I borrowed it, it wouldn't do much to warm my neck, would it? It's covered in snow.
Oh, that's a Scotland Yard carriage. They use vehicles like that to rush to crime scenes and cart away criminals.
You're very well informed, aren't you?
It's long been a dream of mine to ride one of those through the streets of London.
Well, just pick up a stone and throw it through one of the windows then.
But that would mean being arrested in order to ride it. Wouldn't it? Still, if it's the only way, help me find a good
Susato, no! No, I wasn't serious. Oh my god. Girl, please. Anything up here? Okay. Oh wait, I can go to the side. Oh, this bike that's like smashed.
Oh, a British bicycle, look! Although the wheel is so misshapen, I'm sure it couldn't have possibly been ridden anymore.
Someone must have been doing some breakneck cycling.
It seems that...
Yeah, that cycling would break necks.
It seems bicycles have become extremely popular in London recently. There's even a movement to change women's dress to allow them to ride as well.
The bicycle fad won't last. I don't see why anyone would want to ride something like that. Well, Yunosuke, I don't know about that one.
Goodness, do you dislike bicycles?
No, not at all. It's just that I dislike them. It's not that I dislike them exactly. It's just that any occupant that involves taking both your any occupation that involves taking both your feet off firm ground seems reckless. If you ever tried walking on stilts and fall into a river, I know you agreed with me. Is this a personal experience?
We'll have to hire a bicycle sometime. You can sit behind me while I ride you around.
Oh, the fence. Or the windows.
Oh, look at the windows of that building there. Are you sure they're windows?
Yeah, but they're all filled with bricks.
Oh, you're right. I wonder why. Perhaps it's an empty property where no one lives at the moment.
There's smoke coming out the chimneys, though.
Oh dear, everything still feels very foreign. There's so much we have to learn about this place.
Oh, what's this? The clouds look so big and heavy in the sky, don't they? And with the dense fog as well, everything looks hazy.
Well, it is known as foggy London town.
I can just make out some sort of spire through the fog. It looks like it's being built, though. Oh.
Aha! Yes! That must be the Crystal Tower, being built for the great exhibition that's to open in 6 months' time. Apparently it's going to be very striking, glazed on all sides, and the symbolic centerpiece of the exhibition. It's to be the largest expedition in history, is it? I can't even begin to imagine it. Excuse me? That's a rather typical old brick building, isn't it? I'm sure it has a long and interesting history.
Well, time certainly seems to have taken its toll on the place. It's crooked and sagging all over. In fact, it looks indecidedly worse shape than the other houses around here. Yeah, it's all bent.
We must find some cheap lodgings ourselves as soon as possible.
Yes, you're right. Cheap, but ideally with reasonable level floors. And not bent buildings. I guess there's nothing else in this here. There's really not much. Okay. So, the Scotland Yard folks here. As one of the officers from Scotland Yard, the police are making sure that the crime scene is undisturbed. I have a feeling that if we wander too close, we'll be clapped in irons.
I think perhaps you're being a little overcautious. We've done nothing wrong, so we have no cause for concern.
Oh, no, I'm not getting caught again. Twice is enough. Twice I found myself in handcuffs despite not knowing a thing about what was going on.
Yes, you've had some dreadful experiences. I'm sure it's that
Wide-eyed look of panic that you're so prone to. It does you no favors at all. Susanna just said our faces. Okay. What about here? Oh wait, it's the same. At least there's nothing else to examine. Oh wait, on the floor. This patch of pavement must be where the incident occurred.
Yes, it's a very wide open space, isn't it?
That's true. I can't see anywhere an attacker could have been hiding.
Oi, what are you foreigners doing here?
We just investigating the scene.
Conspiring with that mustache fellow from Japan, are ya?
It's conspiring.
Come here to destroy evidence, have ya? Get out of here before I hear you. Go on.
What a clear voice you have.
You shoot us away like rats.
Yes, we should give him a wide berth, I think.
What a disappointing experience.
Okay. I think that's it? Yeah. Doesn't seem like there's anything else. Okay. Before we continue, I need to go grab a thing real quick. Give me a sec. Oh, I need to set my controller down. Please don't fall. Okay, I'll be right back. Hold on. Holy shit, what the hell? The real Thoski Natsume! What an honor! I ran downstairs to refill my water. Hello, don't call me bestie ever again. I got, cake. A slice of cake. So, I will be chewing on that. Pardon. It might kind of sound gross. But I like multitasking, and I feel like it'll take too long if I don't eat while playing. Or at least eat while also being here. See, he has fish and chips, I have cake. We're all good. My friend made the cake and brought it to our party yesterday. Yeah, because my mom threw a, like, one of those, you know, like those, like, family parties where your mom invites a bunch of her friends and then her friends bring their kids along and that sort of thing. And then you're friends with those kids because, well, you don't have anyone else to talk to. That sort of party. Though, no. No, there is one. The friend who made the cake came. But, nah, she was a friend in school. And, like, she made the cake she made was the, you know that one YouTube video of, like, some 100-hour cake? Chocolate cake? The one made by, I think it's a guy named Alan. But I don't know his last name. But if you'll search, like, whatever hour chocolate cake, you'll probably find it. Oh right, today's 4th of July. I keep forgetting. So my friend, she recently did like a study abroad in Ireland, and in Ireland she was like one of the only students in her dorm room, I think, that was from America. Everyone else was from like another European country. And one of her roommates was studying, I think it was like political relations or something like that. So they kept asking her, they were like, oh, like, what the hell is going on with America? It's like points at Twitter trending. It's like, yeah, do you know anything about that? Yeah, it's that one. 150-hour cake. Though according to my friend, it doesn't actually need to take 150 hours. Everything's fine. Like the building's like falling down. The bicycle wheel is bent. Everything's fine. It is a lot of chocolate though. I think... shit, I forgot. But it's like some absurd number of like chocolate bars of chocolate. Sorry. I should have ate here. I'm a fool. It's funny because it looks like VTubers eat with their mouth open, but it's actually because the tracking doesn't track like when your mouth opens exactly, it tracks when your jaw goes down, so. It'd be like that. Okay, anyway, back to talking to Mr. What's your name again? Gregson, that's her name. Keep forgetting. Keep thinking Watson, but it's not Watson.
Tell me about Scotland Yard, Inspector. Ever since I read about it in the Adventures of Herlock Sholmes, I've been fascinated by the place.
The Yard is... That's not his voice.
The Yard is the most sophisticated policing organization you'll find anywhere in the world, ma'am.
What happened?
Oh, and you know I've always dreamt of wearing a real Bobby's helmet. Could you perhaps snatch the one from the guards over there?
It does make them look the part, seeing that policeman there with his helmet on. You certainly get the sense that this is a man who will take no nonsense in his duty of protecting the city.
Oh yes, doesn't he look wonderful?
Being a London Bobby is a hard going, I can tell you.
Oh, really?
First thing in the morning, you know what he does? Goes around and rouses all the laborers on his beat so they can get off to work.
What? He wakes people up?
Yup, raps on the window with a long pole. Did myself going a bit back.
What? They go around and wake people up? Huh? London Bobbies are personal alarm clocks?
I had no idea.
The Bobby works for the people of the town. This is another one of his duties. After that, he starts tirelessly patrolling the streets all day long. He has to cover 20 miles a day. That's the regulation distance.
I can't really imagine how far that is, but it sounds like a long way.
Let me see.
Conversion, please.
20 miles. That's approximately the distance from Tokyo to Yokohama.
Well, on foot? That's definitely taking things a step too far.
And when it gets dark, of course, he has the important job of lighting all the gas street lamps.
Oh my.
And I suppose in between all those duties, Bobbies are expected to investigate cases as well?
And chase after criminals trying to invade the law.
I'm not sure you would call it an in-between exactly, more like alongside, but yes. They're expected to handle those jobs as well. We do have men keeling over from time to time, I admit.
Oh god.
I'd always dream of wearing one of those helmets, as I said. But it's with a heavy heart. I shall have to relinquish that dream to you, Mr. Naruto.
Your heavy heart will be in my heavy head if you do.
It happened around 5 in the evening, 2 days ago. Just there on that open bit of pavement. The victim, a young woman, was stabbed with a blade from behind.
Is it right that the lady is still unconscious now? You mentioned it that she's being treated in the hospital.
I never said she was a lady. Truth is, unless she comes around pretty smartish, we won't be able to find out much about her at all.
I suppose that means they haven't been able to take a statement from her, of course.
Here's a map of the local area I happen to have on me. You can take it if you want.
Really? Are you sure?
It's your policy to give lawyers defending suspect the odd bit of information to go on.
Oh, I haven't actually accepted the job yet, but still. Thank you, Inspector. We gratefully accept. The local map has been entered into the court record.
Anyway, as far as we know, there was no one else on the scene other than the victim and your fellow countryman. So who did it, do you think? Not much of a head-scratcher, is it?
Well, I know Mr. Natsume is also claiming not to have seen anyone else around, but...
But just because he didn't see anyone, it doesn't mean we can't be sure that nobody else was present.
Sorry to have to tell you, but we most certainly can be for sure.
How?
Because, ma'am, the precise moment of the stabbing didn't go unnoticed.
What?
We have two very reliable witnesses, no stress.
Ah, of course we do.
It was a typical foggy London day, and your client obviously didn't see them.
There were witnesses now? Witnesses. Who are these witnesses, Inspector?
A fellow and his wife. And the man's one of the most reliable and respected citizens in all of London.
Oh boy.
He's a copper from Scotland Yard.
Oh,
What's a copper? A policeman. That might change things.
and this policeman just happened to be there at the exact moment the woman was attacked?
Nothing particular about that, ma'am. Part and parcel of being a bobby. Catching them and bang in the act. And all that.
Okay. Do you think it might be possible for us to ask the policeman a few questions?
Be my guest. You can ask him what you like. In court tomorrow.
Oh.
I have no doubt he'll be summoned as a witness. So that'll give you something to look forward to.
That's that then. He's got no intention of letting us meet the man beforehand, it seems.
A policeman witnessed the incident. As your judicial assistant, I must warn you that this could make our job very difficult indeed.
Yes, as a non-judicial assistant, I could have warned me of that too.
Oh yes, one more thing, Inspector.
Oh yes, one more thing, Inspector.
What?
The person who led you to the suspect, I heard that was Mr. Hairlock Shums.
What are you bringing him up for?
Was it something I said? The color just drained from his cheeks. Mr. Shums?
Who did you hear that name from?
It was Mr. Natsume who mentioned it. He said that Mr. Shums was with the police when they entered his lodgings.
I'm sure it was the result of one of Mr. Shom's inspirational great deductions.
Fiddle faddle!
Oh?
The man's an amateur, and I'm getting sick and tired of him showing his mug everywhere. I don't know where he gets his information from, but he turns up at the scene of the crime, wanders around sputting incomprehensible rubbish, and before you know it, he claims to have solved the case.
Yes, he's quite astounding, isn't he? That's indeed what he does.
He is a great help to Scotland Yard, though, isn't he?
Jibble jabble, gibble gabble. Ever seen this before?
Oh, yeah, that's Rand's magazine.
The wonderful publication in which the adventures of Herlock Sholmes appears.
Yes, well, that wonderful publication, as you put it, sees fit to include several of the Yard's detectives in the stories. And this so-called great detective makes a mockery of all of us. If you ask anyone at the Yard, it's a misadventure to be included in any Herlock Sholmes tale at all.
Well, I suppose there is an element of that.
We work our socks off, every one of us, only to be frumped by the public thanks of to the only to be frumped by the public thanks to that obnoxious detective. The man's as dangerous to us as Scotland Yard as he is to all our criminals.
That can't really be true, can it, Inspector?
Clearly, the great detective and the police have a complex relationship. Hashtag it's complicated.
That twitchy Japanese bloke goes on trial tomorrow. Are you going to defend him or not? Makes no difference to me, but I will just say this. No London lawyer worth his salt will touch that case with a barred pole.
Because the prosecution is being handled by the Reaper of the Bailey, you mean?
There's no way to save that man now. It's a waste of time trying. It's all a bit strange though.
Sorry?
The Reaper, he hasn't appeared in court once for a good few years now.
Yes, we did hear something to that effect.
And the only people who usually bothers with are the real scum. The master criminals, the violent ones.
Master criminals?
The violent ones?
That's right, he handpicks his victims. Only deals those guaranteed to go to gallows for their sins.
But Mr. Natsume wouldn't hang for what he's accused of, surely?
That's just my point, sunshine. Yes, the young woman was stabbed, but it didn't kill her. Sir couldn't say that the intent was there. So this isn't the sort of case I'd be expecting the Reaper to want to sink his teeth into, for want of a better phrase.
Well, it's not exactly a minor infraction, is it?
No, there's got to be more to it. For some reason he's taken an interest.
Really? What sort of reason, Inspector? Is it us?
You think I can tell you what's going on inside of the head of that Lord of Darkness? You'll have to ask him yourself at tomorrow's trial.
Are we really gonna have to face the Reaper again? The Lord of Darkness, as he put it. Well, I don't think we're gonna get any more useful information out of the detective. Hmm?
Mr. Naruhodo, can I make a suggestion?
Oh, yeah, what is it?
Well, it seems to me that we must speak to him about this.
Sherlock Holmes? I mean, Herlock Sholmes, you mean? By him, do you mean Mr. Sholmes?
Yes, Mr. Herlock Sholmes, exactly!
Look at those shining eyes. You can't wait, can you?
Well, Mr. Natsume
did blame Mr. Sholmes for all this, didn't he?
Yes, he did. He really did. Which makes him an involved party in the case.
Are you just gonna ignore that? I hope not. I assure you, it's not simply my selfish desire to meet with Mr. Sholmes again. The trouble is, we have no idea the man's address even.
It's Baker Street!
Susato, you're a stalker. How did you know that?
It's in the stories, of course. 221 Baker Street, the most famous address in the world.
Oh, I see. Well, there's nothing stopping us from going, I suppose. There's no way that's his real address, is it? There's no way. They just published it in the book for everyone to know? There's no way. We better try to find our way there before Susato-san gets any more excited and unpredictable. Hurrah! I'll summon a carriage! Susato, do we even have money? So we're gonna have a reunion already. With the great detective, Mr. Herlock Sholmes. Okay. Alright, let's go. New location. Okay. Can we really visit, do you think? Oh, pinch me, I'm sure I must be dreaming. Hold on. Water. Okay, let's go fulfill Susato's dreams. Oh wow, it's animated.
Thank you very much. It's just up there overlooking the street. Good day. Thanks again. This is it. The residence of Mr. Herlock Sholmes.
You sure? Kinda looks like an old lady's house. Oh, is it doubled? I feel like I have another reason why. Okay, it should be better now. I think because I had the audio for the Switch and the desktop audio on. That's probably why. Sorry about that. 19 February, 12:53 p.m. Strul Sholmes Suite. Wait, this is his house? Okay. So this is where the great detective makes his living. It feels surreal to be here somehow. Is he here? Oh. Is it as described in the stories, Miss Susato? Oh, okay, good. Ellipses? Susato-san? Many famous cases have been solved out here in this very room. Oh, I suppose they must have been, yes. I've never read the story, so it's hard to get quite as excited about it as she seems to be. The detective chases the villain relentlessly as he disappears into the fog down an unlit London street. Oh, the thrill of it, the romanticism! Can't you feel your heart thumping in your chest? Can't you, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, I suppose I can, yes? So, if you don't mind, I'll just stand here and soak up the atmosphere for a while longer. She's gonna try to look through his diary or something, right? Where's his drawers? Where's his clothes? Please, don't mind me. Oh, she's upset. Okay, well, it looks like our detective friend isn't home at present, so we just broke into his house. Excuse me, is anyone home? Oh, do we have a visitor? Oh wait, this is the girl from before!
Hello!
Oh, I don't know if I can do this.
Hello, is it a new case for Mr. Sholmes?
Hello? Oh, wait. Aren't you...
Oh, how rude of me! I'll go make some tea at once.
Wait, she should be British, right? Shit. I'm sure it's the same girl. Miss Susato, did you see the girl who was just here? She had like bright pink hair.
Oh yes, isn't it truly extraordinary? To think that the King of Bohemia came to this very room to ask Mr. Sholmes to take on his case. The King of what? King Wilhelm Gottschalk.
What? Sigismund. Girl, of course. Sorry, I'm drawing a blank. Forget the adventures of Herlock Sholmes for a moment and look over here.
The tea is brewed, and I have a freshly baked cake as well.
I don't think giving her a British accent is correct. I'll just try my best. Oh, it's you! I knew it. Susato-san recognizes her too. Yeah, okay, flashback. Oh, there you are.
I'm taking that with you as well. I was looking forward to the trial run of my experimental smoke grenade launcher. Oh, good day to you. I'm, well, the inventor, I suppose, of that machine.
It's the girl who turned up at the end of Mr. McGildett's trial in the defendant's antechamber.
I've never met a lawyer from the Far East before. Poor you, having to get straight to work when you've only just arrived in London.
Oh, yeah, it was challenging, but it's kind of part of the whole being an exchange student thing.
Well, try this tea. It's my special blend, you know?
Oh, thank you. Is the tea supposed to look like? Oh god.
Oh my, what a fragrant yet mellow flavor. Hooray, it's a winner! I tried blending different leaves designed to alleviate fatigue, you see? You must be exhausted after your long voyage here. You have another ticklish trial tomorrow.
Should her voice be squeakier?
Oh, and you're to defend the Japanese man. I do wish you lots and lots of luck. Did Mr. Sholmes tell you about us by any chance? Oh, you know Hurley.
Hurley?
Do you?
Hurley? Mr. Sholmes to you, surely?
Mr. Sholmes was a fellow passenger on the boat that brought us to Great Britain, you see. Was he really? Well, I had no idea. I'm afraid Hurley's out on an errand today, even though he's just returned from overseas.
Wait a minute. We've met this girl for the first time ever yesterday after the trial, and only briefly at that. How on earth does she know so much about us? Did she deduce all those things, do you think?
And perhaps more to the point,
Why is she here in Mr. Sholmes' suite? We talk right in front of her about this?
oh, silly me, I haven't introduced myself, have I?
Curtsy.
It's a great pleasure to meet you both. My name's Iris Wilson.
Iris? Okay.
I live here together with Hurley.
Ah, Iris, is it? What a lovely name. What? What's the matter?
No, wait, this can't be. Did you say that your name is Wilson?
What's the matter with Susato? Why is she so flustered all of a sudden?
Yes, that's right. What are your names?
Oh, I'm Ryonosuke Naruhodo, a lawyer from Japan.
Oh, sorry.
I'm Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant, Susato Mikotoba. It's wonderful to meet you.
Lovely, Susie and
Susie and Runo. Runo.
Got it.
Susie? And Runo. There's more to this girl than meets the eye. I have so many questions for her. I don't know where to start.
Yes, and so do I.
Okay. Hold on. Before we start, I'm gonna look around. Wait, no. Hey, look at my Cronut badge. Iris, can I show you this?
Oh, how exciting! What is it? Tell me all about it.
Oh, actually, I was hoping you might be able to tell me something about it, if anything comes to mind.
Why would it?
Well, no, I suppose it wouldn't.
Tell me! I want to hear everything.
This hasn't gone according to plan. Okay. Sorry, my nose is itchy. Okay, examine... Fireplace? I do like this fireplace. It's one of the best things I've seen since we've arrived in this country. In fact, this fireplace... Lingering beside the fire and watching the flames flicker and dance in the grate. Oh, it's so relaxing.
We can't relax, not when there's so many interesting things on the mantelpiece. Oh, it's just like he was described in the stories.
It is?
Yes, exactly. Inside that Persian slipper, for example. Are my chocolates for the Velvenses. The what now? And transfixed by that large jackknife. It's my shopping list for the market. Oh, it's not quite how I remember it being described in the Adventures of Sherlock Holmes. Or I mean, Sherlock Holmes.
Poor Susato-san. She looks crushed. Ah, I see. Okay, what about here? The globe. There's all sorts on these shelves. Chemistry apparatus, books, papers, and lots of things I've never seen before. It's all heaped up so high, I can't help feeling that the whole lot is gonna topple at any moment. Oh, 11's E's? Tea time. Oh, okay. 11Z's? 11Z's. Got it. Okay.
I keep telling Hurley not to cram so much on those shelves.
Good advice.
He wanted to look up something on one of those books a while ago. But it was so tightly wedged in, he couldn't get it out, so he went and bought a new copy instead.
People with money. This coffee table? It's quote coffee table. Looks like that huge metal chest is being used as a table for tea and coffee. It seems very sturdy, with an equally sturdy lock.
Mr. Naruhodo, you mustn't go around opening things. I always have to keep an eye on you, don't I? You're very mischievous.
How did you come to that conclusion?
Oh, that chest contains some of my most valuable things.
That smile tells me you're not going to give us any clue about what they are. Over here?
A mystery shoe, a curious hammer, some mysterious dancing men, a bust of Napoleon. Oh, what an entrancing collection.
This is the first time in my life that I've seen a lonely old shoe displayed as an ornament.
Oh, those are all my memories that Hurley has collected from his past cases.
Really? Even the bust?
Yes, that's right. When the mood takes him, he likes to throw it on the floor and smash it to dust.
The poor defenseless emperor? Mr. Sholmes destroys it? How does he do it more than once? Why do you say it like this is a thing that happens more than one time?
Yes, and then he buys a new one.
Oh, that's why. You make it sound like he has the temperament of an insane sculptor.
How entrancingly bohemian of him.
People with money. So for my conclusion is that Sherlock Holmes is rich. Somehow. Oh, here? This violin? Oh, I've seen pictures of Western musical instruments like this. It's called a violin, isn't it?
Of course it is! Mr. Sholmes is renowned for his violin playing.
Is he? Oh, really?
Absolutely. It's often explained in the stories. It's inspirational, Mr. Naruhodo. Inspirational. I immediately started playing the koto, which was the closest Japanese stringed instrument I could find.
Wow, you're such a fan. What a shame you couldn't bring it with you to London.
Oh, yes, well, Papa was beaming when I asked him if he would buy me one. But after a while, he asked if I would only practice when he was out of the house. So, now it's merely an ornament in my room.
Oh. That must have been an awkward conversation. Great strings. Reminds me of, like, there's that one, was it Tumblr or some post that was like someone asking their mom for like, oh, can I get like ice skating lessons? And then their mom was like, what? Why all of a sudden? She's like, oh no, I just wanted to ice skate. And they're like, oh, what anime has ice skating in it? Okay. This giant thing. What is this? With the binoculars? What on earth is this huge, over-the-top machine?
That's a great analytoscope.
Yeah, right? Yuriana is very pretty.
That's a great analytoscope. It can analyze anything, really. Anything at all. That's absolutely incredible. It's one of Hurley's inventions. It took him a whole year. He said it was to help him with his investigations. What sort of things has he analyzed with it? Do you know? Well, actually, he hasn't used it for anything yet.
Oh. Why not?
Apparently, on the evening he finally completed it, it suddenly occurred to him. I don't actually have anything I need to analyze.
Oh dear.
What about you, Bruno? Do you have anything you like to analyze?
The only thing that springs to mind is this machine itself. I guess it's just this and this here. The papers on the floor. The chemistry equipment. No. Okay. Okay, I guess that's it on this side. I'm guessing this is Iris' side of the room. Tea? What a beautiful English tea set, and so neatly arranged.
It's a favorite pastime of mine. A cup of herbal tea in the afternoon.
Tea made of herbs?
That's right. I grow all sorts of herbs in the garden, so I can experiment with different blends.
Oh, that's why the house looked strangely floral. It was like, it's like, does Sherlock really live here? It doesn't really seem like a guy, or like a house for Sherlock. Okay, that's why he's got flowers on the balcony.
One moment, don't go away. I'll brew a pot of the special blend I came up with earlier today.
She looks delighted. I only hope it's safe to drink. Math?
Ah, that's my blackboard when I note down ideas.
Oh, interesting. Let's see. Black Peter? What does that mean?
Don't you want to hear what Iris has to say, Mr. Naruhodo?
I'll come back to that blackboard later. Oh. Maybe we have to examine it after we talk to her? Medicine? Or... That's a charming little white shelf, and full of charming little bottles too.
Oh, yes, but don't touch any of those. They might explode.
Explode?
Are they exotic chemicals? Are they exotic chemicals? Do you use them for exciting experiments? Yes, indeed. And as Hurley always says, chemistry is an explosive science.
Sorry? I agree. A single discovery can trigger an explosion of innovation all around the world. Or perhaps he just meant it literally. Either way, mental note, do not touch any bottle that belongs to Iris. This... Black... Oh, the typewriter? What on earth is that big black lump over there?
Ah, that's a fascinating thing called a typewriter. It's a machine that allows you to write on paper without needing a pen. And wizardly quickly, too.
Oh, that sounds like it could be very useful for someone like me with terrible handwriting. Yes, unfortunately this is for the ABCD, not the brushstrokes. I don't think there's anything else here. No, I don't see anything. This is all nothing. Okay, I guess I'll go back. What if I exit on the scene that she's not here? Oh no, I'll just go back here. Okay. Converse. It was you that we ran into yesterday, wasn't it? At the Old Bailey.
Yes, that's right. You were ever so helpful. Thank you so much. Oh, no, not at all. I'm sorry we couldn't have been more welcoming. Though, at the time, we did have a rather large gun pointed at us. Oh no, she brings it out again. Like this? Thinking back now, you left with Miss Lestrade in tow, didn't you? Oh yeah, that awkward witness, Gina Lestrade. Oh, Guinea? Oh, was it Gina Lestrade? Oh, Guinea? Yes, she's a professional pickpocket. So we found out. It was very naughty of her to pinch my invention like that. Are you referring to that trial disrupting gun-like contraption? Exactly, so I followed her, you see, to get it back. Perhaps I should think of a fitting self-destruct mechanism in my inventions. This girl is dangerous. Anyway, I brought Ginny back home after that,
Or is it Ginny? Maybe it's Ginny.
so she could apologize to my trusty technician.
Sorry, your technician?
Hurley, of course, silly.
Hurley?
Yes, Herlock Sholmes. We live here together.
I had no idea the great detective had such an interesting young daughter.
Daughter? Not likely.
What?
I wouldn't call him Hurley if he was my father, would I?
Well, then, what is your relationship with Mr. Sholmes?
Well, I expect you found out at the lodgings of any kind in legend if you're expensive.
What?
I expect you've found out that lodgings of any kind in legend are very expensive.
Oh,
So the solution is to share the cost with a partner, a roommate.
your roommates? I hope you don't mind me asking, Iris, but how old are you?
10 at least.
She's 10.
10 at last this year.
Well, what of your mom and dad?
Oh, no. They're not around.
Oh, I see. I wonder what the story is there. Oh, yes, there's something I must ask you.
Of course, go ahead, Susie.
I am a very great fan of the adventures of Herlock Sholmes, and...
Oh, you have a copy of Rand's...
Sorry, my nose is really itchy.
Oh, you have a copy of Rand's magazine.
Yes, I read every issue. It's delivered all the way to Japan on a ship.
Oh, this is so exciting. My stories are being read on...
Oh, she writes them. Oh my god.
My stories are being read on the other side of the world.
My stories?
That's right. Hurley is always solving such amazing cases, you see. And then he tells me about them. They're really quite fascinating. It would be such a shame if I was the only one who ever heard them, don't you think?
Goodness.
Last night, he was telling me all about a new case he just solved on a steamship traveling from a faraway land. So I was just in the middle of typing up the manuscript for the next issue before you came.
So you are the author.
Yes.
What was that? Yes.
Yes, I'll let you in on a secret if you like. I'm going to call his latest adventure The Speckled Band.
The Speckled Band? That's certainly very familiar.
Of course, I always change one or two details in stories, here and there. This time, I had the idea of making a venomous snake be the cause of all the trouble.
Oh, that was Mr. Sholmes' first thought as well, actually.
Yes, and of course, I know that a snake might not be a credible fit for the facts of the case exactly, but... it's a story. Some poetic license is justified to make it more thrilling, I think. Don't you?
So, do you mean to say... are the stories about Mr. Sholmes that are published in Rand's magazine? Oh, they're fiction.
All written by me? Yes, on my wonderful and very modern typewriter.
But all the stories I've ever read are written by a doctor of medicine, Dr. John H. Wilson. Oh, Susato-san is getting more and more worked out.
Ah, yes, that's me.
A pen name?
I mean, my name really is Wilson.
But what about the doctor of medicine part? Oh, she looks so sad.
That's all true too. I am a doctor of
You are? At 10 years old? Holy shit, what the fuck? No, at 10 years old? Yeah, that's what I said. Wow, handshake moment.
At 10 years old.
Well, that's incredible. Bro, you got all the Asian moms flaunting over. But Dr. Wilson is an English gentleman.
Ah, yes. I did alter the setting slightly, for the stories to be more compelling.
Oh.
Well, it sounds a little strange, doesn't it? A great detective with a 10-year-old girl in tow? I suppose it does, yes?
Poor Susato-san. She looks like her whole world has just fallen apart. Oh god. Published author and doctor at 10. Yeah, actually. She's also like an inventor too. So, Jesus Christ. About before.
Yes, yes? What's on your mind, Bruno? Do tell me.
How do you know that I was a lawyer and we just arrived in London, I mean?
Yeah. Oh, and that we have a difficult trial tomorrow. How did you know all of that? Oh, that's what you mean. Please, tell us how you did it. Explain every detail. Of course, I'd be delighted. Although, there's really no mystery. Now, let's begin.
Oh! Wait, I just realized she has the same shaped goggles as Herlock, as Sholmes.
Iris Wilson is proud to present her logic and reasoning spectacular.
Oh wait, is she gonna do the... Oh, never mind, it's not.
First of all, I already knew that you were a lawyer, Bruno. After all, I met you yesterday at the Old Bailey in the defendant's antechamber.
But you also said that we'd only just arrived in London. How did you know that?
I observed a passport and travel ticket protruding from your breast pocket.
Oh.
So I was reasonably confident that you must have only just arrived in the country. And on top of that, you accepted a case against that particular prosecutor, telling me you were unaware of London's court affairs.
The Reaper of the Bailey? I walked right into that one, didn't I?
Then I noticed a red ink stamped on the back of Susie's hand. You were given that when you visited the local prison to meet with the suspect, weren't you? Earlier today. Oh. They used those stamps to keep a close eye on comings and goings, you see.
I didn't realize.
And the red stamp is only used for people visiting foreign inmates. So, that told me that even though you had only yesterday concluded the trial of Magnus McGilded, the two of you had already had cause to visit a foreign inmate at a local prison. However, neither of you was wearing a particularly sad expression on your face. So I concluded that the prisoner was unlikely to be a friend or a relative. That led me to believe that you must have accepted a new case.
I see.
But how could you have known all that?
Or how could you have known that the trial is tomorrow?
Well, having barely been home a few hours yesterday, Hurley solved yet another case. It obviously amused him. He told me that he caught a Japanese man who was bawling and trembling.
A Japanese man? Well, clearly that must have been. There are only so many in this city.
Mr. Natsume! Now, Runa has that fancy Japanese sword. And I think your outfit is called a kimono, isn't it, Susie? Well, anyway, it was clear to me that you both come from Japan yourselves. So I put two and two together and decided you must be defending the Japanese man Hurley caught. And there was only one conclusion those facts could lead me to. You both came here to ask Hurley about the case.
Oh, she got it.
There's a note on the mantelpiece that says the man's trial will be tomorrow. Hurley is always stabbing his notes with a knife, you know? He is silly. And that's all there was to it, really. Thank you for listening. I'm Iris Wilson, and that was one of my great detections. Well, was it a winner? Were my deductions correct?
They were spot on.
That was amazing, Iris. Truly a great deduction.
You even managed to ascertain something of Mr. Sholmes' delivery.
Oh, well, I was just copying Hurley's style for that.
This is really very good news.
You could tell us all about the case involving the Japanese man. You will, won't you, Iris? Please.
The case of the Japanese man. So, yesterday, Mr. Sholmes apprehended a Japanese man, you were saying?
Yes. Hurley had just arrived back in London after his sea voyage, but the police were waiting for him at the railway station to take him directly to the crime scene.
Ah, the great detective is a popular man, it seems.
Apparently, a woman was stabbed on a quiet street somewhere in town. There were witnesses who had seen a short, shifty-looking, stooped man running away from the scene.
A short, shifty-looking, stooped man. Mr. Natsume, beyond any doubt. Sosuke-san said that he didn't see anybody else on the street at all. But it seems there are witnesses after all.
Hurley used his great deductive powers to determine the man's address. There was a lodging room very nearby. He went directly there with the police, and what did they find? A short, shifty-looking, stooped man shivering in fear, eating some cheese.
Ah, Mr. Sholmes' great deduction certainly hit the mark that time.
Of course it did. He's a great detective.
Still, that means that the incident occurred only 2 days ago. Surely tomorrow is too soon for the trial, isn't it? No.
Definitely. We have no time to investigate properly. Hurley says that London is rife with crime.
Oh.
Scotland Yard is doing its best, but they can't stay on top of it apparently.
Oh, dear, I hadn't realized the situation was so dire.
That's why they can't afford to spend too much time investigating cases and trying the criminals in court. Staff and money are both short. Crimes are usually pinned on the first suspicious person.
That's terrible. I suppose it's the harsh reality of the workings of the greatest justice system. I suppose it is, but in this case, I don't hold out much hope for Sosuke-san. Thank you for answering so many of our questions, Iris. This has been very informative.
Oh, you're most welcome. I've had so much fun.
Do you happen to know where Mr. Sholmes is at the moment? As you guessed, we'd like to ask him some questions about this case as well.
Well... I expect Hurley is still investigating the scene.
Of the case involving Mr. Natsume, you mean?
Yes, Mr. Natsume? Hurley said he's going to the man's lodgings. If you leave now, you can probably catch him there.
I realize this pose she does kind of looks like Sherlock does. I mean, Herlock, Sholmes. Sholmes does like kind of the same thing. This point pose.
Iris, do you know where those lodgings are? Well, I imagine the police are still investigating the scene of the crime themselves, aren't they? Did you happen to come across a detective by the name of Gregson when you were there?
Yes, we know Inspector Gregson.
Ah, goody. In that case... Give Gregsy this for me, would you? If you do that, I'm sure he'll tell you what you want to know.
What is this? A 5-shilling piece and a postcard, it seems. Iris's postcard. A card for Inspector Gregson with a message on the back right. Okay.
It reads, "Tell the gentleman in black whatever he wants to know. I trust that won't be a problem." Gosh, this will make the inspector help us, what?
Well, thank you, Iris. We'll give it a try. Oh. Don't worry about that.
Good luck then. I'm going to return to writing my manuscript, The Speckled Band. And I'll be making more special blends of tea, so come back.
Oh my god.
So come back again soon.
We'll be delighted. Thank you so much, Iris. So she's the one who writes the titles for these case chapters.
Well, Mr. Naruhodo, it's back to the scene of the crime.
Alright, let's go. So, somewhat dubious that they would exert any influence over the men of Scotland Yard at all. We headed back to the scene with Iris's curious note and one of the world's heaviest silver coins in hand. To be continued, really? Okay. Let's continue. Adventure of the Clouded Kokoro is the name of this one.
19th February, 2:38 p.m. Briar Road.
Looks as though the police are still here, carrying on with their investigation.
Perfect! So let's find Inspector Gregson as quickly as possible.
Don't mind if I do. Don't mind if I continue. Yes, and let's see if he'll take a break from his chips to look at that silver tip Iris gave us for him. I'm guessing this is the same. Okay. Look at my cronut badge. I'm kidding. Oh right, we can examine this. Sham Street, Briar Road, Calabash Road. Okay, and that's the X marks the spot where the person died. Okay. Oh, tell a gentleman in black whatever he wants to know. I trust that won't be a problem? Iris Wilson. Iris's little handwriting is adorable, isn't it? Tell a gentleman in black whatever he wants to know. I trust that won't be a problem? Yes, the handwriting might be adorable, but the message is ominous. There's no room for sentiment there.
I'm sure it's simply the way you're interpreting it, Mr. Naruhodo. Anyway, I do hope the inspector will tell us what we need to know when he reads it.
You don't think it will just make him munch piping hot chips until steam comes out of his ears, do you?
Well, that wouldn't be an entirely terrible outcome.
What do you mean by that?
This is the 5 shilling piece, isn't it? I believe it's called a crown.
Yes, and you can train a Scotland Yard detective to do whatever you want with just a single one.
Iris must be the most powerful 10-year-old in the world.
How much is 5 shillings, by the way? What is it really worth?
Well, it's probably enough to buy all the chips the inspector could possibly eat in a whole month.
That's greasy. Okay, hang on, give me a sec. I need it. Sorry. I need to wipe my nose, and then also my eyes are like really dry. Certainly not because of Ace Attorney. Oh shit, I pressed this thing again. No! That's not what I wanted to do! Okay. Oh wait. We're already on present. Here you go. Inspector Gregson, do you have a moment?
Sorry to say I don't. I'm a very busy man. Much too busy to talk to a pair of boiling gadabouts, that's for sure.
For a second I thought it didn't work there.
We have these for you. A present from Miss Iris Wilson.
What? For me? From her ladyship?
Her ladyship? Oh my god.
Give that here at once! Come on, hand it over, that's for me!
Don't wait for me to give it to you, will you? What was that coin exactly?
It's a silver crown, obviously, but it's a lot more than that. It's an appearance fee, that's what it is.
An appearance fee? Oh, I see. You mean...
That's right. For the adventures of Sherlock Holmes. Her ladyship always offers me a little financial reward for featuring me, every time.
His voice changed.
Yes, of course. I know all about your exploits, Inspector. I read them avidly.
Worse, her using my name without my say-so does make me the butt of a lot of unpleasant jokes, but still.
I'm so sorry. I'm sorry, Inspector. That must be difficult for you.
Never you mind that. So, what did you want to know then, eh?
Sorry?
Tell the gentleman in black whatever he wants to know. I trust that won't be a problem, it says. Well, obviously it's not a problem. Go on, fire away. What did you want to know?
Well, if you wouldn't mind, Inspector, we'd very much like to know the address of Mr. Natsume's lodgings.
Ah, the little knife-wielding, mustache Japanese fellow. He lives in a right old hovel. It's just over there. Look.
Oh, he lives in the Crooked Building?
On the first floor of that house, on the corner where that wreck of a bicycle is propped up.
That is nearby indeed.
If I remember correctly, the landlord is Mr. John Garrett. Right, well, if you see her again, make sure you give her ladyship my regards, you hear? I mean it. You tell her that Gregson sends his very best wishes.
Don't worry, Inspector. We will.
Goodbye for now, then. And long live her ladyship.
Okay.
Well, at least he told us what we wanted to know before he left.
Yeah. So then, shall we go and see what we can find in Mr. Natsume's lodgings?
Definitely.
Alright. New location has been added. The workplace of the world's greatest detective. Oh, it's a dream come true. Oh. Okay. Not what I was expecting.
May I help you?
Yeah. Would this be the residence of Mr. John Gary Deb? Oh, not Natsume Sotsuki. Never mind.
Indeed it would, sir. And who, may I say, is calling?
My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
Mr. Naruhodo is representing Mr. Sotsuki Natsume. I believe he takes lodgings here? We would very much like to ask him some questions about our client.
Is she okay?
One moment, please. I shall convey the message to Mr. Garidip.
I don't know what voice she has there. Did you see that, Miss Susato? That was a real-life English maid!
I know! As I understand it, anyone standing in the English society employs a number of household staff. But that was the first time I've ever seen one in the flesh. Oh, this day keeps getting better.
It certainly feels like we've really arrived now, doesn't it?
We need only to meet a butler, and the experience will be complete.
That's it. That's Great Britain. Well, oops. Well, I'm not sure I'd go that far, but I understand the sentiment.
Thank you for waiting. Mr. Garideb will see you now. This way.
Oh. He certainly is crescent-shaped. Okay. Well, before we click on him, kind of want to look at what's going on here. Something spilled underneath there, it looks like.
Look at that enormous screen! It must have been put there deliberately, surely.
Yeah, it certainly seems like someone's trying to hide something from view. What could be behind it, I wonder? Looks like someone spilled a crap ton of coffee.
I'm just gonna have a quick look. Just a little peek.
Maybe let's not, Miss Susato. I think the maid is gonna head us off with a cup of tea. Okay, well, well, can't do anything about that.
Oh, look! What a wonderful collection of cakes lined up on that gleaming silver cake stand.
I can barely see that. It was the game. Or no, it was me. Lined up. It looks like someone has half demolished them to me.
Afternoon tea was a time of indulgence, you know. It's quite the English way. Is it Mr. Garadeb's custom to take 2 cakes with his tea?
That sounds delightful. Oh, wait a minute though. There are at least 10 cakes on this cake stand.
Well, naturally, it would never do to waste the leftovers. So whatever Mr. Garadeb doesn't eat, I say to myself, Joan, you shall have to tidy up.
How magnanimous of you. I know how to say that word. Okay. The window?
This window looks out over Briar Road, where the young woman was attacked.
Oh, yeah, I can make out the policeman on the far side of the road investigating the crime scene.
The glass is rather murky, isn't it? You can't see very clearly.
Does this thing open at all, I wonder?
I shouldn't
Hello?
I shouldn't underestimate the bitterness of a London winter, sir.
Sorry?
As soon as you open that window, the tea will freeze in the pot. No Londoner would go opening windows at dusk in the middle of winter, I assure you.
It seems very unlikely that those two would have seen anything of the incident then. Okay. So you can't see out the window unless it's open? Open? Or, no, you can still see, I don't know, whatever. That portrait of Mr. Garadeb is glaring at me, I swear.
Have you noticed that all the little frames contain photographic prints of Mr. Garadeb as well?
Oh, really? Yes, and there seems to be a statue of a lion on the mantelpiece as well.
Ah, yes, seems to have come...
Oh my god.
Ah, yes, seemed to come back from the local pawnbroker with the little trinket. With that little trinket.
Seem to come back? What do you mean?
That chap who runs the place is a bally wizard. Went in to sell him something and came out with that thing. The point, in fact, now I think about it, I rather often find myself leaving that place with something I don't need.
That line ornament certainly does seem surplus to requirements.
Such a sentence than pull her punches, or throws for that matter. I just realized now, did he mix his tea with his pipe there? Wild. Okay. That uniform looks fairly ancient, doesn't it?
It's clearly been well looked after, though.
That old thing? Pah! Not much better than rags, really.
Oh?
Wore that ceremonial garb at my retirement bash, you know. But I'm not one for dwelling on the past, me. Would have gladly thrown it out, but you know how it is. Anyway, it doesn't hurt to have the odd piece of memorabilia lying around, does it?
Oh, I see.
Perhaps we should leave the past in the past. Okay. Why is there a dress on this cannon? That's a full-size cannon. What is it doing in here?
Oh my, it's real. I thought it might be a replica.
That old thing. Bah, that's a little more than a toy.
Sorry?
The army was selling them off when I retired, so I decided to give it a new home. Never know when the enemy might attack next. Jolly useful to have a cannon about the house.
Really? Isn't it overkill?
Be prepared, I always say. You never know what this twisted world is going to throw at you next, boy.
Do you think there may be trouble brewing, Mr. Garadeb?
Always is. Take Joan here. Never fails to have a clean apron in reserve. Drives them over the barrel, you see.
Oh, that's hers. Okay. Makes sense.
Then they dry very well on the cannon there, Joan tells me. Which rather proves my point, I feel.
It's been reduced to a drying rack. No wonder the huge cannon looks like it's hanging its head in shame. Alright. Wacko theory time. Okay. So you know how you can see the scene of the crime through the window? So what if They pointed the cannon out the window. And then opened the window doors, right? Stuck the knife in the cannon. Shot the knife out at the lady. Stabbed her in the back. I got it. Wow, we don't even need to read the rest of this case. We already know the answer. I notice you have a pile of books here, Mr. Garrideb. Do you enjoy reading?
Ever experienced another winter, boy? The nights are long. No better way to pass the time than in front of the fire with a jolly good book.
I got it in one.
Oh, there's a copy of Rand's magazine here, I see.
Oops.
No doubt Mr. Garrideb enjoys the adventures of Sherlock Sholmes too.
The great detective has a great many followers, it would seem. I see. Okay, anything up here? Oh. This thing?
That looks like a Medal of Honor. It's and it's showcased on a very grand banner.
Yeah, it's displayed with some pride, I would say. Although it bothers me that it's not straight. Well,
Watch that old thing.
you said this like 4 times now. Sorry?
I should be glad to see the back of it. But the general would turn it in his grave if I disposed of it. But the general would turn in his grave if I disposed of it. The wall's the best place for it. Keeps the batty thing out of my way.
So it's just been polished aside by accident, I suppose?
There appears to be an inscription on the medal itself. Look. Let me see. It says, "For distinguished
Participation! Sounds like the kind of honors that even I could be in line for.
Well, one doesn't like to blow one's own trumpet, but I was given that for my time in the army. Can't measure an officer by the number of medals to his name, of course. Common knowledge is in military circles.
Okay. He's got a a medal of participation there. Okay. Oh wait, there's another side. Oh, that's what the cakes were about. I was gonna say, I didn't see any cakes. Okay. Here? Look at this crockery on the display here. It's rather unusual, isn't it?
Oh my, a genuine London dresser. Dresser, isn't it wonderful? Although the shelves seem to be broken, and the crockery is... Oh dear, it's in pieces!
It really is. The word cracked wouldn't do that chinaware justice.
Oh, I wonder...
Perhaps the cannon was fired at Susato. No. Well, yeah, I mean, if we go with my theory, right? If they shot the cannon out the window, if they shot the knife with the cannon out the window, right? The blast from the shot would crack the china on the shelves. Boom! Duh. Yeah, it's probably something like that, but let's not delve too deeply here. Okay, is that it? That's probably it. Okay.
Good day to you. John Garrideb at your service.
Pleased to meet you, sir. This is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. He's a defense lawyer.
Do excuse me for not getting up. Took a shot to the knee a few years back in the Battle of Maywad, don't you know? Earned a medal for my pains, but had to withdraw from service. Handed over the reins to the up-and-comings.
So he's a retired soldier.
It's a hell of a job getting up and down the stairs now, I can tell you. Don't get out much, as you can imagine.
Yeah, it's quite a climb. Ugh, my nose. Yes, it's quite a climb up here to the second floor, isn't it? I was panting at the top of the stairs. You really must take more exercise, Mr. Naruhodo. Do you think so?
Well, Mr. Garrideb, no doubt you were very courageous to earn yourself a medal.
Oh, it was nothing. The medal's just a folderol, really. Wouldn't like to offend the general though, so I grudgingly displayed it on the wall.
What, the participation medal?
Why don't you pet it down? Why don't you fetch it down, Joan? Joan, fetch the... Dash it all, woman! Be careful!
Let those good people sleep. Okay.
Oh, dearie me, I do beg your pardon, sir. Your Johnny nearly took the skin off my hand.
I shall be more careful, sir.
So anyway, there you have it. Living the quiet life now.
Yeah, I see.
Now then, I hear you want to know about the chap lodging downstairs, is that right?
Yes, we would be very grateful if you could answer some questions for us.
Only too pleased, naturally, especially if it helps to keep the peace here in Blightly. We forged an alliance with the Emperor of Japan recently, as I'm sure you're aware. So this case is very much in the public eye, as it were.
Oh, is it? I'm very familiar.
Even had some famous detective poking around, you know, in this old house. In this old house, would you believe?
Yes, Mr. Herlock Sholmes.
Could have been. Didn't catch the chap's name. Not really my cup of tea, all the detective business.
Oh, but you have a copy of Rance magazine.
Yeah.
Where? Oh no,
The sweat.
Anyway, the chap's investigating the foreigner's room as we speak.
So he's in Sotsuki-san's room. We already knew that.
It's a bally nonsense is what it is. The whole neighborhood's twitching its curtains now. I don't like all this fuss. It's jolly unsettling.
About Mr. Natsume? Quickly hides his body pillow.
Oh, Herlock Sholmes? No, I'm not a fan.
Just shoves all the photos into his drawers.
About Mr. Natsume then, Mr. Garden, please do tell us.
Ah yes, the Japanese chap. Only been lodging here for a week.
Oh, just 1 week? So he moved in very recently then.
I have 2 lodgers most of the time. One on the ground floor and one below us. The first floor room became available a week ago. He's Dash it all, Joan! Do be careful.
Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry, sir. Or I'm terribly sorry, sir. If you want to know my opinion, I thought he was a shady sort of bit. I thought he was a shady sort from the moment I set eyes on him. Oh, why? He seemed to have a most nervous disposition, always shaking and looking over his shoulder. The man had shady written across his sweat-soaked brow, if you ask me. I said to myself, Joan, that man is trouble. Sooner or later he's going to do something untoward. And I'm really wrong about anything.
We won't be calling this maid a witness, that's for sure. Or we won't be calling this maid as a witness.
Was there anything else that struck you as suspicious about the man at all?
Expression.
Yes, oh yes, indeed there was.
She's dying to tell us. The shady lodger. Had you noticed anything else about your lodger, Mr. Natsume? Oh, about your lodger, Mr. Natsume.
Oh my word, yes. The man was shadier than an orchard. Could you elaborate? Well, take the man's room. Absolutely stuffed full of books it is, more than anyone can ever read. And he never so much as passes the time of day with another living soul. I haven't seen a single visitor call. He just trots off to the old bookshop every single day and comes back at 5 to light the gas fire. And the funny little man is up long past the time everyone else in the house has gone to bed too.
Oh, I see. Such is the life of an author, I guess.
The gentleman on the ground floor doesn't go to bed around. The gentleman on the ground floor goes to bed around 9 each night. But I've never known that Japanese fellow to retire any earlier than 2 in the morning.
Ah, I'm well aware of this phenomenon. of the tired college kid. The tired student.
Could you clarify something, I wonder?
What, pray?
How do you know so much about Mr. Natsume's routine? Oh! I understand that neither of the lodgers live on this floor of the house, is that correct?
That's right, yes. They're both below us on the first floor, street level.
Then, how is it that you know so much about the lives of your lodgers? The precise times they come back in the evening, for example, even the times when they go to bed.
Uh-oh.
Ah! Good grief, Joan. Be more careful, woman.
Oh my goodness, sir. I'm terribly sorry, sir.
That's the third time.
Something doesn't add up here. They just don't answer. Okay. Incident 2 days ago. It seems that the incident took place at around 5 in the evening. Did you happen to look out the window at around that time?
The window?
Yes, we noticed that the window over there looks out over Briar Road. The incident took place on the pavement just on the far side of the street. Was there anyone suspicious loitering nearby?
5 o'clock is dinner time at the Garred household, so I'm afraid I don't remember seeing anything. How about you, Joan?
No, sir. It would have been dusk outside already at that hour. And with fog as well, I think it would have been quite impossible to see the other side of the road.
Oh, I see. Let me switch my headphone.
Did you notice anything else out of the ordinary then?
Such as?
Anything at all, even if it seems unrelated.
Well?
Yes? Was there something then?
Well, it's nothing particularly significant, but around that sort of... For the love of God, Joan, watch what you're doing.
Oh dear me, what have I done?
I'm awfully sorry, sir. I swear she's doing this on purpose.
Do be more careful, woman.
Of course, sir. If I may, Mr. Narrow Hollow? Oh, yeah?
I have an exceedingly good memory and as far as I remember, nothing of any significance took place here at that hour. Nothing at all.
Oh, really? Mr. Garydeb? The way you were talking before, it sounded rather like there might have been.
Well, as I was saying, it was just a trifling matter, really. Nothing of... Joan, dash it all! What is the matter with you, woman?
She's like trying to stop him from speaking.
Begging your pardon, sir. Nothing happened.
Yes, quite. Nothing happened. We sat down to a quite uneventful meal. Joan?
That's right, Mr. Garydeb.
Oh, what is the matter with these two?
Sounds like something happened here in this room on that evening of the incident. But what?
I wish I knew. Could you tell us which floor Mr. Natsume's room is on?
Why, certainly. Just below us on the first floor.
And Mrs. Jones is investigating there, even as we speak?
Yes, told me Nats his name, had asked him to look into the matter, so I gave him the key.
Mr. Natsume has engaged Mr. Jones' services?
That's a blatant lie.
Would it be
alright if we also had a look around? In Mr. Natsume's room, I mean. He also asked us to look at his room. He did.
I don't see why not. It's just down one flight of stairs.
Who knows if we'll find anything that can help us with the case, but we have to try. We need all the clues we can lay our hands on, shall we?
Yes, and while we're there, we can speak to Mr. Sholmes again. Perhaps he'll be able to tell us more.
Okay, Natsume's, oh, he's 33, okay. 10. The question mark. Her main duty appears to be standing at Mr. Gary Div's side pouring tea. 46, okay. Yay! Oh, there you go. Water! Water! 19th of February, Mr. Natsume's. Oh, he has a kitty! Hello, kitty. What? Just look at this place. And smell it. It's so musty in here. I suppose it's the mountains of old books that are responsible for that.
I don't think I've ever seen so many books in all my life.
No, me neither. No wonder the maid's suspicious.
It's so dark in here.
It's so dark in here, too. Oh.
Is that the window over there?
Well, it was the window, I think, yes. Once upon a time. But for some reason it's been closed up with bricks and mortar. So this is where Mr. Natsume lives.
By the way, I haven't spotted Mr. Sholmes anywhere, have you?
No, that's true. But according to what Mr. Garadev told us, the great detective should be around here somewhere investigating. So we're gonna find him on the walls again, like a cockroach or something. Kitty! Oh! Oh! Oh, cute! Oh, wait, it just walked off?
Oh my, what an adorable little cat! Perhaps he's looking after all the books while his master is away.
I don't know about that. He disappeared into that pile of books as quick as a flash. It was a tricolor Mikke, wasn't it? Do they even have that sort of cat here in Great Britain?
Perhaps Mr. Natsume brought the little creature with him from Japan.
That made me feel homesick now. That's made me feel homesick now.
Already? We've only been in the country for 2 days.
Well, we've been away from Japan for way longer. Oh, wait, that's not what... That's not what I wanted to do! Okay. Here?
That desk seems wedged into the crevice between the mountains of books on either side.
I suppose Mr. Natsume would sit there and read while stroking his cat. But, surrounded on all sides by these towering old tombs, surely he dreamt of books every night as well.
Yes, he must have done, mustn't he? Oh, what's this? It's a receipt from a second-hand bookshop. Your books.
Oh, yes, Mr. Natsume's name is on it, look. And the date of the purchase, 2 days ago at 4:45 p.m. So, like, right before the murder. Yeah, that's the day of the incident.
That's just a short while before he was embroiled in the terrible attack. He must have been on his way back from buying some old books.
Secondhand book receipt. Receipt discovered by Mr. Natsume's... or in Mr. Natsume's room. For some books that he had purchased from a secondhand bookshop before the incident occurred. Okay. I see. Books? Look at all those books stacked up there. They almost reach the ceiling.
They're all works of English literature, and they all smell so musty.
With this volume of books to hand, you'd never be short of reading material, would you?
No, what a dreamy idea.
A bad dream, maybe. For me, at least. Mind you, I don't imagine the book that's at the bottom of the pile now will ever be read again.
So reading is an experience that comes once in a lifetime. It's just as this tea ceremony teaches us.
I certainly did not expect the conversation to turn down the path of tea ceremony philosophy. Okay. The window? Could you even call this a window?
I think so. It was a window at one time, after all. Although, all that remains is a frame around some bricks now.
So really, it's just a wall then, isn't it? But why would anyone deliberately brick it up like that?
I'm afraid I have no idea. Ah! Perhaps Mr. Natsume painted a brick design on in a fit of whimsy.
That's alarmingly feasible. Anyway, whatever the reason, the lack of ventilation in here makes the place very oppressive.
It does. I imagine being cooped up in a room like this would be extremely trying.
Yeah, you can't tell night from day. There's a little box here. Books. This cat? Lucky cat?
Oh look, it's a beckoning cat from home.
It's a bit big and bulky, isn't it? Surely Mr. Natsume didn't bring that maneki neko all the way from Japan with him.
I hardly think you're in a position to comment, Mr. Naruhodo. You did bring an entire sword with you.
Are you forgetting the enormous Dharma doll that you brought with your luggage? What? Well, it can be dangerous traveling abroad. I wanted a lucky charm.
Well, I imagine Mr. Natsume wanted the same, and this cat is sure to beckon good luck to him.
It's not doing a very good job so far, is it?
You mustn't say such things.
Why can you read my mind? I didn't say a word. Why are my eyes such a giveaway? Oh, it's through the eyes.
I see, through your eyes, Mr. Naruhodo. You're constantly thinking of Kazuma.
Okay. This appears to be some sort of meter on the wall here. It looks very robust. I wonder what it's for. There's a slot for inserting coins here too.
Ah, I believe that it's a gas meter, Mr. Naruhodo.
A gas meter?
Yes, it seems there's piped gas in this district, which consumers pay for by putting coins in the meter.
Oh, okay. So if we were to put a coin in the slot,
that would be enough gas to use the lights and to use the lights and the gas fire for the whole night.
So if you're too poor to have a coin, you'd have to spend the night in the dark and freezing cold?
That's right. As would a rich man who only carried crisp white notes.
London is a scary place. But can't you just change what? Okay. There he is! He's just reading books. Mr. Sholmes. Okay. I like how he's just hidden away.
Look, Mr. Naruhodo.
Aha! There he is! Where did he appear from?
He seems to be engrossed in the pages of an old book. I hope you won't mind if we disturb him. Hello, Mr. Sholmes!
Oh, you two! Good day. Now, let me see. Where was it that we met?
Oh, Mr. Sholmes! We were together on the SS Buria.
Yes, of course, the Buria. Let me see. What happened on that voyage? It was Kazuma Asogi. He died, tragically. But you were a great help to us. Ah, yes, but of course, the case of Mr. Asogi. I was the one with the snake, wasn't it? Oh, it was the one with the snake, wasn't it?
Oh.
Well, you see, you seem to remember something of it, at least.
What an honor to be remembered vaguely by the great Herlock Sholmes.
To be remembered vaguely.
This is Mr.
Oh, no, my dear madam. Hold your tongue. I pride myself on my superior powers of recollection. Your names are safely recorded in my brain attic. Oh no. Miss Naruhodo. Oh, he got it. He got it opposite. And Mr. Susato. Try the other way around, Mr. Sholmes. I lose the first round. In truth, I had hoped to invite you both to my Baker Street suite. I can't say things. You both to my Baker Street suite the day we arrived in London. But some Scotland Yarders ambushed me at the railway station and whisked me away to a crime scene. It was an entirely trivial case, of course. I solved the matter in no more than 30 minutes. So they apprehended Sosuke-san in that short of amount of time? I'm afraid a pursuance of a new case has dulled my recollection of my past involvements a little. A little? It is a mistake to think that one's brain attic has elastic walls and can descend to any extent. I do my best to forget useless facts, lest they should elbow out to the useful ones. So, were useless facts? Yes, those are my own words of inimitable wisdom, you know, from an adventure entitled A Study in Scarlet. Please, there's no need to quote yourself. I don't always remember my pearls of wisdom, but fortunately my associate pens them beautifully. Means Iris, I suppose.
Mr. Sholmes, we have some extremely important questions to ask you about the trivial case you just mentioned.
Goodness, what an earnest expression. My dear madam, I should be only too pleased. This murky room is an apt place to discuss my murky case. Okie dokie. Hey, look at my Cronut badge. Mr. Naruhodo, please. Despite aspersions to the contrary, I am a professional. If I am to unleash my detective powers on that trinket, I must ask for a sum of £3 in oh my god. Oh, I don't need you to make any deductions about it. I was just wondering if you might know. Mr. Naruhodo, as a professional, I insist that if I am to offer my opinion on that trinket, I must ask for a sum of £3 in cash.
I believe Mr. Sholmes has his eyes on an expensive copy of the complete works of Shakespeare.
Yes, to stand on stage amid rapturous applause. It has long been a dream of mine, as you know. I literally had no idea. What about... Oh. I mean, I guess we can present this after. Okay, let's talk. We know this to be the lodgings of a Japanese foreign student by the name of Sotsuki Natsume. It seems that you assisted in his arrest, Mr. Sholmes, for the stabbing of a young woman outside here on Briar Road. Natsume. Yes, I believe it was a name rather along those lines.
But Mr. Natsume denies it. Was it really justifiable to arrest him on so little?
I'm sorry, Miss Susato, but I have not the slightest idea of what you mean.
What?
I can't believe he was looking Susato-san squarely in the eye while feigning ignorance. I assure you, I am not merely feigning ignorance. Why can everyone read our mind, huh? What's the point of having thoughts if they're not thoughts? It would appear as if the pair of you are under some misapprehension. Oh, how? I assure you I have no recollection of accusing your stooped compatriot of the crime. But that doesn't make any sense. The good detective of Scotland Yard made the following request of me, and I quote verbatim. We need to ascertain the identity and whereabouts of a man seen fleeing the crime scene. Oh, so you say he didn't arrest him saying that he actually did it. Oh, okay. A man seen fleeing. There were a number of books scattered on the pavement at the scene. From the book plates, I was quickly able to determine the bookshop from which they had been purchased. On speaking with the I was immediately led to this address. Elementary, wouldn't you say? I believe there is a receipt around here somewhere from the establishment in question. So you don't think Mr. Natsume is the culprit then? That I could not tell you. But it was aggravating my faculties, hence why I returned here. However, this place is such a trove of fascinating books. I found myself quite lost in bibliophilia. Do not be deceived into believing that I am a man of leisure. No, no, no.
Oh, dear.
Mr. Gardev, the landlord? Ah, tell me, have you encountered the landlord of these lodgings? Yeah, Mr. Gardev, a retired military man.
It was the first time I've ever met a soldier from the Great British Institution that is in the services.
And it's the first time I've ever met a maid from the Great British Institution that is service. I didn't think it was that funny. Oh, I know, I didn't think it was that funny. I do apologize. As you may well be aware, many households in London employ maid.
Yes, I read as much in my Great Britain primer.
And so, conversely, whether or not a household employs a maid has come to be betokened with the social standing of those dwelling therein. Betoken their social standing? Sorry? Put simply, my dear fellow, those who employ at least a single maid are considered middle class. Those who do not are beneath that. In the upper echelons of society, of course, households employ enough staff to constitute a large family.
Goodness, how extraordinary.
That's a lot of people. As you can appreciate, for those on the precarious boundary between the middle and lower classes, being able to afford just one maid is of the first importance. I had no idea. And it is for precisely that reason that I find great stimulation in the situation upstairs. Specifically in the retired army veteran, Mr. John Geradev. Oh? Affable as he is, the fellow is hiding something. Whether or not it imposes on the circumstances of this case, I'm yet unable to ascertain. I'm thoroughly lost on what he means to say. It means he's sus. This room is thoroughly suffocating for the soul, my dear fellow. I assure you, any man whose lot is to dwell in a place such as this will stab somebody sooner or later.
Mr. Natsume has stabbed no one.
Ah, but sooner or later, as I said. If not now, he's gonna stab someone the moment he gets out of jail.
I don't believe that's the issue here.
About this dark little room, Mr. Sholmes. Why is it there's no longer a window? Do you have any idea? No window? Well, I mean, I can clearly see that there is a window of sorts. But it's been completely blocked with bricks. Ah, I see. The answer to that question is quite simple. Window tax. A tax? Window tax? What's that?
Surely not a tax on windows.
Precisely that.
Oh my goodness.
Until relatively recently, a tax was levied on households in this country by the number of their windows. Those of lesser means, having inherited a sizable and costly family home perhaps, rapidly closed windows up. Oh, okay. While the rich opened windows here, there, and everywhere, in an effort to curry favor with those in power by furnishing them with large sums of tax money.
How awful and unjust, forcing people to live in rooms devoid of light.
Indeed, disease was rife as a result. So, some 40 years ago, or thereabouts, the window tax was abolished. Okay. But its legacy remains, as you can see, in squalid lodgings such as these, for example. I suppose Mr. Natsume's stipend for living here in London isn't very generous, perhaps. It would appear so. I've done a little digging, and discovered that these lodgings were offered at an extraordinarily low price.
Because the room is so awful, I should think.
Yeah, there are cracks in the walls too. Apparently Mr. Natsume only moved in here about 1 week ago? Yes, that's correct. I'm thinking I should give him a lower voice. However, I don't believe the low rent is explained by the shabby nature of the accommodation. Oh? Still, that is of little relevance here. A matter not worthy of further attention. Are you sure? I'm curious now. Well, I believe I told you all I can now. Thanks, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, yes, Mr. Norholt. Was it not your intention to become a practitioner of law? Well, we got one case, and we're You remembered that, did you? Will you perhaps be offering your services in this very matter, I wonder? To the occupant of this room, Mr. Natsume, was it? I'm not sure. Not sure? On what grounds? Well, I actually defended someone in court here only yesterday. Really? Well then, I congratulate you, sir, on an ambition realized. Wait, on an ambition realized, and so promptly too. The thing is, it's really made me question things. Am I right to believe in my clients? To trust in their innocence? Yes, trust. Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Natsume didn't do it, did he? My dear fellow, I haven't the first idea. Oh, but I thought that's why you were here. Didn't you come back to investigate? Ah, yes, that was indeed my initial intention. But there are simply too many fascinating books here. I couldn't possibly ignore him, so he got distracted. Oh, I see. Nevertheless, there are two facts that I can state quite unequivocally. The man who fled the scene of the crime 2 days ago was the Japanese occupant of this room, and there are witnesses who swear to having seen the same man commit the crime. That's all I can say. So, everything we knew from before. Oh, and one more thing.
Oh, what is it, Mr. Sholmes? Tell us.
I cannot say with any certainty whether or not it is of relevance to this case, but I'm quite sure that the retired army man who owns this property is hiding something. Mr. Garadebas? Mr. Sholmes said as much before actually, didn't he? Anyway, at present, that is really all that plays in my mind in relation to this case.
Mr. Naruhodo, as yet, our investigations have uncovered nothing that could help establish Mr. Natsume's innocence.
No, you're right. Perhaps it's time we probed a little deeper into Mr. Garadeb's secret. Just remember, I cannot be sure whether the landlord's secret will prove to be of relevance or not. But I wish you every success, of course, Mr. Naruhodo. A busy man indeed. He's gone back to his book in the corner of the room. Are you sure that means he's busy? Excuse me, Mr. Sholmes? Yes, so true. To be or not to be. That indeed is the question, Mr. Naruhodo. To be or not to be brushed off, that's the question. And the answer is all too clear.
Let's leave Mr. Sholmes in peace, shall we?
To be or not to be. So true, Shakesy. Okay. So... yeah, we're gonna go back and talk to the crescent guy. The guy with the crescent face.
19th February, Mr. Gary Dev's room.
Ah, you here again. Tell me, was the detective chap, I forgot his name, still hard at work down there?
I don't know if hard at work is the word.
Mr. Herlock Sholmes?
Ah, yes, rings a vague bell. All that detective business isn't really my thing, I'm afraid.
Well, Mr. Sholmes is in his element down there.
Jolly good show. Another cup of tea, if you would please, Joan.
She's gonna put it all over his thing. Yeah.
Ah! For an umpteenth time, woman, will you watch what your belly... Will you watch what your belly while doing?
I shall be serving dinner shortly, sir.
Yes, of course. Frightfully rude of me, but I'm afraid I shall have to ask you to take your leave if you be so kind.
Oh, yeah, of course.
I guess we can't ask questions then.
We are so deeply grateful for all your assistance.
Not at all, not at all. Don't get much chance to talk with young foreigners like yourselves. It's been a pleasure. Best of luck and all that. Perhaps you could see yourselves out.
According to Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Girdeb is hiding something. And since no other avenues of investigation seem open to us at the moment, perhaps we can do some digging. Digging at what? I feel like we've dug so hard. What? What? Oh, when did you get here? Oh my god. Seriously, the dev's favorite. What is he doing over there? Mrs. Sholmes? Aha! We meet again, my dear fellows. He's crafting like that.
Good gracious, when did you sneak in here?
Herlock Sholmes, sir, at your service.
Oh, whatever were you doing there, over there by the window?
I'm given to watching the evening sky as the sun sets, madam. Yet sadly, cheerful as the room downstairs undoubtedly is, it lacks the aperture for such observation. So I took the liberty of borrowing a small corner of space by the window up here. Well, keeping an eye to one's windows at dusk is the prudent thing to do in London, I'm gathering. And one more thing, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, me? I thought perhaps you might be in need of a certain great detective's a great mind. I thought it was gonna be, perhaps you need a dance partner? Wait, he's not talking about, is he? I didn't expect him to be going through that again so soon.
Do you mean Mr. Sholmes?
There is a mighty secret in this modest room. My eyes even see the most trivial of trifles. I take it you're prepared, Mr. Naruhodo. I think so. There is just time enough for one of my greatly admired great deductions. Let us conclude the matter before dark. Mr. Garydeb, though it would seem that you are a military man of considerably distinguished service, your standing as a landlord is most certainly not what one would call first-rate. I'm afraid, sir, that it's all too clear to me. There are two conclusions I have been able to draw by careful observation of your living arrangements. I beg your pardon? The first is that even as we speak, you are concealing the presence of a ferocious beast in your care. Ferocious beast. And second, is that as a result of the beast's violent rampage, you have lost something very dear to you. What?
Mr. Naruhodo, look! The old man's broken out in cold sweat. Unbelievably, it seems Mr. Sholm's conclusions are both spot on.
How could you possibly... How could I possibly know, you mean to inquire? The answer couldn't be simpler, sir. For in the dense jungle of logic and reasoning, I am the king of beasts. Oh, I keep pressing the wrong button, sorry. Ah! And I know only too well that wild beasts are not easily tamed. So, shall we begin? Once again, Herlock Sholmes is proud to present Logic and Reasoning Spectacular. Yeah, there we go again! Topic 1. Nature of the beast. It certainly shouldn't take a great detective to see. Yeah, the dance deduction. Oh. And a fearsome beast has been on rampage of late within these four walls. Thus we are faced with the question, what form might this beast take? Ah, for a man with a military breeding, your eyes are uncommonly candid. Your furtive glance, Mr. Gerdeb, leads us directly to the answer. The true nature of the beast that has run rampant here is revealed by that lion statue. Yes, though an army man, you appear unimposing at best. A fact that has fueled your admiration for the mighty lion, the king of beasts. What is this piffle I asked you? In the end, your admiration became so great, in fact, that you had a living, breathing specimen shipped from India, which you tried to keep in this very house. What? What? There's like a handprint on his other side of his face. Yet living with such a wild beast proved more difficult than you had imagined. The chilling traces of a wild rampage are still very much in evidence. Well... Yet, as we look around, the beast in question fails to present itself. He's retired, it's so weird. Where could this angry creature have disappeared to? Madam? Me? I pray you do not consider me unchivalrous, but it is plain to me with one glance in your direction.
It is?
Your dress parket gives us a handsome clue as to the beast's current whereabouts. For protruding from it is a handbill advertising a circus show.
Ah.
Yes, you sought to dispose of this terrifying lion, Mr. Gerdeb. At Batty's Circus, a traveling show currently sojourning in a nearby park. I have observed the tents. You sold the savage lion, sir, to the circus troupe. I most certainly did not. I believe I have made my point. The fearsome beast which ran amok in this room was an Indian lion. And a simple visit to the circus now will reveal the lion prancing jubilantly through a ring of fire. A rampaging lion. Okay. Aftermath. Now, Mr. Gerdeb, it is plainly clear that you still have deep feelings for this formidable beast. Indeed, in that blithe pose, the distress this loss has caused you is veritably tangible. Your head weighs heavy on your shoulders, the pain you feel being revealed by that supporting arm. And amid fits of tears, you let your beloved beast go. The strain of losing something so dear to you is clearly visible in your visage. Nonsense, man. I simply... But what, we must now ask ourselves, is the true cause of this pain? And we need only follow the direction of your gaze to find the answer. Oh. Yes, it's this pile of bills that have given rise to the pain you suffer. Every envelope contains yet another demand for payment.
Ah.
For cartloads of meat, potatoes, wheat, and tea. Indeed, feeding your beloved had a devastating impact on financial circumstances in your household. And so you had no choice but to let it go. Yes, well, Now, in a final fit of rage, the ferocious beast carried out one last unimaginable attack.
Unimaginable?
Oh yeah, it's that thing. The aftermath of which can clearly be seen by observing the carpet over there. A very expensive woodland carpet, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh dearie me.
And what could have caused such a destructive outburst?
Ah.
This time, madam, I'm afraid it was you who has inadvertently revealed the truth to me. Your wandering eye has settled upon the answer very neatly indeed. Yes, to explain the dire state of the carpet, we need only look at the Tower of Cakes.
Ah.
There's no creature more dangerous on this earth than a beast with an unsatiated appetite. Was it or was it not once said by a certain noblewoman, if they have no bread, let them eat cake? Food is at the heart of all tragedy, in fact.
Whatever do you mean?
Having tried a taste of cake, the beast began to stalk its next prey. I'm sure I need not spell out the nature of this final act of destruction carried out by the beast. There's only one logical conclusion. Worked into a frenzy by hunger, the lion attacked and ate the carpet. The teeth marks in the carpet are a perfect match with those of a lion I once saw in India. Yeah. Carpet gnawed on by starving lion. Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of this beastly puzzle. The face!
What's the matter with you, Joan? You're pouring scalding hot tea over me.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Gardip. I'm afraid I didn't notice.
My deductions can be startlingly sharp. It stands to reason that your cup runneth over. Indeed, my revelations can make people spill tears at times too.
Oh.
Mr. Sholmes? Sorry to butt in again, but can I make an observation? Why certainly, Mr. Naruhodo. What is it, again? Well, your deductions just now. Do you really think a lion could have fit inside a room this size? Indeed, it is the only explanation for the facts. The terrifying truth all too often lies beyond the realms of common sense. But wouldn't it be an idea to consider what lies inside the realms of common sense as well?
But if an uncaged lion have run amok in this very room, surely Mr. Gardip and his maid would have been hurt or worse.
Ah, that's where you are stuck. No doubt the former military man held his own against the beast using that large cannon. I thought you said that they sold the lion to the circus.
And what about the food? Meat and potatoes are one thing. But I don't believe I ever heard of a lion that drinks tea.
Or eats cake, for that matter. Ah, my dear Miss Susato, it occurs to me with some regularity that irrespective of race and breeding, whether anyone lands whenever anyone lands on Great British soil, they are infused with a highly appropriate taste for afternoon tea. When in Rome, do as Romans do. Oh, what a glorious notion!
Well then, Mr. Naruhodo,
It's your turn to shine again. I had a feeling this was coming.
a slight massage. That's all Mr. Sholmes' deductions That's all Mr. Sholmes' deductions need. You can do it.
The British spirit in action. Excellent. I'll be waiting for my trusty partner in deduction to step forward, Mr. Naruhodo. We don't even know yet whether or not this is going to help with Mr. Natsume's case. Still, uncovering the truth is always worthwhile, whatever the motivation. At least, that's what I want to believe. Let us start again. From the beginning. Of Herlock Sholmes, Logic and Reasoning Spectacular. Course correction. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. Okay, so it certainly shouldn't take a great detective to see that a fearsome beast has been on the rampage of late within these four walls. Thus, we are faced with the question, what form might the beast take? Right. Ah, for a man with a military breeding, your eyes are uncommonly candid. Your furtive glance, Mr. Garden, leads directly to the answer. And the true nature of the beast that has run rampant here is revealed by that lion statue. Yeah, no. I really didn't see the lion thing coming.
No, but if you observe Mr. Gyarados' reaction, it rather seems as though some beast did indeed run amok here in this room.
Yes, something with a fierce nature. Is it the cat? But it could have been a lion transported from India.
Oh, it could have been, yeah.
So, what was it then?
We must follow Mr. Gyarados' gaze. That will lead us to the true answer.
Okay, so it's not the lion statue. What is this? Photograph frame. Oh! What is this photograph?
It appears to be from Mr. Gyarados' wedding. He looks very happy, doesn't he?
He does, but you can't make out his bride.
No, how unfortunate. Someone must have struck the glass directly on the woman's face.
It kind of looks like the maid, doesn't it? Or am I going crazy? I wonder what happened. Probably best not to delve too deeply there. Okay. What else is here? Motor shells? These are shells for the cannon, aren't they? What a strange place to keep them.
I imagine they have some significance to Mr. Gyarados from his time in the army. Of course, he mentioned the battle to us before, didn't he? Do you remember? He said that he'd been shot in the knee. Perhaps it was one of these that hit him?
That would take out your knee. That would remove your leg completely, are you sure? But Susato. If around that side his knee, there would be nothing left of it. Or Mr. Gyarados. Wow, another handshake. Wow, me and Ryunosuke are the same person. Mr. Sholmes has a Persian slipper. And this man has spent shells. Perhaps it's customary in Britain to display, well, rubbish on the mantelpiece. Wow, so rude. Is that it? Is it just these three things? The lion, the picture, and the shells? The lion, the witch, and the wardrobe? Maybe it's the photograph? Because I really don't think it's a cannon that got launched in the room, because then the room wouldn't be there anymore. Oh no! I'm wrong! Beneath the lion statue on the mantelpiece, almost durably hidden from view, is a photograph. I have yet to examine it in detail. I'm sure you know the answer. Because I'm employing an extremely advanced detection technique called jumping to conclusions, you see? What a spectacular contrived logic led you to this mindless conclusion. Oh, well, it's supposed to be logic and reasoning spectacular, so I thought I'd contribute to this show. This is my show, Mr. Naruhodo. Kindly perform any peculiar experiments on your own stage. Oh, sorry. Oh no, I got it wrong! Then is it the cannon? Okay, well I mean, like, if they're talking about a beast, then the photograph doesn't really make sense, I guess. Okay. Oh, shit. These things? It can't. There's nothing else here, right? It's just these things.
Take that!
Motor shells. Okay. Wait. Is it not? The true identity of these beasts that tore the room apart in these shells. With their butter won't melt accomplice, the cannon. But the war is good for nothing. It brings only destruction. Something we must all strive to understand. That destruction is wanting in every way. Yes, I was wanting you to hear it. I'm quite proud of it. Oh no. I find myself wanting never to have heard it. I'm quite pained by it, in fact. Oh, sorry. I'll try again. What? Then is it just the line? I'm so confused. Okay, let me save before I make things worse. I think it automatically saved, but just in case. Oh wait, I saved on the nah, it's fine. Okay. Okay. If it's not the lion statue, then I'm. Oh my god! Shit. Okay. There's no beast more ferocious than the lion, and no lion that wouldn't unleash its ferocity in unfamiliar surroundings such as this. So, it must have been the lion. No other proof is necessary. Are you quite concentrating? You have identified exactly what I did originally. Oh, yeah, so I have. Sorry. Well, I do understand, as inimitable as I am, people do like to try. But you won't even make a great detective like that. Not even a great detective's assistant. An assistant's assistant, then? Alright, I'll think again. I mean, I'll get it eventually, right? Okay. I have 3. Okay. So that means I'm just missing something. The way presented is kind of dumb. It's actually this other motor shell. Is it not one of these 3 things then? Is it just something that I haven't seen? What? Oh wait, do I have to click on this photograph frame and pick something specific out of it? Or not? Oh, I see. So it was the bride.
Take that!
There we go. Okay. Easy peasy, first try. The true nature of the beast that has run rampant here is revealed by that newlywed bride. Precisely, Mr. Naruhodo. No other explanation could possibly fit. Yeah. Yes, this framed print picture of your wife. This framed print pictures your wife, Mr. Garridib. And while we lament the fact that her face is obscured, we can still make out her mighty arms and note the considerable horsepower that they must contain. Oh, indeed, surely any woman of powerful constitution would be honored to be described as a beast. Honored might be stretching the point. This particularly seems like the hardest to find because you... Oh, yeah. Right, they just want you to be more specific, yeah. It is misleading. Too late. The fact remains that the beast which so clearly savaged this room was your wife, Mr. Gyarados. Yeah, he's got like a slap on his face. The chilling traces of a wild rampage are still very much in evidence.
Well,
Yet as we look around, the beast in question fails to present itself. Where could this angry creature have disappeared to? Madam? Me? I pray you do not consider me unchivalrous, but it is plain to me that one glance in your direction.
it is?
Oh, your dress pocket gives us a handsome clue as to the beast's waistband. Okay. So... Oh, sorry if you hear like fireworks, it is 4th of July.
The poor, fragile, defenseless woman is beside herself.
Well, I don't know about fragile.
Oh dear. Anyway, Mrs. Sholmes is quite right. There's no sign of a Mrs. Gyarados anywhere.
But it does seem there may be clues as to her whereabouts. A clue that this maid is trying to hide. I wonder where Mr. Gyarados' wife could be. Okay. Just maid. Pocket. Teapot. She's in the teapot! Anything behind her? Or, oh! I'm so sorry, lady. I don't mean to look all over your body. Excuse me, ma'am. As oh, there's a wedding ring? Oh ho! What's this? I see. Oh, I forgot to press A. It's fine. Your wedding ring gives us a handsome clue as to the beast's current whereabouts. Ah! Indeed it does. That flowery band gleaming on your finger gives you away. Oh! For it is identical to the one shown in the hand of Mr. Gyarados' bride in this photographic print. In other words, you are no ordinary household maid. No. You are Mr. Gyarados' lucky bride. You are Mrs. Gyarados herself.
Oh my! Word!
Well, jolly fine detecting, sir. As you rightly surmised, this is my wife, yes, my Joan. Rather let herself go, you might say, but she was a bally cockabag.
It would appear you don't live in the most comfortable of circumstances. After all, you are a retired army man, yet you are here in the business of renting out rooms. Oh, I think I know why his wife is a maid. It was like what Sholmes was saying before, where he was like, oh, it's like considered middle class to have at least one maid, right? Like having servants is like kind of like a display of wealth, like, right? If you have if you don't have any servants at all, you're pretty much considered lower class. Right? And so in order to kind of make him seem richer, right, he has his wife be a maid. Or the wife volunteered, I don't know. But yeah, something like that, right? Okay. See? Yeah, I realized that from far away it does kind of look sleeveless. After all, you are a retired army man, yet you are in the business of renting out rooms. I would assume, therefore, you have insufficient means to employ a maid. Would that be correct?
It's not right, I tell you. I was second lieutenant of the 3rd Regiment. A man has his pride, don't you know? By golly, it's a sorry thing when a chap can't even afford to have a single maid in his employ.
Yes, here in London one is rather judged. A household cannot be considered worthy of society if it employs no staff at all. Though, in my considered opinion, such concerns about appearances are a folly. You mean Mr. Giridev has his wife work as his maid? Precisely. Am I right, Mr. Giridev? Now I'm looking too. His pipe is like broken.
Only in company, obviously, but listen here. Oh my god. This must remain a secret. Tip-top secret. Please!
The raging wife of Mr. Giridev. Oh my god. They're really out here calling her a beast. Okay. Now, Mr. Giridev. It is plainly clear that you still have deep feelings for this formidable beast. Indeed, in that blithe pose, the distress this loss has caused you is veritably tangible. Your head weighs heavily on your shoulders, the pain you feel being revealed by that supporting arm. Mr. Sholmes is quite something. He's calling Mr. Garadev's wife a beast. Yeah, as a woman, that feels rather uncomfortable. But Mrs. Giradev is standing beside her husband as we speak. In other words, he hasn't lost his beloved at all, has he? Oh, how true. So perhaps that supporting arm seems to be propping up his head. That seems to be propping up his head has some other significance then. According to Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Garadev's pain is tangible, though. What could that pose of that his really signify? Yeah, he got slapped, didn't he? Oh my god. Wait, what else is around him? Supporting arm. Pipe. Teacup. Everything else seems pretty normal. He's also got a cane. Probably because he injured his knee or something. Okay. So this slapped cheek. Right? You're the most elegant beast. Oh wow, thanks. I'm honored. Your head weighs heavily on your shoulders, the pain you feel being revealed by that slapped cheek. And of course, the deliverer of that impressive mark on your cheek that refuses to fade. Was you, Madame Joan, Giradev?
Well, yes.
You have been desperate to hide that slap mark on your cheek, sir.
How the blazes? Did you work that out, man?
Nothing escapes the notice of one trained in the art of observation, my dear fellow. That's why you haven't looked directly at us even once. To keep your other side from view.
Well,
Now, let us proceed with the next conundrum. She's standing behind him when he... Wait. Oh yeah, you're right. Oh my god. Crazy. Why were you subjected to such a violent slap? In other words, we must ask ourselves what caused Madame Giradev to fly into a rage. And we need only follow the direction of your gaze to find the answer. Yes, it is the pile of bills that have begun. Okay, so not this.
Didn't Mr. Sholmes say that the bills were all for the lion fodder?
Yeah, but now we've established that the line never existed. Which can only mean that the thing responsible for gobbling up that food was Mr. Gyarados' wife. Mr. No, hold on. She's a person, not a thing. Yes, well, she's also a person who gave her husband a mighty slap around the face. One so hard that it left a perfect hand mark, in fact.
Yeah, why would a woman want to hit her husband with such force, I wonder?
Well, there could be a lot of reasons, Susato. I'd love to know the answer to that question. Okay, pile of bills. What's this? Bookmark. What is this? Oh! There's a kiss mark on it.
Ah, someone must be reading this book at the moment. There's a bookmark here, look. Mr. Gyaradev is clearly an avid reader.
Oh, wait a minute. I don't think this is a bookmark.
Oh no, it isn't. It's a note written in a woman's hand.
Oh, James, I love you. Yours, Mary. Oh, he's been cheating? He's cheating? Oh man, I didn't want to say it because I didn't want it to be true, but oh no!
And look next to the signature here. Lip marks made with lipstick. Oh, what a passionate and romantic gesture.
Don't get any ideas, Susato-san.
Oh dear, I'm sorry.
So this bookmark is actually a love note then. What else is here? Books. Broken plate.
Oh dear, this plate has been smashed to pieces. And nobody seems inclined to tidy up the mess.
Perhaps it's some sort of high art. Really?
Really, Mr. Naruto?
Well, anyone who has a cannon on display in their living room is clearly a little eccentric.
Yes, let's call it eccentricity.
Yeah, words. Okay. I thought it was gonna be, because I thought that what is it called? The Sherlock Holmes book thing, it was over here on this desk. I thought it was gonna be that. It was like, you've been reading Sherlock Holmes, all you talk about is Sherlock Holmes. You never have time for me anymore, but I don't think that's it.
Take that!
Yes, it's this love note that has given rise to the pain you suffer. Oh, James, I love you. Yours, Mary. Passionate indeed. Look at her expression. Perhaps the sender of this note. Oh my god. Perhaps the sender of this note, a certain Miss Mary, is the fly in the ointment here. Oh! She slapped him again! Gah! But I don't know that bally woman. You don't know her? That note wasn't written to me. It was just in the book. I don't know how it got there. It was just in there, you say? It smells like BS. That's why she's been burning his hands so often. That's right, that's what I've been saying. Ah!
A likely story.
Now listen here, Joan, old thing.
What, did he just call her an old thing?
I explained at the time. I bought the book at the second-hand place, and that note must have already been in there.
So the previous owner of the book was using the note as a bookmark, you mean?
That's right, that's what I've been saying! Ah!
A likely story.
For heaven's sake, woman, look at the name! It's written to James! My name, in case you've forgotten, is John! Ah!
A likely story.
Are you questioning my name now?
Oh no, oh my god. And there we have it. Arouse the suspicions of the female heart, and you unleash a beast with the most ferocious bite. the Sherlock Holmes. Now, in a final fit of rage, the ferocious beast carried out one last unimaginable attack.
Unimaginable?
Oh, right. This thing. Okay, there's no way the wife did that, right? I have no idea. What is that? Oh wait, no, it's a burn. Oh, from the candle. Okay. Aftermath, okay.
Oh, dearie me.
What could have caused such a destructive outburst? This time, madam, I'm afraid it's you who has inadvertently revealed the truth to me. Your wandering eye has settled upon the answer very neatly indeed. Yes, to explain the dire state of the carpet, we need the Tower of Cakes. Okay.
But surely Miss Garrett didn't
Eat the carpet? No, of course not. But there doesn't seem to be any doubt that the state of disarray that this room is in is a result of her wild temper.
No, that's true. So this last part of Mr. Sholmes' deduction that we have, this is the last part of Mr. Sholmes' deduction that we need to fix.
The eye of the tiger, the heart of a lion. Wow, powerful. That's something like a character in a fighting game would have as a tagline.
We need only to follow Mr. Gyarados' gaze and that'll tell us the real answer.
Alright, let's see what we can do. See.
Yes.
Tower of Cakes. I kind of want to see what they say about the cakes.
Oh, so many cakes!
Is that all you can think about?
Well, look at them, Mr. Naruhodo. There's a mountain of them, and they all look so delicious.
It's more like a tower than a mountain, I'd say.
It's a mountain, and it's my hope that one day in our very homeland, I will be able to perform this tea ceremony at the foot of such a mountain.
It's definitely a tower. You know, do you know what Sweets Paradise is? The place in Japan that where you literally just go to eat cakes and other related items. Damn, I want to go there. Circus handbill.
This is an advertising handbill for the circus. Batty's Circus. It's in a nearby park.
Isn't this the same one we saw earlier? Not familiar. Okay, you should look it up. It's like, yeah. If you have a sweet tooth, it's good shit. Yeah, the one that we folded up in Mrs. Garradev's pocket.
Perhaps they're very great circus lovers?
It couldn't be that Hungry Lion is somehow involved here, could it?
Oh dear, I do hope not.
Okay, it's a candle.
This looks like a very old candlestick, doesn't it?
The base looks too small. Surely it's very unstable. It looks to me that even the slightest knock would make it topple over.
Oh dear, that would be dangerous.
Wait, take a closer look at this. There's one candle missing.
Yes, I didn't notice that before.
Why is that, I wonder? Why is one of the candle of the three missing from its holder? Gee, I wonder... Oh, I can look at the carpet. The carpet here has been ripped to shreds.
Yeah, and according to Mr. Sholmes' deduction,
The tears match those made by an Indian lion's teeth exactly. Oh, look here.
What is it?
If you look closely at the edge, you can see scorch marks.
Oh yes, so you can. In that case, perhaps the carpet wasn't eaten in the normal sense at all.
Let's rethink this with that in mind. Okay.
Take that!
Yes, the Indian lion eats by burning the edges of its prey beforehand. No. Okay. Yes, to explain the dire state of the carpet, we need only look at the candlestick. Most illuminating, my dear fellow. And of course, the only possible way out of this logical labyrinth. Yes, the remnants of a ferocious attack in which the carpet was devoured are clearly visible. Aha, yes. Indeed they are. The scorch marks are at the edge clearly give the truth away. Scorch marks? It would appear that this room has the scene of a little, martial altercation. Mrs. Garradev's mighty arm muscles left an impression not only on her husband's face, but on the entire room. The force of her strike caused the candle to fall from the holder,
and in seconds the carpet was alight, and the whole corner of the room was in flames.
Yes,
Yeah, of course, duh. The lions breathe fire. For the most ferocious beast in the world is neither a violent lion nor a vengeful woman, but fire.
And in this room, that ferocious beast bared his claws and ran amok.
Eloquently put, my dear fellow. So you see, there is but one conclusion here.
Woo!
After the sparks of the martial discord flew, this room was a scene of a fire. Oh, he stands.
Mr. Sholmes, sir.
I salute you! Oh! Oh shit. Carpet scorched by a small fire. Yay! Deduction complete. Elementary!
It's these dashed long winter nights, you know. Nothing to do but read in front of the fire. Luckily, there's a jolly good second-hand bookshop just around the corner. Buy all my old novels there.
And in the pages of one particular novel, you discovered some rather illicit material.
For which your wife admonished you harshly, it seems.
I don't know about admonished.
Demolished might be rather close to the mark.
And beast is most certainly as
Here we go again. And the carpet, was that destroyed by fire when a candle fell on the floor?
Afraid to say it was. Happened in the blink of an eye, you know. The whole place filled with smoke. Couldn't see a bally thing. I was caught between the old stick's rage and the raging flames.
You paint a torrid picture, sir. One that would be most entertaining. That's sympathy for you.
Didn't take long for the fire to spread, of course. The bally furniture started going up as well. We've had to hide the mess behind the scene for the time being. Behind the screen for the time being.
Over here, Mr. Garrett?
Well, you have nothing more to hide now, if you'll allow me.
Okay, we can move it. Do-do-do. Oh, dang.
And all my favorite old novels in that case.
Aw.
But as soon as the fire got a hold of them, that was it. Whoosh! Up in smoke.
Gosh.
Then the wife started hurling things at me.
Oh god.
What a terrible sight it must have been.
And there was I, back up against the wall, under heavy enemy fire. Incendiary books coming 10 to the dozen. Worst of it is, I lost my favorite book called The Lion's Pride.
The Lion's Pride. Ah yes, your notorious love of big cats coming through again.
I assure you, the title doesn't influence my choice in the slightest.
So the poor man really did lose something dear to him as a result of the ferocious beast's rampage.
Mr. Sholmes' deductions turned out to be correct once again.
He really is you used the wrong equation, but you got the right answer. It can only be described as a great British wonder.
I tell you, it was total carnage. Flames everywhere and the old stick in full fiddle.
Out of interest, what time of day was that? I bet it was during the murder, right?
Not sure I can remember. It was 2 days ago now. Let's see, around 5 o'clock, I think.
Wow, what a coincidence.
So at exactly the same time, as a terrifying incident was unfolding outside your window on the street below.
Even more terrifying on the inside, I can assure you. The whole of Blightly could have been flattened outside my window at that moment, and I wouldn't have noticed or dashed a thing.
Okay.
Oh, really?
What? Which means what? Which means that you didn't see it, the murder at all. So what? Wait, what? Mr. Sholmes? Yes, Mr. Norholdo? Oh, what can I do for you? Well, I think we got to the bottom of Mr. Garrideb's situation now. But what does it have to do with Mr. Natsume's circumstances? I can't help you there, I'm afraid. What? My dear fellow, if you recall, I did say as much from the outset. I warned you that although I knew that the retired army man would be hiding something, I could not be sure whether his secret would prove to be of relevance or not. I just knew you were gonna say that. Oh, now, Mr. Naruhodo, you must not lose heart. Bear in mind that all things fall into one of only two categories, those relevant to the case and those not. That makes no sense to me. Well, no matter. It is of far greater importance that you make up your mind now. Sorry? Visiting hours at the prison will soon be over. Oh no, is it that time already? If you're going to accept Mr. Natsume's case, we have official paperwork to attend to. So that's it. No more time to think. Perhaps you would like to betake yourselves to bidding us farewell now. I must prepare supper for Mr. Garrideb. Oh yeah. I'm so sorry. Sorry for prying into your personal life.
Thank you both very much for your time.
Sosuke-san will be waiting for us, and I'm going to have to give him an answer. Okay. I thought that the note was going to kind of play a part into the case. Or like, yeah. Like the case, or it's from Mary to... What's his name? It started with a J. Johnny? I don't know. It was from Mary. I remember that. Right? And I thought that, like, oh, maybe it had to do with, like, the used bookshop that Sosuke was going to. And then maybe that had some correlation? I don't know. But the thing is like, we got, like, almost nothing in our court record. Okay. Well, let's go back to the thing. Okay. I was just reading what Susato said. Oh no, that's not the right thing. Here we go. Wait, this is not right. I thought I put prison. What?
It's time, Mr. Naruhodo. We must hurry back to the prison.
Yes, I know. Let's hail a car- Oh, okay, we're just leaving the place. Okay. Oh.
What's the matter?
It looks like something's going on there in front of the Garrideb's house. Hmm? No. Oh my god! What? It's like a blonde Lord Farquaad. What? Holy shit, okay. Wow, I hate this guy. Okay, alright. I know thee not, old man. Fall to thy prayers. Oh my god, who the hell?
How are you calling the old man, you rum-looking nimmy-pimmy?
Court jester. Nah, this guy, you see like the gems and shit on his thing? He's definitely richer than a court jester. Oh god. Wow, immediately these two, I'm not a fan. British Popeye? Yeah. Oh god, okay.
There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamt in your philosophy. Who's this Horatio fella, eh? What do you want about?
Excuse me.
Susato, don't talk to them. Don't talk to them. We gotta go, Susato.
What the? Who are you now?
Inverted Lord Farquaad.
I'm sorry, it just looked as though there might be some problem here. And my associate here, Mr. Ryunosuke Naruhodo, is a lawyer, you see.
Why are you talking to them, Susato?
A lawyer? What?
If I can be of any assistance, I'm happy to help. I'm from Japan, but I've studied English law. What are you saying? We gotta go.
Shh. Fine, I'll be on my way for today, but you mark my words. This ain't over yet.
Get thee to a nunnery. Is this like a Shakespeare fan or something?
Do I look like a blooming nun to you?
Oh god, I don't like this guy. Oh man.
Okay, I do hope you're not injured. Suddenly she's British.
Oh fair Eastern maiden, thou art so gentle, thank you.
What was that all about?
There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamt in your philosophy.
I'm not Horatio either.
Forgive the inquiries, sir, but are you a lodger here in the Gyrodeb residence?
Oh fair Eastern maiden, thou art so right. Yes, I do dwell in this humble abode.
Mr. Gyrodeb mentioned that he had another lodger, didn't he? Okay, so he's probably not as rich as he looks. Well, I mean, that's obvious, right? This must be the man. Sorry, there's something stuck in my teeth. Okay. Plastic gems. Yeah. The plastic gems you find in your Barbie playset. Do you happen to know the other lodger who lives on the first floor?
Ah yes, a gentleman named Natsume. More worthy a polemist in my battle of words ne'er could there be.
Sorry? Battle, did you say?
Who is stronger, Hamlet or Macbeth? Mr. Natsume and I sparred long into the night.
I see. Oh god, it's like, you know when anime fans are like,
Who would win in a fight, Goku, Naruto, or Luffy?
it's like that, but like with Shakespeare characters. I'm sorry. Anyway.
I don't fully understand, but it seems Mr. Natsume and this gentleman are acquaintances at least.
So, fair maiden, so good gentleman. I can tarry here no longer. Fare thee well.
Oh, thank god he's leaving.
I didn't really understand him, but I think he's returned to his room.
It seems he's not aware of what happened to Mr. Natsume, so he can't really help us. Or he's the witness, or two of them are the witnesses. But I hope they're not. Please, I hope they're not the witnesses. With Sotsuki-san and the man as lodgers, at the Gyrodeb house is certainly full of eccentrics. Anyway, I'll go and find a carriage.
Yes, I'm sure Mr. Natsume is eagerly waiting our return.
Let's hope we can get to the prison before visiting hours are over. Alright, let's go. Oh! Oh, it's you. You're here. You came. Locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. I can't believe you came back. I'm so touched.
We're so sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Natsume.
Oh, no, think nothing of it. Relax. If I were a cat, I would purr with pleasure at the company of such fine compatriots. Noble, nurturing, never failing, Nipponese. Oh, now let's not get carried away. Oh, I quite agree. There's nothing more reassuring than the familiarity of one's native plant. On the other hand, oh my god, it's him. It is through friendship transcending international borders that one truly appreciates the fact. Such is belief, at least. Oh, it's you! The miserable, rotten spy! Hairlock Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing here? Not a pun or anything, he's apparently straight. Yeah, he is! I know this guy is solely based on the moon is beautiful thing. Natsume Sotsuki. He's like, oh yeah, moon is beautiful means I love you. That's all I know. Oh, I missed something. I have no intention of doing anything per se, save observing, of course.
Whatever do you mean, Mr. Sholmes?
Well, having encountered some curious reading material in that gloomful room, and having unmasked the secret identity of that eccentric pair, I decided I should drop in on my way home to see how our divested friend is faring. I know those words. Gloomful room? At least your accommodation here offers a window, my dear fellow. In that case, it is a superior option. Anyway, I must commend you on your taste in books. My day has been a delight, and cost me not a penny. Ah! You! How dare you! Hairlock Sholmes! Ugh. I've had it. I'm through. I'm at the end of my rope. I should never have come to Great Britain. It was all a terrible mistake. Haunted by spirits in those accursed lodgings. No doubt my luck will be cursed in tomorrow's trial as well. My whole life has been damned! What is a bit damned mean?
What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo?
I don't know what damned means. He mentioned that once before, didn't he? That his lodgings were cursed, I mean. And there is much truth in Mr. Mustache's words. What? Cursed is a wholly appropriate description, I would say. I mean, there is no window. For the man's lodgings, and indeed for tomorrow's trial. What's that supposed to mean? By the way, I kind of want to look at this thing I didn't get to. Your book, 17th February. Alright. Customer, Mr. Natsume. Sum of 2 shillings tendered in receipt of. The picture of Monsieur something, meal for. Okay. Okay. Books. Local map, armband. Hey, look at my thing. Wait, no, we already showed it to him. Curse trial. Mr. Natsume, what did you mean by what you said just now? About the trial of tomorrow being cursed. Oh no. Why are you looking so grave? You're making me nervous. I was just getting carried away, that's all. I didn't mean anything by it. Oh, I see. That's really agitated him. I thought it was because Van Zieks was prosecuting, right? That's what he meant? You don't mean the trial really is cursed somehow? Oh, he doesn't know. Okay, let's not tell him. Sholmes, don't tell him. Don't tell him. Are you referring to the prosecutor? The Reaper of the Ryunosuke, you idiot. The Reaper? Oh no, what do you mean? Please, tell me. Summarize it succinctly in 16 salient words. No defendant has ever survived a trial in which the Reaper stands for the prosecution. Ever. The Reaper. Yeah. Ah. That's reassuring. Oh my goodness! Can it really be true? That was 16 words exactly! Was it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Oh, wait! Actually, you know what? I don't know. I can't count. What am I trying?
Yesterday, Mr. Naruhodo successfully defended someone against the Reaper. But then, after the trial was over, the defendant passed away in unusual circumstances.
The power of writing. Mr. McGilden. What? Ah, I am impressed, Miss Susato. You have an eye for detail.
Actually, the Lord Chief Justice told us.
Mr. Sholmes, surely it can't be that having failed to have the accursed, accused convicted, Lord Van Zeeks killed the man himself?
Oh no, he couldn't have, surely.
Well, I mean, if it happens every time... You have some wonderful notions. Sorry? The man isn't a mass murderer. He's a court prosecutor, my dear fellow.
Oh, yes. Why, of course he is.
Of course he is. Then why are you trying to scare me? It could be said, however, that the real truth about the man is even more terrifying than your hypothesis. Huh? What on earth do you mean by that? Oh no. Van Zeeks is a quite exceptional man. However, in London courts of law, exceptional does not equate to winning every case without exception. Oh, that's good. Totsuki-san looks like he's gonna cry tears of joy. I just realized I'm kind of blocking. I'm gonna move over a bit. Okay. As you are no doubt aware, in a British criminal trial, there is both a judge and a jury. The judge officiates based on the letter of the law, whilst the jury offers public opinion and common sense. It is an excellent system whereby the defendant's guilt is considered from several points of view. However, public opinion in particular is somewhat easily manipulated. Right, we saw that firsthand. Criminals and corrupt lawyers, for that matter, can use it to their advantage, by any means at their disposal, contriving evidence, calling impostors as witnesses, and so on. By such underhand means, those who would want to are able to sway the jury. Which means that even in the light of irrefutable evidence, the prosecution can fail.
But it means the wrong verdict can be passed.
And sadly it is from time to time, my dear madam. It is simply the reality of the situation. And that's alright. However, those indicated by Lord Van Zeeks cannot escape justice. Their fate is sealed.
Oh my.
Though the adjudication may see them leave the courtroom with their freedom, within months they all disappear. It is most striking. So, like, they only die if they're actually guilty? Is that what he's saying? So, like, it's kind of like, if he prosecutes someone and then they end up being not guilty, but they are actually not guilty, they'll still live? Or is... huh? Okay. Disappear? But how? Ah, by all manner of misfortune, sir. Perhaps they are trampled under a passing carriage. Perhaps they fall into Thames and drown. Perhaps they are suddenly overcome by a raging fever, or perhaps attacked by highwaymen. Oh, no. All examples of the reality of events here in London, I'm afraid, Mr. Naruhodo. Ah, I knew it. I'm a dead dodo done for doomed! Cursed lodgings. When you said accursed lodgings before, you were referring to your room at Mr. Garridub's house, I assume? Do you mean to say you believe the place is cursed? It's been a year now since I came to Great Britain. But I'd only been in London a week before I started to notice strange feelings in myself. Strange things in myself? Okay. That didn't take long then. Everywhere I looked, there were foreign faces staring at me, laughing behind my back. Oh, yeah, I was sure people were talking about me. I started to become nervous about going outside. They were always staring at me, all the time, from dawn till dusk. So I shut myself away in my room. But even that didn't help.
the fear wouldn't go away. You must have been really lonely, having been away from your homeland for such a long time.
I've had to move a number of times. Most recently to that room on Briar Road a week ago now. Anyone he prosecutes is either found guilty and hung, or dies later, even if it found not guilty. Maybe he only takes cases where it's obvious that they could. Maybe. Because I was wondering. Right, so basically, because what Sherlock or Herlock was saying before was that even despite the court's decision in the end, the accused always, quote, like, kind of gets the justice he deserves, right? Like, in last case, Mr. McGilded was probably actually the killer, and then he ended up dying anyway. Or something like that. He only takes cases where it's obvious that they Wow, so just exactly what Phoenix does. Okay. So, because I'm assuming that Sotsuki is innocent, right? Because he's got to go back to Japan and write The Moon is Beautiful, right? So, which means that we should find him innocent in the end, which means he should get a not guilty in the end. Is how I'm assuming the story will go. But if Van Zieks is the prosecutor and that happens, right? Sotsuki in the end should still live because he was technically an innocent guy, even though it was Van Zieks. I don't know. Whatever. Thinking too hard. Having to move. Okay, to Briar Road right now. Yes, why did you choose there? Seems a little inconvenient. The rent is cheap. I have little money, so it appealed to me straight away. Of course, I asked why it was so affordable. The landlord just simpered and said, "The room is cursed." Oops. Oh. He quickly tried to cover his mistake, but it was too late, so I told him, "If you have something to say, then say it. But if not, don't mention it in the first place." Yeah, that's what I was trying to say to Ryunosuke about Van Zieks being the Reaper, but he said it anyway. Yes, well said. But it was true. It was all true. You mean the room really is cursed then? Ever since I moved into that windowless hellhole, my sleep has been plagued with nightmares. I'm awake feeling as though I've been choked to death. You hear the curve and why is it obvious to him? Will make sense. Okay. Might be why it appealed to him. Oh. Maybe. So he only takes case where it's like obvious that the client is gonna be, or that the guy is gonna be guilty, then. And in my waking hours, people are stabbed in front of me as I walk down the street. I'm branded a killer, thrown in prison. Nobody wants to know me. I'm surrounded by scary, sinister spirits. If only there was someone, just one person on my side. Can no one find it in his or her heart to believe me? Really? No one at all? To believe. Yes, to believe. To believe or not to believe? Okay. To believe. Mr. Sholmes? Ah, me, Mr. Naruhodo? Pray, what can I do for you? He lost his accent. It's about the case on the SS Buria, if you recall. The Buria. Oh, that case. The one with the snake. Well, yeah. At that time, I was the suspect, but you believed in me and listened to my side of the story. And you helped us investigate. I did. Did I? Interesting. What I want to know is, why? Why did you believe me? Oh, I see. Yes, you mean... because you were a grimly dressed, shady Eastern fellow found with the victim in the locked room? Well, if you like... yes. I'm a little surprised that the answer requires explanation, my dear fellow. It's quite simple, really. You said I didn't do it. But I could have been lying. Surely you must have had your doubts. You must have suspected me a little. Ellipses. I think perhaps you have misunderstood. I neither recall believing in you, nor in that which you were telling. What? I neither recall believing in you, nor in that which you were telling me. What? What? Your way of phrasing words is confusing. You see, the only things I believe in are those I choose to believe in.
What? What do you mean, Mr. Sholmes?
I make up my own mind about what is to be believed, and what is not. If I should like to believe in something, I do. If I should like to believe in something, I do. The circumstances can hang as far as I'm concerned. But I could have betrayed your trust. In that case, I should have made an elementary error, or I should have made an elementary error of judgment, nothing more. Betrayal of trust is an overused excuse, in my opinion. Meaning? Whether or not one should trust another is, in the final analysis, down to oneself. It is a matter of whether or not one can trust oneself. Yes, he's right! He's right! Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire! Whether or not I can believe myself. Oh my god, Kazuma! A defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his client. And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself. You're so right, You are so right, Kazuma. So basically, trust your judgment. Well, my dear fellows, it is time we were leaving, I believe.
Already?
Visiting hours are over. The guard will be here shortly to escort us out. There is a restaurant near here that serves excellent trout. Would you care to join me? Ooh, yay! Food! Oh, sorry, Sotsuki, you can't leave.
Oh dear, there's never enough time, is there?
Don't worry, we'll slip some trout through the crack in the window. Nah. Mr. Natsume? If you like, in the trial tomorrow. Only slightly awkward. Yeah. I'd be happy to represent you. Locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. As I said, I only experienced a British courtroom for the first time yesterday, and although the man I was representing was found not guilty, I lost sight of— oh my god, the fireworks are loud. Okay. Was found not guilty. I lost sight of something crucial. Something crucial? What I want to believe in, the defendant, justice, or the truth. How to believe, even. But I think I've finally worked it out. I've decided I must believe in myself above all else, to trust my instincts.
Yes, Mr. Naruhodo.
And my instincts are telling me that you, Mr. Natsume, are innocent of this crime. And it's imperative that we prove that in court. Locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. I will fight for your innocence until the bitter end with every weapon available to me. So I hope you'll permit me to represent you tomorrow. As I said when we first met, I'd like to entrust my fate to someone who will listen to me in my native tongue. Of course, Mr. Natsume. It would be fair to say, Mr. Naruhodo, that your mind was, in many ways, made up from the outset. You merely needed the events of today to fully realize it. That's a weird voice. Yes, I think you're right about that. It's been a roundabout journey, but I got there in the end. Miss Susato. Yes? Would you be willing to stand by my side tomorrow and help me in court? Do I have a choice? No. Absolutely!
As I said this morning, you may consider me your personal judicial assistant.
Oh, Susato's so cute. The shocking events of yesterday's trial still weigh heavily on my mind. But it's time to stop looking backwards. Kazuma believed in me, and Mr. Scholz believes in me now too. So it's time. Time that I learned to believe in myself. Sotsuki-san has no one. He's all alone, so it's my job to help him, to fight his corner. Tomorrow, in the courtroom, with all the strength I can muster. Yeah, to be continued. It's definitely anime spirit at the end there. And also the whole believing thing is very anime. Yes, save my current progress. Here. Yeah! Casually continues. It's only been 4 hours, come on. Sorry. Okay.
20th February, 9:23 a.m. Old Bailey Defendant's Anti-Chamber.
Well, I never expected this. That we'd be continuing right after that. Who would have thought we'd be back here again so soon?
We are on a study tour of Great Britain, with the intention of learning the country's legal practices. In order to research the latest court procedures here, we need as much court experience as possible.
Well, yeah, I suppose that's true. But for the person in the dock, it may well be his or her one and only time in court, and it could be life-changing. In which case, treating it as research may seem a little crass.
Oh, when you put it like that...
I don't know. I think if there's like another investigation court section, then probably not. But if this next courtroom part is the last part, maybe. But it's definitely gonna be long. But it's okay. The sound of the fireworks pushes me forward. Good morning! Is this Sotsuki?
Yep.
Oh, Mr. Natsume. Good morning. All one course session? Yeah, yeah, probably. Okay, if it gets way too late, then I'll stop. But it's okay right now. It's like only 9:20 p.m. Yeah, we're fine. Powers by America.
Oh dear, are you alright? Your eyes are terribly bloodshot.
The early bird catches the worm, as they say here in Britain. Yeah, I've heard that expression. But I really don't want to catch a worm. So I tried desperately not to wake up early, but I was so worried I couldn't catch a wink. And now, I'm absolutely exhausted as a result. Do all literary people take things so literally?
Thank you for putting your faith in us today, Mr. Natsume.
I wish I had 9 lives! My whole future hangs in the balance. I'm too terrified to tremble! Really? Because I can feel tremors in the floor. I can't do this, I can't take it! Although, locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire... yes. I got a glimpse of the public gallery as I walked by the courtroom. And it looked like the opening night of an opera. There were so many people. I had no idea my case was such a notorious affair here in London. Oh, neither did I. Do you know why that might be, Miss Susato?
I'm sorry, Mr. Naruhodo, but I have no idea.
They did say it was because it's a Japanese guy who killed a British woman. Like, the same thing that happened in case 1. So, maybe it's because of that. Who knows? So that all-knowing look on your face is just coincidence then, is it?
Don't hide the truth from me! It's
It's because of the Reaper, isn't it? Or it's because of that. Lord Van Zeeks? Is that right, Miss Susato?
I purchased as many different newspapers as I could find this morning, and yes, Lord Van Zeeks is on the front page of every one.
You spent our money on what? I knew it!
Sometime after the prosecutor was dubbed the Reaper of the Bailey, he stopped appearing in court, it seems. It's been several years now, in fact, until the day before yesterday.
Yeah, Inspector Gregson told us something similar, didn't he? The trial 2 days ago marked Lord Van Zeek's return to the courtroom after a very long hiatus. The trial of Magnus McGilded. Ugh, what a harrowing experience that was.
I believe that appearance made even greater waves here in the capital than today's.
But we wouldn't have realized, of course, having only just arrived in the country.
Why is the Reaper back in Bailey so soon, and for what appears to be a mundane murder? That's the question the papers are asking, and they're all speculating various answers.
Oh. Mundane! Mundane! It's the most significant saga of the century to some of us.
Oh dear, I meant no offense, Mr. Natsume, but that is just how the papers are describing it.
Well, at least we also forget the fact that it could spark an international incident. Obviously, the reappearance of this infamous prosecutor has caught everyone's attention, but there's another blatant similarity with the trial of 2 days ago.
Yes, I agree.
Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire, it's you! Me? Well, I suppose that's true. Both time it is you who stands against this legendary prosecutor. It can only mean that you're friends with the Reaper! No, we haven't even had a conversation with the dude. Please, I don't rub shoulders with Deathbringers. Rub shoulders.
I'm afraid there really isn't. There's really only one other explanation. It can only be another example, Mr. Naruhodo,
of your uncommon bad luck. Thanks for that. Oh, this is just my luck. Why must I be represented by a man with such frail fortune? By the least lucky lawyer alive? Bruh. It was either me or no one else. Come on, man. Well, let's not forget that it was you, Mr. Natsume, who asked me to represent you. Yes, it's true, I'm just a student, new to London, with little in the way of experience or skills or luck. But I promise you this. I will fight your corner until the bitter end, and I will believe in you, Mr. Natsume. Oh, benevolent locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. The way Sotsuki calls Ryunosuke, his title is so long.
You're not alone here with us, Mr. Natsume. Whatever happens, we will always be on your side.
Oh, benevolent non-locum assistant Miss Mikotoba Esquires. I'm in your debt forever. I shall never forget this greatest kindness for
Mr. Natsume, counsel for the defense. The court session is about to begin. Kindly make your way into the courtroom at once.
Alright then, Mr. Natsume. It's time. Let's go. Yes! This is it. My second appearance in the British courtroom. And my second trial against the Reaper. I hope you're watching over me, Kazuma. Because this time, I won't let my faith waver. I'll believe my client to the last. Just like you believed in me. I believe I can do this now. I'm ready for this fight.
Oh my god, his head is really full of
Kazuma. It's always full of Kazuma.
20th of February, 10 a.m. Old Bailey courtroom.
Your spirit's always literally. Whoa, there it is. The sword too. Oh my god. So, Oh, they are different. I was gonna say, like, if the jury is different every time, and it is. Holy shit, that's a lot of detail to put in this game. Wow.
In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare the court to be in session. I now call upon the counsels for prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed.
Oh, the vampire is back. The prosecution is fully prepared, my lord. The defense is ready, my lord. The Nipponese are a truly fascinating breed. Sorry, what? Did you just call my race a breed? Lord Strongheart has told me all about you. That you are a student who arrived in London but 2 days ago. A mere amateur. Do you have a point? Being a compatriot, you feel compelled to try and help the accused, I suppose. Typical Nipponese arrogance. Racism.
Forgive me, but I do not believe arrogance is an appropriate description.
Susato-san.
After all, at our previous encounter, the defendant was found to be innocent.
Yeah. The tomato juice. Very true, and the most fascinating, if dark, trial it was too. The tragic conclusion came later, of course. Here's to the acquitted and his unfortunate and violent end. Damn.
Thank you, consuls. I see both sides are fine fettle. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, are you ready to carry out your duties in court as impartial members of the public?
Wait! What? It's this guy again! What? You're still here? Oh my god. Hey yo, it's probably this guy that killed Mr. McGilden, let's be real. Right? Because he was in debt. He's probably ecstatic that Mr. McGilden is dead. Oh my god. You never know when you might be down on your luck, but I believe in fair play for everyone. Now he's a jerk. Yeah! Oh my god. Wait! What? Hold on. Her face reminds me of something. Of like... Betty Boop. Like that, I think, kind of. I don't know.
But I must warn you, I'm rather more ruthless than I appear.
Yeah, another juror of note, okay. Well, not me. What you see is what you get. I'm a peace-loving fellow. Oh, hey, it's the... yeah. What? It's Mrs. Not McGilden. Mrs. What's their last name? I don't remember. But yeah, it's the beast. I'm afraid to say, I think it's quite possible the mustached foreigner did the deed. Oh my god. Yeah, Gyaradev, that's their name.
Come on now, what...
My voice can't go that low, I'm so sorry.
Come on now, what are we waiting for? No, he did it anyway.
Holy shit. Santa number 2? Sorry, didn't quite catch that. Is that last guy, like, hard of hearing? I don't know.
Very well, let us proceed. Your opening statement, if you please, Lord Van Zeeks.
Very recently, Great Britain signed an alliance with rising power in the Far East. The accused in the dock today is a student from that same land, a certain Mr. Sotsuki Natsume. And while our country has extended this foreign student the warmest of welcomes, regrettably the kindness has not been returned. In fact, the student is accused of the most sinister act. Bro, of plunging a knife into the back of an innocent woman who was doing nothing but walking down the street. A knife crime, I tell you from bitter experience, those are the worst. Bloody oath they are. From experience. Nobody exploded. Yeah, there needs to be like warning signs around him.
Just look at that sallow complexion and short stature. He's one of those dreadful Japanese.
Okay, well, she's a racist, but...
Come on, let's get this over with. With me now, everyone. 1, 2, 3.
Sorry, didn't quite catch that. Pray, forgive the discourtesy of smashing my hallowed chalice here in the Great Chamber. Yeah, you should learn to stop doing it. Allow me to call the first witness to the stand.
Very well. Bailiff, lead the inspector in, please.
Oh, it's, yeah, the fish and chips guy. Your name and occupation, please. Yeah, Gregson. Shit, what voice is it?
Yes, sir. Tavares Gregson, Detective Inspector at Scotland Yard.
Would you please summarize the events of the case for the court, Inspector? She's cute.
The victim is thought to be a young woman in her 20s by the name of Olive Green.
I beg your pardon, Inspector. Thought to be?
Yes, having been stabbed in the back by her attackers' knife, the victim fell unconscious. That was 3 days ago now. She's been in comatose ever since.
What? So they don't even know who she is for sure? How do they not? Can they not see her face? Like, what? Does she not have any ID?
Comatose, I see, but her life is not in danger?
Fortunately, for the Eastern student, the charge will not be murder. Pray, elaborate on the details, Inspector?
Sir, if I could ask everyone to look at this street map. As I mentioned, the incident took place 3 days ago, at around 5 in the afternoon. It happened on the pavement running along Briar Road, a wide thoroughfare for horse-drawn vehicles.
Okay.
It had not been long since it stopped snowing as the victim, Miss Green, was walking down the street. Out of the blue, she was approached from behind by the accused and stabbed in the back. Luckily, the young lady's life was spared, and she's currently being treated in one of the city's hospitals. But being unconscious as she is, we've been unable to take a statement from her, of course. This is the case file with everything we know about the victim so far.
Thank you, Inspector.
The court will find these documents as evidence.
What was the voice I did for? If you please. This is hard. What if the weapon that was used?
Sir, I have that here. It was removed from the victim's back.
Ouch. That big thing is starting to make me scared to walk down the street now.
With a heavy blade like that, almost anybody would have been able to stab the poor woman.
What? Oh. Okay. Even the scrag-looking Sotsuki-san, I suppose.
A common or garden jackknife, I would say. Rather nondescript. Thank you, Inspector. The court accepts this blade as evidence.
The jackknife has been entered into the court. Jackknife? Okay.
Now then, what do we know about the motive? Money or valuables, I presume? From what we can tell by looking at the woman's possessions, it seems that she's a poor student herself. Hard to imagine she would have anything much worth pinching, my lord. I see. So, well, in that case, are we looking at some deep-seated resentment towards the victim? I'm afraid I couldn't say. Apart from visiting second-hand bookshops, the defendant, Mr. Natsume, doesn't appear to get out much. At this moment in time, we haven't been able to establish any sort of connection between him and the victim.
Yes!
Raise his hand. If theft and grievance have been ruled out as the motive, what reason can Mr. Natsume possibly have had for stabbing the young woman? If they say it's because he's Japanese, I'm gonna... Yet you arrested the man in spite of that, in a totally unjustified and heavy-handed way.
Objection!
The public gathering. Mommy!
There's glass all over the floor.
Timmy, get over here, it's dangerous. Next time we have to get seats in a different location. Perhaps behind the young Japanese boy, who definitely will not throw their alcohol into the audience. Pray forgive the discourtesy of flinging a freshly uncorked bottle into the public gallery. But your words have sourced its hallowed bouquet. Banquet. For it is you, my learned friend, who is being heavy-handed here. What? Scotland Yard does not arrest people without good cause. That should be beyond question. Inspector Gregson, the prosecution calls for your formal testimony. Explain to the court precisely what a constabulary came to arrest the Nipponese student.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Natsume's arrest.
As I said, it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon when the incident occurred, and there was an unusually light fog. Visibility was reasonably good, and there was no one else about but the victim and the accused. Out of the blue, the victim was stabbed from behind and subsequently collapsed on the pavement. The accused ran off, scattering his belongings all over the floor. There was being a number of old books he just bought. He was on the way home from a bookshop, it seems. It was just a matter of working out who the books belonged to, and we found the bloke to arrest him.
Oh, okay. Old books, you sir?
Yes, my lord. I have a photograph here of the scene of the crime, taken immediately after the incident.
Oh, okay. Oh yes, I can clearly see the books that you were referring.
I will take the photograph print as evidence, please, Inspector.
Crime scene photograph entered. Okay. You Nipponese are a spineless breed, too cowardly to admit defeat, denying everything despite overwhelming evidence to the contrary. Well,
Forgive me, Lord Van Zeeks, but the defendant is not denying everything, as you put it.
What are you doing, Miss Susato?
Do go on.
Mr. Natsume has admitted to playing some part of the incident. Is that right, Mr. Naruhodo?
Well, now that you mention it, when we visited him in the prison yesterday, he did tell us what had all happened. As I was walking down the cursed pavement, I could make out the sole silhouette of another ahead of me. Oh, and wearing a green overcoat she was, and just as I went to overtake her, she suddenly let out a little scream and collapsed into the cold, hard slabs of stone at my feet. I was terrified. I had to get away from there. So I ran, as fast as my legs could carry me back to my cursed lodgings. Yeah. But he didn't see who did it. So what? She just got stabbed by a ghost. A green overcoat.
Well, that's exactly what the woman in the print is wearing.
Oh my, a photograph containing color. What will the world come up with next?
The defendant has done nothing more than admit he fled the scene of a terrifying incident. That does not mean he's guilty of the heinous crime of stabbing the woman in the back. There was nobody else there at the time, just the two of them, the victim and the accused. In other words, there was nobody else who could possibly have stabbed the woman. A fact that the accused concedes. Ugh.
Perceives that the cross-examination can prove to be pivotal, counsel. Proceed, please.
Yes, my lord. Nothing for it. I have to use this cross-examination to turn the tables here. It's our only chance. Okie dokie dokie. Mr. Natsume's arrest.
As I said, it was around 5 o'clock in the afternoon when the incident occurred, and there's an unusual light fog.
Okay. A light fog, you say?
Well, light for London. You can see the opposite side of the street for once. Not much farther, though.
That's light, is it?
Around these parts, yes. Not something I expect a Japanese fellow like yourself to know, of course.
I've read that London is famous for its fog. But in my country, people usually imagine that gives the city a rather beautiful appearance. How quaint.
Yes, well, it's not something that Londoners tend to romanticize, as I expect you to appreciate.
I see.
At this time of year, the fog causes a large number of accidents, especially when it's heavy. Sometimes you can't even see your own hand at the end of your arm.
Indeed.
The other day I was very nearly trampled by horses before I could see the carriage they were pulling.
Susato-san and I should definitely remember to stop, look, and listen. However, on the day that concerns us, the fog was somewhat lighter than usual. A fact no doubt lamented by the accused.
Visibility was reasonably good and there was no one else but the victim. Okay.
How are you able to state that with any certainty? Quite simply, my learned friend, because that is what the witness to this crime has told us. Yes, Inspector Gregson mentioned the witnesses yesterday, didn't he? Oh, okay.
That's right, one of them is a policeman, I believe, from Scotland Yard.
That is correct, ma'am.
Then we must hear their testimony. The prosecution will of course call them to the stand, should it be necessary. But wait a minute. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon in the middle of winter, it would have been dark already. No matter how light the fog must have been, no one could have seen... I'm unaware of the situation in your tiny island in the east. Your insignificant eastern island. But here in the capital city of Great Britain, all main roads are illuminated in the night by gas streetlights. The prosecution believes there would have been ample light by which to witness the crime.
Quite. Here in London, for the first time in history, mankind has completely conquered the darkness.
Which means we really need to hear those witness statements. If I could just get through the fog of this cross-examination, maybe we'll be able to. Seems the counsel for the defense is taking stock. Continue with your testimony, Inspector.
Out of the blue, the victim was stabbed from behind and subsequently collapsed on the pavement.
Okay. From behind, you say?
That's right, as you can see from this print.
Indeed, we can see there do be the knife.
Yes, quite so, Inspector. The handle of the weapon is clearly protruding from the victim's back. And you say this poor woman, Miss Green, remains in critical condition, comatose no less. I'm afraid so, my lord, yes. She's being treated at the Barts. I was hopeful she'd come around before the trial started so I could take a statement, but it wasn't to be.
What are the chances she wakes up like in the middle of the trial? We're like, oh man, how are we gonna get more information? And then all of a sudden, someone bursts in through the trial to the courtroom doors, and they're like, Miss Green has woken up.
Indeed, that is a pity. It would have been most illuminating to hear the victim's own account of the event.
Luck is on your client's side, it seems. On the contrary, my client has been exceedingly unlucky. Your force of tone is seriously undermined by those disturbingly white eyes, I'm afraid. Well, that's the first time somebody called an Asian. I mean...
The accused ran off, scattering his belongings all over the floor.
Mr. Natsume's belongings,
I think you'll find it all there in the photographic print of the crime scene.
The books, right?
Yes, 3 books on the floor.
Oh.
That's right, my lord. Second-hand books, they were. Irreparably damaged from falling in the snow, of course.
The accused could easily have carried all 3 books in one hand, which means his other hand would have been... Sorry. His other hand would have been free to wield a knife, for example.
He's very clever, isn't he?
What do you mean?
He's made it extremely hard for you to assert that Mr. Natsume had his hands full with his books. He managed to close the one avenue of escape we might have had before we even knew it was there.
You mean to say that the defendant was holding his belongings as he thrust the knife into the woman's back? That must be what happened, my lord, yes.
Okay.
Those being the number of old books he just bought, he's on his own blah 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 blah.
The defendant apparently visits a secondhand bookshop on a daily basis.
Yes, so I understand. A shop full of old English literature.
I commend the accused on the lofty subject matter of his scholarly attention.
The bloke's room was stacked floor to ceiling with those musty old books.
Can you tell us more about the bookshop in question, please, Inspector?
Well, if I must, I'll have to ask you to look at the street map again, I'm afraid.
Okay.
The closest secondhand bookshop to the accused lodgings is here, Bourbon Books. A little place on the corner of Briar Road and Mersham Street.
Bourbon Books. Okay.
As it happens, the accused is currently living in lodgings on the other side of Briar Road at the opposite end. Which means it doesn't take a genius to work out the route he would have taken home.
Yeah. Okay.
Something like this.
Okay. Local maps information updated. Bourbon Books. Bourbon Books. Bourbon Books. Yes, I concur with your conclusion, Inspector. Bourbon Books. Bourbon Books. Bourbon Books. Your books! Let's go. It's a different bookstore.
The defendant would certainly have to pass the scene of the crime on his way home from that particular shop.
Mr. Naruhodo, I think that what the inspector just told us could turn out to be of vital importance.
Yes, I agree. The most important point that the inspector just made being the bookstop's name. Inspector Gregson, may I ask you a favor?
What?
Would you kindly add the name of the bookshop to your formal testimony, please? I believe it may be of vital importance.
Maybe.
Oh, well, you know, I mean, yes, it could be a very important clue.
Very well. Not that I can see it being of any great significance. But please revise your testimony accordingly, Inspector. Yes, sir, my lord. Whatever you say.
Could the man be any more sardonic?
He was on his way home from Bourbon Books, secondhand bookshop and painting pictures.
Okay. I'll press the last 2 statements and then that'll do the thing I'm supposed to do. So the shop is called Bourbon Books, is it?
That's right. It's the closest secondhand bookshop to the accused lodgings. And to get from there back to his room,
he would take the road.
He would have gone right past the very spot where the incident took place.
If I could just confirm one point, can we be sure that the defendant really did visit Bourbon Books on the day in question?
Well, we haven't exactly confirmed it, no.
You haven't confirmed it. Why the devil not, Inspector?
Well, the thing is, the shopkeeper's gone on a trip, you see. Left the morning after the incident, to collect more stock, I'm told. So we, haven't been able to ask the bloke if the accused visited his shop on the day in question or not.
Well, in that case, what did the defendant himself have to say about it? No recollection. What? According to the statement he made at the time, the accused has no recollection of where he'd been. Sotsuki, really? Of course he doesn't.
The bloke clearly has his head in the clouds whenever he's walking around town. He claims he just wanders into whatever bookshop he happens to be passing, and rarely notices the name.
I see.
I should say that the man ought to learn to look where he's going at the very least.
Yeah, how is he gonna return the books if he doesn't know the name of the bookshop? So, it's just as I thought then.
Is something the matter?
Inspector, you may continue with your testimony. It was just a matter of working out who the books belonged to and found the book to us. Okay. You asked for the help of the famous detective Herlock Sholmes to locate the defendant, I believe.
Stuff and nonsense.
Sorry?
The Jack in office, that busybody, just comes and sticks his oar just comes and sticks his oar in whenever we
I can't talk.
just comes and sticks his oar in whether we ask him or not.
But according to what I have here, Mr. Sholmes was shown to the scene by Scotland Yard detectives.
Well, that has nothing to do with me. The lads at the scene must have done it without my permission. I tell them time and time again, whenever something happens, send word to headquarters. Then follow your blooming instructions.
I see.
If that meddler gets his hands on any details, we'll all be reading it in Wrenched magazine next month. And you can bet your last farthing that I'll be there too, stripped of all my hard work on the case. Yes, Mr. Sholmes. No, Mr. Sholmes. Aren't you clever, Mr. Sholmes? That's all the thanks I'll be getting.
Inspector, if the man is proving detrimental to the Yard's activities, perhaps I should step in and deal with him?
Ah!
It appears Inspector Gregson is lost for words.
Yeah, the Reaper's words carry a lot of weight, obviously. What, is he gonna kill him? I'm so confused. What? What?
Anyway, the point is this, that little Japanese bloke's already admitted it. He admitted that those books all over the pavement at the scene were the ones he bought that day.
Okay.
What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? If you're unable to sway the jury during this cross-examination, I'm afraid
That Mr. Natsume's fate will be sealed? Yes, they're sure to find him guilty. So, one way or another, I have to expose the undeniable inconsistency in the inspector's testimony. Yeah, okay. I think it was the second to last one. He's on his way home from Bourbon. Okay. And, so we got this. Ta-da! If I could stop you there, Inspector Gregson?
What is it, Sunshine? I'm a busy man, you know.
This is the receipt that we found in Mr. Natsume's room. It was issued on the day of the incident and details the purchase of 3 second-hand books.
And you found that in the accused room, did you?
Yes, but the point is not where the receipt was found, but the name of the shop printed on it. Go on. This receipt was issued from a bookshop called Your Books.
Your Books? Y-O-R-E, I presume?
Yes, my lord. So, Mr. Natsume did indeed purchase a number of books at a second-hand bookshop that day. However, the bookshop in question was not Bourbon Books.
What?
Inspector, did you know of this other bookshop?
Yes, sir. Your Books is another second-hand bookshop not far from Bourbon Books. It's just that, well, it's such a small place I didn't think the accused would have known about it.
But in fact, that is the bookshop where the defendant visited on the day in question. And this receipt proves it.
Objection!
Yes, for what difference it makes. Wherever the man purchased his musty tomes, it makes no difference in the final analysis. I disagree. I mean, after all,
I have the street map here, if that might be of help.
Oh, yes, thank you. Have a look at this, please. If the defendant had been returning from Bourbon Books... Where is Your Books, though? Then yes, he would have almost certainly passed the place where Miss Green was attacked. However,
if we take into account the fact that he was actually at another bookshop, Your Books, it may very well turn out that he wouldn't have passed the location at all.
Could that be true?
My. That's not her voice. It rather depends on where this other bookshop is, but I do declare it may be a possibility.
Is that right, Mr. Norris? What you just said?
Absolutely. It absolutely could be right.
Oh god, watch, I have no difference at all. I'm gonna cry.
Inspector Gregson, where is this Your Books establishment? Obviously we looked into that. It turns out that Your Books is just here on the next corner of Merchant Street going east.
Okay.
And there you have it. As you can clearly see now...
Uh-oh. He drinks his blood. My learned Nipponese friend is obviously in training to be a clown. The way he regales us with such witticisms. To your future career in the circus. Oh wait, this is better screenshot. This is like the Edgeworth, you are not a clown, you're the entire circus.
You put that glass down, or I'll put it down for you.
Oh my god, the next one breaking a chalice is gonna be Susato.
I, didn't think I need to spell it out, but here we go. If the accused was coming home from Your Books instead of Bourbon Bucks, there's no doubt he would still have passed the place where the victim was stabbed.
Yeah, but he also could have gone the other direction, right? Also, I mean... Well, I don't know, whatever. Yes, thank you.
Yes, thank you, Inspector.
Ugh. Allow me to reiterate for my learned, if somewhat slow, Nipponese friend. There goes another $500 cup. Wherever the man purchases musty tomes, it makes no difference in the final analysis.
Ugh. As I suspected, you can't fool me, and I don't suggest you try. What did I say, eh? I had enough of this now.
Beg your pardon? Terribly sorry, but would you mind repeating that? This guy has no idea what's going on.
Mr. Naruhodo, we mustn't give up. I can't speak. What do you mean? If the prosecution's assertion is correct, the members of the jury may very well decide that Mr. Natsume is guilty, and then we'll have to do that really annoying minigame again.
Oh, she's absolutely right.
We must consider the assertion just put forward by the prosecution very, very carefully.
They claim Sotsuki-san must have passed the location of the incident on the way home from Your Books, but... raise an objection. The assertion just made by the prosecution is fundamentally flawed.
Explain yourself, Consul.
Yes, my lord. You can see what I mean on this map. When returning from Your Books to his lodgings, Mr. Natsume could have followed the route suggested by the prosecution. However, this isn't the only conceivable route to take between the two places. Oh yeah, he could have gone the other way. If the defendant used these streets, look what happens. He arrives back at his lodgings without passing the location where the victim was attacked.
Objection!
Talking back to a clown is a fool's errand, of course. However, I feel compelled to point out that route is what is commonly referred to as the long way around. Only a stupid person would take that route. Well, my defendant is stupid. I mean... On a cold winter's night, why would any man choose to take a longer route home? Maybe the man is really dumb. Have you ever considered? Well, the answer is extremely simple. He wouldn't. In other words, the accused took the obvious route back to his lodgings, and is the obvious perpetrator of the crime. Yes, I've got it. Obviously, we must ask the man himself. Ask Mr. Natsume which route he took home. Watch him not remember. I've already informed the court of the accused's response to such questioning. He claims he has no recollection. Oh, right, yeah, he doesn't. Yeah.
That's right. As I said, the bloke seems to spend his time outside wandering aimlessly from A to B. Today was no exception. He says he doesn't remember where he was and which route he took home.
Doesn't that mean that it's like there's a higher possibility that he just happened to take the long way home because he just wanders around? I don't believe this. Okay. I thank you, my learned friend, and suggest that we do not waste any more time on the court's time. Waste any more of the court's time by wandering aimlessly around the subject. Pray, what say you insightful jurors? Are we gonna have to do the thing again? But even if that's the case, Oh! Oh my god. Don't tell me. I agree with Lord Van Zeeks. Wholeheartedly, in every way. What? I don't believe it. Does this mean... We members of the jury are completely convinced now. Bruh.
Very well. In that case, I hereby call upon all members of the jury to present your findings to the court.
Guilty!
Guilty.
Guilty!
Guilty.
Guilty!
Guilty.
Wow. They're all voiced. Cool, great, awesome. Great, cool, awesome. Here the jury is leaning to unanimous.
Is
To the insightful members of the jury, I applaud your brave resolve. You serve Queen and country admirably.
Mr. Naruhodo, we have to do the mini-game again.
No, not yet. This isn't over yet. I still have one last chance to sway the opinion of the jury. I have to tip the balance of those scales the other way. I have to turn this around. Somehow. Oh wait, this means we can see Naruhodo walk again. Okay, just kidding. Yeah, hell yeah, let's do it! Those are the eyes of Query, not yet willing to give up. His voice changed. Those are the eyes of Corey, not yet willing to give up and die. I don't know what I'm saying. Grammar is weird and hard. So I presume you intend to wield your rights again in this trial? Rights of the defense written in antiquated British law that should have been buried long ago. Call it antiquated if you will, but it's the defendant's prerogative to carry out a summation examination, if it so chooses.
Very well, Consul. In accordance with the letter of the law, we shall proceed with the summation. Can I? Not that many syllables. Okay. We shall proceed with the summation examination. Are the members of the jury ready, Mr. Foreman?
Of course we're ready. I'm all too familiar with that Nipponese whippersnapper and his uncouth refusal to throw in his alley.
Very well then. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will explain on what ground you have determined the defendant to be guilty.
Okay. Alright, here we go again. Judicial findings! For pity's sake, the little Nipponese oddity already admitted it himself, didn't he?
if he said that the woman in green collapsed before his eyes, why it can only be it can only have been the victim. The man wouldn't have gone around the houses on his way back from the bookshop, not in winter. So the poor woman was attacked from behind, was she? How dreadful.
I really don't care. Can't we just wrap this up now? I've got work to be doing.
This is the guy who wants to leave. More books, yes. Nice shop, that. But bourbon books? No, not worth a visit. The fuck? What is this guy talking about? It has nothing to do with anything.
With only minor exceptions, the reason for finding the defendant guilty are all too clear. Except for that last guy.
When the stabbing occurred, the only two people at the scene were the victim and the accused. And the accused himself has admitted to seeing the victim in her green overcoat sink to the ground before his eyes.
Furthermore, we heard from the inspector that the defendant had then fled the scene. I must say, I would have ample grounds to convict this man already.
Oh dear, even the judge appears convinced of Mr. Natsume's guilt now.
Ugh, why did he have to run away like that? And how are we supposed to believe in some phantom attacker that nobody could see? This is impossible. How could I possibly make a case for the defense?
Mr. Naruhodo, this is no time to be grumbling. If we want to force the trial to continue...
Yes, I know. I have to turn the tide. I must make the jurors change their minds. Well, 4 of them at least.
Exactly. We have no choice but to forge forward.
You have the floor, counsel. Begin your summation examination. Yes, my lord. Yeah, slap those cheeks. I just need to keep this trial going somehow, whatever it takes. Come on, Ryunosuke, you can do it. Defense rebuttal. Please say the little Nipponese already admitted himself that he... Okay. Excuse me, but... Aren't you... Hey, your face looks familiar.
Yes, that's right. I was in the witness stand myself 2 days ago.
Yes, I had a feeling I knew your face. Or the side of it, anyway. If I remember correctly, you're a banker, aren't you? And you're in a crap ton of debt.
That's right. After the gold rush down under, I came back to London to work.
It was all going swimmingly until you started forsaking around. Bruce Fairplay was a man of justice. Or, I mean, yeah. Sorry? Don't think I've forgotten how you treated me the other day. You had me and that young hatter pegged as criminals. Oh, well, you know, water under the bridge. Now there's all sorts of rumors buzzing around. The police had been badgering me non-stop. If I could turn back the clock. Well, anyway, I don't know about the hatter, but at least I'm in the clear now. And free to make up my own mind about who's guilty and who isn't. Oh, thank goodness. Alright, maybe I can struggle to change this man's mind. Or given... maybe I might struggle to change this man's mind given our awkward history.
Oh dear, I wonder what's become of Mr. First now.
I hope he's doing alright.
If he said the man and the woman in green collapsed before his eyes and can only be the victim...
Okay. You're right that at the time of the incident, the defendant admits to having seen someone wearing a green overcoat walking ahead of him.
Well, quite. That's precisely my point. Clearly, that someone wearing green was the victim. And clearly, that funny Nipponese man with the disturbing mustache is the culprit.
But let us not forget, madam, the defendant vehemently denies attacking the woman.
Why, of course he does. If he admits to stabbing her, his life is over. That man is obviously a liver-faced coward, honestly, claiming the woman simply collapsed before his eyes.
But if that's a lie, as you're suggesting, do you not think he would have concocted something more credible?
Oh, I really couldn't say. After all, you are foreign. Who's to say what goes through your funny little minds?
Wow, racist bit. I could tell you what's going through my funny little mind right now, but you wouldn't like it.
clear the man has already made the admission. He himself has stated that there is nobody else around. Surely conclusion is obvious. No one else could possibly have committed this awful crime. Ugh. If no one else could have done it, the accused must be the man. Really, it couldn't be more simple.
Your argument is compelling in its simplicity, I must admit.
Oh my, you are too kind, my lord.
That went well, for her.
So her statement is basically saying that because there is no one else around, it has to be him, right? The man wouldn't have gone around the houses on his way back from the bookshop, not in winter.
Hold it!
But you can't deny that there are other routes Mr. Natsume could have taken back from your books. Oh yes, like you drew on the map, you mean? What was it? Calabash Road or something? Precisely. But it seems to me that what counts is whether the little Japanese fellow actually went that way or not. Well, yes, that's true.
And at the moment, there is no proof that shows he did, is there?
Well, yeah, that's true as well.
And as I understand it, the accused himself doesn't remember which way he went, does he?
Well, yeah, that's annoyingly true.
Winter nights are dark and cold, so the way I see it, you'd want to get home as quickly as possible.
Well, yes. Ugh, why is this all true?
So really, the only thing that makes sense is that he went home along Briar Road.
Ugh, I'm supposed to be convicting you here.
I have given it a lot of thoughts, you know? I didn't just make up my mind on a whim that he did it. I mean, if there was some logical reason as to why he might have gone the Calabash Road way, it'd be different. I'd be happy to reconsider my position in that case, honest I would.
A reason why Satsuki-san might have taken the longer way home.
Yes, a good reason. I don't imagine you'll be able to sway this young man's opinion without one.
Okay. Behind was she how dreadful.
Hold it!
Whatever is the matter, young man? You were the wife of Mr. Garrett, weren't you? The landlord who rents Mr. Natsume's room.
The master's wife? Where did you get ideas, sir? I'm the maid, you understand?
She's keeping up that charade? Oh, this is gonna be awkward. Why didn't you mention this yesterday? That you'd be selected for the jury in this trial, I mean. I thought the jury was supposed to be impartial. I mean, well, technically she kinda is.
Well, I was told not to mention it to anyone until the day of the trial, you see. It was in the letter I received. The instructions were very clear, so I'm afraid I had no choice.
I see. Anyway, Mr. Natsume, the defendant, takes lodging in your master's house, doesn't he?
Yes, that's right. Although he's only been in a little over a week now.
And in that time, surely you must have taken stock of his character. Does Mr. Natsume look like the kind of man who would commit a crime such as this? Didn't she say she was really suspicious of him, though?
Oh my goodness me, yes, he's just destroyed.
What?
Spending all his time in that dark dingy room, sporting that unscrupulous mustache. The man never speaks, and don't get me started with those shifty eyes. All the neighbors are talking about him. I've heard them, you know. People think he must be building a bomb in there or something. Oh dear, poor Mr. Natsume. How could people say such things about him? He's just a harmless bookworm. Nothing more.
Well, you just called him a worm, so... Anyway, I'd better be careful about inviting this maid to speak. She's said enough damning things already. Okay. I really don't care. Can't you just wrap this? Yeah, these two are, like, have the least. A man's life is on the line here, sir. This will take as long as it takes.
Don't get clever with me now, son. My life's on the line too, and so is my family's. The likes of you wouldn't understand, but a laborer like me can't afford to take the time off. If I don't work, I don't eat, and neither do the wife and kids.
Oh, I see. That must be very hard.
I go to the union every morning to find out what needs doing. If you're late and the work's taken, it's tough. This time of year, there's water and gas supply pipes bursting left and right center. They're after cheap labor to get the roads dug up and fixed. It's a hard slog from dawn to dusk, it is. So,
you were out digging up the roads on the day of the incident as well. Which road was it?
That's right. In fact, if I remember rightly, it was just round the corner from where it all happened. By that old bookshop it was.
What? Another coincidence.
That's right. Meerschaum Street it was.
Meerschaum Street.
On the map, Mr. Naruhodo, there are only 3 named streets.
Juror number 5, I need you to add that information to your formal statement, please. What's the point in that? Can't we just get this business over with now?
Please, sir, it's important.
Fine, I'll do it then.
Yeah. They happened. I was digging up mission. Yeah. So if I'm to understand correctly, you're a day laborer and you were doing road maintenance that day.
That's right. As I said, you get a lot of bursts, gas, and water pipes underground and blah 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 blah. It's the only time of year fellas like me can actually make a few bob, and I'm missing out today.
And when you say from dawn till dusk,
well, the work has to be completed within the day, see? No coaches and pedestrians can pass when it's happening.
I wonder if I could trouble you, sir, to mark on the street map the exact location of the works you were carrying out?
Give it here then. Let me have a look.
Yeah.
Right, let's see then. Here we are, Meerschaum Street. Yes, it was here, like... It was a tiny dig, I tell you. We had to get through all the drift snow and had frozen solid.
And at what sort of time did you finish the work?
Well, we started in the morning and we couldn't have finished before gone 6, I'd say. The snow had stopped coming down, but it was long past dark for sure.
That means the road work was still going on when Mrs. Green was attacked at around 5 o'clock.
Road work for Meerschaum Street, huh? And this guy...
I shot that before, so not
okay, oh my god. Sorry? Fold it, you say? Fold what? No, what I said was hold it. What I wanted to ask was, do you visit your books often? I like the old books they have in there, yes. I enjoy reading them over a nice cup of old tea. That's my daily routine, you see? Same thing every day, including the day you're all talking about. And at what time did you visit your books on the day in question? Well, I was picking out books in there all afternoon, and it would have been just before 4 or 5 that I left. Wow, what a coincidence. That's my daily routine, you see? Same thing every day, including the day you're talking about. You said that before. Just before 5, you say, exactly when the victim was attacked. Are you sure about that time? Oh yes, no mistake there. I remember it well. I'm not about to forget something that day in a hurry, not after the dreadful time I had. What do you mean? Well, I was walking down Calabash Road when I slipped on ice and donked my head. It was always worse after the snow stopped falling. That's when it was most slippery. Knocked myself clean out, I did. I really thought my number was up. Wait a second. Wait a minute, let me get this straight. This happened on Calabash Road. That's right, I live in Cornpipe, you see. Wait, he's wearing a green trench coat. Don't tell me he got it. Don't tell me Sotsuki got the woman confused with this guy. Because they were both wearing green trench coats and it was foggy and somebody fell in front of him. And it was actually this guy? No way. Oh my god. Heading down Calabash Road is the quickest way for me to get back from your books. Juror number 6, I must insist that you add that information to your formal statement. It may very well be extremely significant. Sorry? Extremely sick? No, I'm quite alright now. Okay.
It sends a shiver down my spine to hear the members of the jury so convinced of Mr. Natsume's guilt. But I can't help feeling that some of their opinions are rather subjective.
I agree, it's the irrelevance of what some of them are saying that sends a shiver down my spine. So, at least some of their assertions don't actually incriminate Mr. Natsume or anything. That's something.
We must use that to our advantage, Mr. Naruhodo. Cunningly.
Yes, you're right. Let's listen to the jurors again, okay. And if any other decision at odds, okay, yeah.
Yes, don't hold back. Pit them all against each other.
Do 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 do. I kind of want to press this last guy's tune. Okay. Okay.
Hold it!
Water, please.
And that was around 5 o'clock, you say, the same time the victim was attacked.
I don't know anything about the girl who was stabbed, but my dinner's on the table at the same time every day.
And for the record, could you please identify the precise location of your fall?
Goodness, it was aeons ago now. I'm not sure I can remember. It was 3 days ago. Try dredging your memory, please. Well, let me see. It was especially slippery around about... Oh, yes, I remember now. It was just on a corner here.
What happened to you then?
Were you alright? Well, you don't get too many people down Calabash Road, you see? So there was no one around when I fell. No one around when I knocked myself out. No one around when I came to again. And no one around when I sneezed. So I picked myself up and went back to my nice warm house where my grandchildren were waiting for me. A sad, lonely picture you paint, sir. You are fortunate not to have frozen to death. Okay, so he says that there was no one around when he fell? Okay. Also, yeah, cause Sotsuki's books are with the woman who was stabbed, right? So it's probably not... I don't know. Okay. True, it sounds like it might be... It was very nearly another hospital admission, or worse. Yeah, he could have been startled by a cat, and then hit the side of the bed, and then broke his neck and fell to his death. That would have been terrible! I miss Cosmo. Ah, yes, one more thing. Were you wearing that same green overcoat on the day in question? Absolutely, it's the only coat I have. I took until this morning to dry out. It took until this morning to dry out properly. Good job too, or I have nothing to wear here. So count your blessings, I say. Ho 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 ho. Santa? I suppose we should. This gentleman clearly had a close shave there. Okay. Skip this. Alright. Okay, let's actually do what we're supposed to do. I think we can do this guy. And then this guy. Those two statements are clearly at odds with one another. Odds, Counsel? Explain yourself. Please don't point. It wasn't me, I swear. What? I just want to get this done and dusted. Well, juror number 3? Oh, me, sir? What do you mean? Oh, yes, I'm walking again. Juror number 5's words now are extremely significant. Let's take a moment to consider the implications of what's been said on a map of the local area. Right. On the day in question, Mr. Natsume visited this bookshop to purchase a number of secondhand books. And on the same day, we now know that there were works being carried out on Mersh Street, making it impassable. Which means that the defendant route home could not have taken him along Mershram Street down Briar Road. Oh yes, of course! What do you think, sir? Oh yes, you can't argue with that really, can you? We must have had a good 2 yards or more of the pavement up. Every gentleman and gentlewoman that came along had to turn back and go the other way. So the only conclusion is this. The defendant must have taken the longer route back to his lodgings. Yes, I suppose he must have. I suppose that must be right, eh? Juror number 3, you said the following. The man wouldn't have gone around the houses on the way back from the bookshop
But we see now that he had no choice. Yes!
My lord, my judge, sir, if I may. Yes.
I don't think, in all good conscience, that I can say the man's guilty now.
Yes.
I'd like to see this trial continue so we can get to the bottom of what really happened.
Yay! What about you, sir? Who, me? Well, alright then. If there's a hole in the prosecution's argument, it should be filled in. That's what I say. If there's a hole in the prosecution, it should be filled in. Sorry.
Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo. That was wonderful.
Well, we've managed to change a couple minds at least. It strengthened our position somewhat.
Yes, and it will prompt the other members of the jury to reconsider their stance as well. They'll be asking themselves if their current leanings are really right or not. Now, if only we could just identify one more clue or discrepancy that would make them stop doubting Mr. Natsume. We might be able to tip the balance completely.
Yes, that's exactly what we've got to do. Van Zieks is looking to bring this trial to an early conclusion. That's what we have to prevent, by whatever means we have at our disposal. Thank you, Counsel. On with the summation and examination, please. Yes, my lord. Okay, so the other one is, the other one is the guy in the green trench coat, and I feel like that must go with juror number 2. Yeah, okay.
Objection!
Those two statements clearly show a flaw in the juror's reasoning. A flaw? What are you talking about, Consul? Well, juror number 2? Juror number 6?
Whatever do you mean, sir?
I think perhaps the old man didn't hear you. Unbelievable. It's not like I was loud or anything. Look at him strut. Look at him go. Okay, anyway. There is at least one fact of which we can be sure here. The bookshop receipt found in the defendant's room clearly indicates that on the day of the attack, he had been to your books and purchased a number of secondhand titles. Then he returned home on foot.
But the man says he has no recollection of his return journey.
That's correct. But what he does remember is seeing someone appear in front of him on the way. Someone in a green overcoat, who suddenly collapsed on the pavement before his eyes.
Yes, we are well aware of this. The poor young woman who was stabbed, obviously.
Objection!
Can we really be sure of that, madam?
Whatever do you mean?
I'm sure you heard juror number 6's account of what happened to him that day. That same afternoon, there was somebody else apart from the victim who was wearing a green overcoat and who fell over on the icy streets in the neighborhood.
Oh my!
My goodness, you mean... That's right. I'm referring, of course, to the hard of hearing juror number 6.
Are you really suggesting that the person in the green overcoat whom the defendant saw collapse in front of his eyes was the jolly old gentleman at the end of the bench here with me today?
That is entirely possible, yes. After all, the old man has somewhat of a similar build to the victim. Well, look at that. Oh, my goodness me. Sorry, you need to pee? And crucially, we know precisely where the old man in the green overcoat fell.
On Calabash Road. Therefore, if the person whom Mr. Natsume saw collapsing in front of him was in fact juror number 6, it means that the defendant must have taken the long route back to his lodgings. And if that's true, then clearly the crime scene of Briar Road where the woman was stabbed was not on his way home. Oh my!
You idiot, old man. If you haven't been so daft as to be roaming around there, we would have boxed us off hours ago.
And really, what were you thinking wearing such a befuddling coat?
What did you say to me? It's a crime for the elderly to walk the streets these days, Is it a crime to sip over on ice? Is it a crime to keep up with the latest styles and wear a beautifully green overcoat, is it?
Yeah, I don't know what he's talking about. The green coat is great. My lord, I do hope it won't cause any inconvenience, but...
Would you like to change your leaning, I presume?
I do declare that I would. I should like to call for a verdict of not guilty. Thank you.
And I would too.
What?
Is it a crime to change your mind, is it? Well...
No.
Well, that summation examination has concluded with a rather large shift in opinion. The A's 2, no's 4. Oh, so the no's have it. Not guilty, they say. Which means we no longer have a consensus among the members of the jury. The trial will continue.
Objection!
Oh. There goes another $500. Could it seem churlish of me to drink from my hallowed chalice moments after raising an objection? Churlish. Only to crush it in disgust. Pray forgive the discourtesy. Lord Van Zeeks? It seems I must retract my earlier remark. Well, what do you mean? I mistakenly credited these jurors with intelligence by describing them as insightful. Damn, he just called you guys stupid. Yet we have just witnessed them falling for a cheap trick performed by an Eastern entertainer. Yo, what? Whatever do you mean?
Objection!
I haven't tricked anyone. Everything I said was the truth. Indeed. Stalwart juror number 5 was undoubtedly repairing the road as he claims. I believe you said it was a good 2 yards of the pavement which you had excavated, sir.
That's right, it took me the whole day and they paid me measly tuppence for it.
Now, my learned Nipponese friend, tell me. Do you have any notion of the distance what that 2 yards represents? Well, if I'm honest, I don't have a clue. No. 2 yards is a little less than 2 meters. Less than 2 meters? That's not much at all. In other words, a distance readily vaulted by anyone of moderate vigor. Would you not agree, my stalwart friend? Yeah, but they were working on it. It was construction, right? Even if the construction zone is, like, kind of small, like, they would still block it off. Like, you're not supposed to go through it. What are you talking about? Van Zeeks hops over construction zones. Like, what?
Me? Well, I can't say you're wrong, no.
But he said that the people who encountered the construction zone, or whatever it's called, right? The place they were fixing up, turned around and left. What? What is Van Zeeks talking about? Why are you agreeing with him? Bro, come on. What? Ugh. And did you perchance erect a sign to prevent pedestrians from passing the site of your works? I wouldn't dream of it. What a waste of time. Bruh.
No coaches would have had a hope of passing anyway. We just turn any gentlefolk back when they come. Kids just jump right over us all the time.
Really? The accused is no gentleman, as far as I can see. I have little doubt, however, that he could spring over a 2-yard trench in
in his meanderings around town. Oh. Is that true? Is it? Well, but would he? Incontrovertible truth is that the books just purchased by the accused were found at the scene. There can be no doubt that on his way back to his lodgings, Mr. Natsume walked down Briar Road. Crushed in a single sentence. Okay, fine. And old man.
Cold man, you can talk.
You say that around 5 o'clock on the day in question, you slipped and fell on Calabash Road. Pray, was there a suspicious-looking Nipponese behind you at the time?
Oh,
I can't say as I remember. You don't remember? How about a wager, my learned friend? You say it was this old man that the accused saw. But I will lay 1,000 to 1 against you being able to prove it. Ugh. Okay, I admit, the thing about the guy tripping and him mistaking the lady to be the guy, I think that one was BS. But like the construction one? Come on. Really?
Order, Lord Van Zeeks, explain yourself.
My lord? If you had such a treacherous argument up your sleeve,
why in the world did you not proffer it during the summation examination?
I thought the prosecution wasn't allowed to speak during the summation examination. I wanted to give this young foreign student the sightseeing experience he no doubt came for. I wanted to see for himself how the opinion of the jury was so readily swayed. Ugh. But my hospitality has its limits, and they have been reached, I feel. Oh, he's gonna take off his coat again. Wow. So, my learned friend, today's sightseeing tour of London is now over. What are you talking about? My lord. The prosecution requests permission to call its next witness to the stand. What? We're continuing? Okay. But I thought you just... Sure, whatever. You know what? Whatever. Okay.
Granted. Bailiff, bring forth the witnesses.
It's next witnesses.
Mr. Naruhodo, do you not remember? We've been told on several occasions that there were eyewitnesses to the incident.
Yes, I remember. One of them being a Scotland Yard policeman, no less.
I'm afraid that's likely to be the prosecution's next witness.
Alright, no matter who Van Zeeks brings to the stand as his witness, and no matter what they say, I believe in Sotsuki-san. I know he's innocent. And I'll keep believing to the very end, until this battle is over. Oh. Okay. Alright. Well, at least it wasn't Popeye and Lord Farquaad from when we saw an investigation. Witnesses, please state your name and occupations for the court. Oh boy. Huh?
Constable, Rolly beat? Sir, nothing to report on the streets, sir.
Is he okay?
And I'm Mrs. Beat. Patricia's my name. I'm proud to say I'm this young town hero's wife.
What's the story here?
Well, in truth, we've not been married long. In fact, we celebrated our first anniversary only the other day.
No, it was your husband I was asking about. He seems tired. Hardly surprising. Whilst being an honest, honorable occupation, patrolling the beat is the most demanding work in the world. Oh, really? I'm sure I've heard that before, actually.
Indeed, apart from rare days off, our gallant officers trudge some 20 miles a day, you know? They patrol boarding houses and pubs, collect taxes, survey the streets, check the meters that are reading true. And they're responsible for keeping the streets clean and lighting and extinguishing our streetlights. That is a lot of work. Why don't you get multiple people to do those jobs instead of just having one occupation do it?
There are a number of items on the list that don't sound much like policing duties at all.
I wouldn't just be falling asleep at my feet. I'd have collapsed long ago. But it goes without saying that a policeman's primary duty is the apprehension of criminals. Even when he's off duty, a constable is expected to investigate and resolve any crimes on his beat. For the London Bobby is a man of honor. And a man of slumber. On the day in question, this man and his wife were walking down Briar Road in the opposite direction, and they witnessed the incident as it occurred. Is that not correct, Mr. and Mrs. Beat?
That's right, sir. Isn't it really?
Constable Willie Beat, sir. Nothing to report on the scene, sir. Is he? He's not okay. What a great witness he's gonna be. He has only said the same thing over and over again. Oh no, there's a simp in the comments.
Very good. I'd like to hear your formal testimonies now, please. You will tell the court exactly what you saw on the afternoon of the incident.
Yes, sir.
Oh my god.
It was our wedding anniversary, and Ronnie was taking me out for a meal. There was no time to change after work. Anyway,
Oh, I just realized they have the same scarf. That's cute.
two silhouettes appeared out of the fog on the pavement in front of us. All of a sudden, one of them just collapsed on the floor, and the other scattered something before running off. We ran straight over, of course, and then went for help at a nearby police box. It was definitely that Japanese man in the dock. Rolly and I both saw him as clear as day.
Oh, this is extremely compelling testimony, I must say.
Oh dear. This policeman and his wife are claiming to have positively identified Mr. Natsume at the scene. If their testimony is true, the alternative course of events that you established in the summation examination will be quashed.
It's death knell, in fact. Because that alternative was never viable in the first place.
What an unfortunate bechancing. And on your wedding anniversary, too. Water.
Oh, I know, but I still managed to go out for the evening with my man. I thank the Lord for that.
Gosh, the life of a London Bobby sounds hard indeed. Indeed. However, this cross-examination will be over in minutes. You may well have time to rest this afternoon. What do you mean by that? To be like, all Asians look the same to me. But the problem with that is that there isn't any other Asian guy other than Sosuke. It's like us two, which it can't be. So, my learned friend, the witnesses saw the face of the man fleeing the scene. They are testifying under oath that it is without a doubt the accused, Mr. Sosuke Natsume. Oh, oops. It's Naruhodo. And one of these witnesses is a policeman, no less. So you appreciate the gravity of the situation, I'm sure. Oh my god. Except that man's so tired, his wife has to do all the talking.
Enough preamble. Counsel for the defense. Commence the cross-examination, please.
Yes, my lord. Oh boy. Okay.
It was our wedding out of everything, and Rolly was taking me out for a meal. There's no time to change after
Hold
work.
it!
No time to change after work, you say? Are you also a member of the police, Miss Beat?
Oh no, sadly not. It's a work for strapping young men. It's for strapping young men only. Women, children, and elderly can't even apply.
Well, I think you can probably see why children and the elderly can't do the job, can you? Can't you?
I think Rolly looks ever so handsome in his uniform. It suits you to the ground, doesn't it, darling?
What? Oh, I just finished my beat. Pat and I were heading back to the station, and I was actually planning on getting changed there. Is he talking in his sleep? This is creepy.
Oh no, Rolly. I'd much prefer you in uniform. Sometimes I don't recognize you when I see you in plain clothes. Oh dear, that doesn't seem healthy.
Kindly adhere to the point. You are going for a meal after you finish your beat for the day, correct?
That's right, sir. Yes, although he's asleep, right? Although it's fit to drop, to be honest, I've been spending the whole day on my feet. But policing is my life, sir. As long as I am proud owner of this, I will serve my city and the queen at the end. What's that now? A warrant card, sir. Proof I'm a London copper. As the noble founding principles of the force, written on as a reminder of all to patrol the streets of London town and uphold the peace of common man. Sir, and for such a noble cause I will cover 20 miles every single day without fail and without a grumble, because I know that the plodding of my boots is all Londoners need to hear to feel safe and secure. So, fighting crime doesn't appear to come into it then. But sir, just on that one particular day, I was looking forward to celebrating my wedding anniversary. Mrs. B puts up with a lot being married to a bobby like me. I wanted to show my dear wife how much I care. Oh, that's cute. Oh, Pat.
Oh, Rolly.
Oh my god.
Oh, what a charming couple. Their young love is such a joy to behold.
If a little over the top, perhaps?
And then, kindly describe what happened next.
Oh god. Anyway, two silhouettes appeared out of the fog on the pavement.
Hold it!
Okay. Two silhouettes?
That's right. They were coming towards us, walking up Briar Road in the opposite direction.
Oh.
There was a rather plump figure followed by a scrawny, thin-looking man.
That does sound exactly like the victim as pictured in this print, and like Mr. Natsume. Oh god. Yes, unfortunately it does. And you're certain that at the time there was nobody else nearby?
Oh yes, quite certain. It was dark, but there were street lights on Briar Road, you see. There was nobody else around at all. Isn't that right, my darling?
What? Yes, that's right. Of course, there was a light fog on the ground. But Briar Road is dead straight and you can see a fairly long way down the pavement. And then there's the street lighting as well. I didn't see any of this. Before sleep's taken firm hold, your answer, please, Mr. Beat. Are you quite sure of what you said? Yes, sir. As a copper who spends all day every day keeping watch on the streets, I swear to it, sir. And I'm sure, as my love for Patricia is true. Oh, Pat.
Oh, Rolly.
Ugh, couples. You're still maintaining that no one else around other than the victim. There was no one else around other than the victim and the attacker. It's startling to seem like that must be how it really happened.
It's beginning to seem like there's nowhere to run.
Well, that didn't stop Mr. Natsume, did it? He fled the scene all too convincingly.
Thank you. I believe we have a reasonable clear idea of the situation just before the incident now. What happened at the crucial moments that followed?
Okay. All of a sudden, one of them just collapsed on the floor, the other scattered or something. Okay. Scattered something?
What do you mean by that? Oh, well, I couldn't quite make out what it was at the time. But then, when we got closer, we realized what it was. Didn't we, darling?
Oh, what? Oh, yes, that's right. It was some old books. I see. Old books. Yes, sir. The culprit jumped a number of them, all around where the victim lay on the pavement.
Indeed, as clearly pictured in this photographic print.
That rotten Japanese man did that, and then when he did the deed.
Let's not forget that it remains to be established that the defendant was indeed the attacker.
But we saw him. He was a man in the dock without question, sir. The mustache, the hunchback, the cat-like eyes, the top moth, the snub nose, everything.
Any more insults you want to throw in?
That's right, he looked down at the poor defenseless woman with those terrifying, intense eyes, and then suddenly threw his books onto the pavement and ran away.
I see. This is tough. They seem as though they're telling the truth here.
Water, water.
May I remind the court that this unambiguous testimony comes from a policeman and his wife. Now please, continue. A policeman and his wife, yeah, but the policeman's like half asleep, man. Come on.
We ran straight over, of course.
Oh god.
We ran straight over, of course, and then went for help at a nearby police box.
Oh, oops. Okay.
Hold it!
Was it your husband who went to fetch help?
No, I went. I might not be a police officer myself, but I am the proud wife of one after all. Isn't that white by darling? Isn't that right, my darling?
Tug. Oh, yes, that's right. I asked Miss Beat to go. I was off duty by that point. But Bobby's never truly off duty, of course. I felt obligated to stay and guard the scene. Oh, okay.
Very laudable, Mr. Beat. Preserving the scene of the crime is a task of considerable importance.
That's why I sent Patricia, you see. I told her where to find the right police box. Forgive my ignorance, but what do you mean exactly by the right police box? Depends on the crime location, you see, as to who deals with it. Where the woman was stabbed wasn't actually on my beat. Oh, okay. So I told Patricia to wait to the police box for the beat the incident fell under so she could go and report it.
I ran there as quickly as I could and asked for help from the Bobby on duty. There's nothing more potent than a young couple in love working together, you know?
And thanks to your swift response, the case was quickly resolved. The actions of two model citizens.
Oh, please, you're making us blush. Isn't he, darling?
Tug. Yes, sir. What Patricia said, sir. Let's move on, shall we?
It was definitely that Japanese man in the dock. Raleigh and I both saw him as clear as day.
Oh, shit. Oops. So that's it. Is it? That's the entire testimony?
What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo?
Well, I hate to admit it, but on hearing the testimony, it really does seem as though Mr. and Mrs. Beat saw what they say they saw. Mr. Natsume running from the scene on Briar Road that day.
Yes, I feel the same.
So if that's true, where does it leave us?
The members of the jury are sure to call for a guilty verdict after this testimony.
Oh no. Then what do we do?
If Kazuma-sama were here... Kazuma? I think you would try to find a contradiction somewhere else within their testimony.
What do you mean somewhere else?
The statement about seeing Mr. Natsume is unequivocal. Calling that into question won't help. But if you could identify some other part of their testimony which appears to contradict the facts, you might be able to discredit them, to make the jury doubt if the pair's memory on the day was accurate.
Oh, right. Okay.
Put simply, we must focus on finding a discrepancy in these statements somewhere. If we don't, I'm afraid the trial might reach an early and unfavorable conclusion.
Ugh, why do I always seem so up against it? I didn't press this one. Okay. I have a feeling it's like, because they said it as clear as day, right? But it was foggy, so like they could have been mistaken. But surely you wouldn't have been able to see his face by the light of the street gas lamps, could you? Gas lamps. Oop.
We absolutely could! Our Londoners have exceptional eyesight, I have you know.
Right.
The light from the street lamps was more than enough. And my husband already told you that the fog was only light, didn't he?
Yeah. And what of the fog? Or famous for it around the globe, I believe. But it isn't an absolute menace to those of us who have to live with it, of course.
Oh, it is. When it's thick, you can't even see the hand at the end of your own arm.
Yes, alright, I take your point. Now, could you stop shaking your husband about?
The constant fog makes our eyes very sharp, you see? That's why we can tell you for sure and certain that it was that little Japanese man we saw. Can't we, darling?
What? Oh, yes. It was accused of no mistake. The mustache, the hunchback, the cat-like eyes, the top...
This is the same thing he said before. As far as this couple's testimony is concerned, there can't be any question. It was Sotsuki-san that they saw running away from the scene of the crime.
Mr. Lawyer, sir, can I ask you something?
Oh, yeah, of course, what is it?
Well, you keep asking us all these questions about everything we told you, so... It seems like you don't believe our testimony, is that right? Well, is it? Out with it.
Why are you attacking me? I'm just trying to do my job. What? No. Oh, it's really not that at all.
My husband's a policeman, remember? And I know what I saw. I remember every last detail, everything. Like... Oh, I know. What about the books that man dropped? I could tell you the names of every single one I could. Every single one.
Oh, is that so? Would you mind naming them?
And you dare question how reliable my testimony is?
That will not do, Miss Beat.
No, I will not do it as at all. The Japanese lawyer has no idea what I'm capable of. Even if I decide to forgive him for insulting us, don't think for a minute that Roy will.
I really didn't mean to cause offense. Please put your husband's fists down.
Perhaps you would like the opportunity to supplement your testimony, Miss Beat. Might that appease you?
Oh, thank you, my lord. That was settle things nicely. Wouldn't it, darling?
Is Raleigh gonna be okay?
I can even tell you the names of the 4 books that draw.
She said 4 books. Ooh. 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 So you're saying that there were 4 books?
That's right, I remember all of them. The picture of Monsieur somebody, What's It Yearnings, A Meal for Someone, The Gummy something.
Yeah, you do not remember the titles. I'm sorry, Miss Beat. But there is a fundamental flaw in that statement of yours.
Oh no! What flaw?
Simply that at the scene of the crime, there were only 3 books, not 4.
What?
This is the receipt from the bookshop where the defendant bought his books.
Your books?
Yes, and it details Mr. Natsume's purchases that day. But as you can see, only 3 books are listed.
Only 3? But no, that can't be. I remember seeing them. There are 4 books, I tell you. 4 dirty-old books.
Oh really? Have a good look at this photographic print of the scene of the crime. As you can clearly see from the evidence as well, there are only 3 books.
But I just don't believe it. I saw them there, I swear it, I saw them.
No, madam, I'm afraid your powers of observation cannot be relied upon.
Grr.
So it cannot be denied that though you say it was the defendant you saw, you could have very well been mistaken.
Oh no, no.
Objection!
It's plainly evident that it is your powers of deduction that cannot be relied upon, my learned Nipponese friend. What cannot be denied is that these 2 witnesses saw what the accused running from the scene. A fact that you know very well you have no hope of disproving. Shit, he figured out what we were trying to do. So you've striven to alert attention from that by striven to avert attention from that by dint of some inconsequent discrepancies. Would that be fair? Ugh, he sees right through me. But your plan has somewhat recoiled against you. What are you talking about? It's quite simple. Let me explain with a toast. To the policeman's wife, and her entirely accurate testimony, in every respect.
Oh.
You see, the matter's not up for debate. At the scene of the on Briar Road, a total of 4 books were most definitely found.
Objection!
What? When in doubt, wine. In more ways than one. Wine with an H or wine without an H? But what about the photographic print? It only shows 3 books. Quite right. Only 3 can be seen in that print. That print? You mean you say... Oh my god. That's chalice number 3. Allow me to present another. One that shows the victim's hand. Oh, she also got a book. Wait, what the hell? Why is it like bitten? The lion's oh. I don't believe it. It's the 4th book. As you will observe, the 4th book was hidden from view in the original print by the victim's torso. No. No! When in doubt, explosions. Order!
There, you see? Look at that. Look.
Yes, I am looking.
It's just like I said, isn't it, my darling?
Yes, sir. Patricia's always right, sir. Let us study the receipt for the books purchased by the accused on the day in question. Mrs. Beat, the titles once again, if you please.
Oh yes, of course. The picture of Monsieur something or another?
The picture of Monsieur Lecoq.
What's it, yearnings?
Canterbury yearnings.
A meal for someone.
A meal for Gaborio. Sure, in fact. As the court has just heard, the witness remembers the book titles flawlessly, save for a few minor details. Mrs. Beat's powers of recollection can only be described as exceptional.
Did you hear that, Rolly? The gentleman paid me a compliment. Yes, sir, flawless, sir. Patricia is flawless. But, but, but there were only 3 books on the receipt. And Mrs. B mentioned 4.
There's nothing surprising about that. Clearly, the fourth book is that which is shown to the clearly the 4th book is that which is shown in this photographic print. I'm sorry, Counsel, but does that not seem odd? Why should the 4th book be omitted from the receipt? It's not odd at all, my lord. As the photograph clearly shows, the 4th book was found in the victim's clutches. In other words, it belongs to the victim. The victim was holding her own book.
I wonder, what became of that 4th book?
Obviously, it wasn't overlooked by the investigating officers at Scotland Yard. I have it here as evidence.
Oh. You will submit that and the aforementioned photographic print to the court, please, Counsel.
My pleasure, my lord. Man, you know, it would be nice to get like some of the evidence for the case during the investigation and like... Bruh. Okay. The prosecution rests. I have nothing further to add. What? You seem surprised, my learned friend. But your resistance until now has been in vain. Endearing, yes, but futile. The spurious, longer route to the accused lodgings that you tried to establish in your summation examination, and the attempted discrediting of the witness's powers of recollection in your cross-examination. Futile. I walked right into this, didn't I?
You see, everything we said is true. Isn't that right, my darling?
Yes, Pat. Marry me, Pat. So, perhaps the ladies and gentlemen of the jury would like to reconsider their positions. Oh god. Should the court waste any more time on this Nipponese travesty? Or is the decision you have to make all too apparent already? Oh man. You have heard all the witnesses and seen all of the evidence. This trial has run its course.
Mr. Naruhodo, I'm afraid we're in a terribly precarious position.
I know, but if I try to fight back, if I fight back in the wrong way now, I can very well just make matters worse. Oh god. Think, Ryunosuke, think. What do you do now? Raise an objection? Wait, let me actually, you know, what do I do now? I should save. That's what I should do now. Okay.
Objection!
I'm not done yet. No, my learned friend. It's over. The last cross-examination was your final chance to establish a credible defense, and you failed. Save, just in case. The die has been cast. There's no more room for debate. Well, it might be over as long as you're concerned, but... I can't think of what to say.
If I may, Lord Van Zeeks, it seems somewhat boorish to close down the debate at this point.
Oh. Your insignificant little Eastern Isle must be a lawless hole indeed. What insignificant Eastern Isle? For a lowly judicial assistant to have the audacity to intervene at a moment like this.
Oh.
Don't listen to him, Susato, you're amazing! You're the only one who has a backbone in this relationship. I am, to my shame, still a very inexperienced lawyer. So you will have to forgive me, but I consider my assistant's advice essential and her opinions invaluable. Fuck yeah, let's go.
Mr. Naruhodo!
One of this land's great guiding principles is tolerance, so the court will hear you, madam.
Go ahead, Miss Susato, please. Very well. Pray, what insight can you give us? What have we all overlooked in this matter you see fit to pursue further?
Well, the court has been presented with new evidence, but only after the last cross-examination finished.
I see. And you believe that this new evidence warrants further examination, do you?
Mr. Naruhodo, what do you think? It's just possible that this new evidence might be the decisive proof we've been waiting for. The judge is sure to ask the members of the jury to announce their leanings in a moment. And of course, he's sure to ask you to explain the crucial piece of evidence, what the crucial piece of evidence is and why. So you must take this opportunity to examine the newly presented evidence as thoroughly as possible.
Okay. Yeah, cause the book looked like, you know, something happened to it, man. Okay. Lion's Pride, Lion's Pride. Yeah, this.
Oh, look at this! The book has been badly burnt.
You're right. You'd never be able to read it in this state, especially not the latter pages.
What a terrible waste. Judging from the scorched edges of the paper, I think the damage must have occurred very recently.
A book. Recently damaged by fire. Why does that seem to raise a red flag with me? I think that's it. There's probably nothing else. Huh?
Let me see, it's a book entitled The Lion's Pride.
I'm afraid I don't know any English literature at all, so it wouldn't be something I've heard. Wait a minute. The Lion's Pride? That's strange. I think I've heard of a book by that name before, and very recently too. Was it in the Crescent guy's, whatever his name was, that guy's house or something?
It's a title I recognize too, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yeah, she has a name now. Sorry, I did yawn. John Garadeb. John Garadeb. Okay. Sherlock Sholmes. Van Zeeks. Oh, Olive Green. Victim in this case. Okay. Rui Beat. And Patricia, okay. Fiercely proud of her policeman husband. Okay. Anyway. Wait, holy shit, she's married at 21? Damn. Yes, I understand. And thank you, Miss Susato. This is it. Susato-san has managed to win us one last chance here. I can't let it go to waste. The defense wishes to present evidence, my lord.
Very well, very well. The defense may present one further piece of evidence. Evidence that apparently offers a profound insight into this case, and has hitherto been overlooked.
No, not the cronut.
Take that!
The evidence in question is what we can see from the newly presented photographic print of the crime scene. The fourth book, found in the victim's hand.
Objection!
We have already discussed the fourth book at length. Other than it being in the victim's grasp at the time of the incident, no significance has been attached to it. Pursuing the matter further would be a flagrant waste of the court's time, as you well know. Ugh.
Yes, I'm afraid, counsel, I must concur with the prosecution on this matter. When I afforded you this opportunity, you led the court to believe that the evidence in question contained a hitherto undiscovered clue. So I must insist that you elaborate, counsel. You identified this clue at once. Do I make myself clear?
Oh, yes, my lord. It's, Mr. Naruhodo, I believe the prosecution is trying to avoid a thorough examination of the evidence, which means you may very well be on the right track. Yes, I think you might be right.
Okay. So, counsel, precisely where is the vital clue to this case, which this fourth book conceals?
The burn. This burn.
Got it.
I would ask the court to observe the back of the book in question.
The back? Why dear, good gracious. It's been burnt to a crisp.
So we have to ask ourselves, why was the victim clutching what is clearly an unreadable book? It is undeniably an extremely unnatural thing for her to have been doing.
Objection!
Yes. Unnatural, you say? And what of it, my Nipponese friend? What? Oh. Were I to concede the point, it bears no relation to the case. There is nothing to discuss. If it bears... okay, yeah. So, should you wish to assert that this fire damage is some veiled clue as to what happened that day? Pray, do enlighten us all. What truth does this charred book hide? A charred book. There's just one possibility here, which I can't quite bring myself to rule out. It's an outside chance, certainly, but worth a try. Alright, I'll explain my theory. Oh god.
Don't keep us waiting any longer then, counsel. Explain this theory of yours.
What are you suggesting that you can discern from the fire damage the story Tom has suffered? The shop that sold it, its owner, its content. Its owner, right? My lord, the burn on the back of this book reveals a startling truth. About the book's owner.
I beg your pardon?
But we already know who the book belongs to. The victim was gripping it in her hand when she fell on the floor. After all, it's obviously hers.
The question of how this book came to be in the victim's hand has yet to be answered. However, as to the questions of who the book really belongs to and where it originated, the defense has very credible answers.
Good gracious, how could you possibly...
Very well, I'll play along with this futile attempt to delay your inevitable demise. Whoa! Who would have thunk it? Wow, thank God, actually, because we spent all that time there. Yeah, and she's also on the jury, too. But do remember, the members of the jury may well burn you if your little gamble goes awry.
Counsel, the defense's response here is very likely to influence the final outcome of this trial. So, tell the court, who do you claim is the owner of this burnt book?
John Garadev. Hey.
Take that!
The answer is that the book belongs to a couple who own the house where the defendant has his lodgings. A certain Mr. and Mrs. Garadev. The landlords. And whether this is some extraordinary coincidence or some kind of fate at work, I don't know. But of all the people in London, one of the 6 chosen for the jury duty in this courtroom today is none other than Mrs. Garadev herself. Oh my goodness. Me? I think you must be mistaken, sir. I'm not Mr. Garadeb's wife. I'm his maid. Things would be so much easier if you just dropped the pretense. Alright then, how about a simple question for you? Have you ever seen this book in Mr. Garadeb's house? Oh, I would never presume to know all of the books he keeps there.
Objection!
This is outlandish behavior. This woman is the accused landlady, you say? You implicate this hard-working member of the public. You besmirch her without a shred of evidence. Your actions are unforgivable. No. This is not mere conjecture. The defense happens to know that on the day in question, at almost exactly the same time as the victim was stabbed at the pavement below, another incident was taking place in the room on the top floor of Mr. and Mrs. Garadev's house.
Good lord, what sort of incident, Counsel?
A fire, my lord.
Hard to say what has happened in the blink of an eye, you know. The whole place filled with smoke. Couldn't see about anything. Didn't take long for the fire to spread, of course. The bag furniture started going up as well.
See? Yeah, look at him, resting his hand on Cosmo.
Worst of it is, I lost my favorite. The book called The Lion's Pride.
Oh yeah, okay, he did mention it. Haha, look at Vanceeks. The Lion's Pride.
By Jove, it's the same title. It's the same title that the subject of this. What? It's the very same title that's the subject of this debate.
Oh dear me.
Objection!
This is reasonable. All you've told the court is that the book by the same name was involved in a fire. In which case, it would be reasonable to assume that it was burnt to ashes. And entirely unreasonable to infer that it magically removed itself from the scene of the crime. Or removed itself to the scene of the crime. Perhaps it would make more sense if I told you that the cause of the fire was martial discord. Without going into details, it appears that Mrs. Garadev was considerably enraged. Apparently, she continued to attack Mr. Garadev even amid the flames.
Oh, how awful! I can't imagine being so horrid to the one you love. Can you, Rolly?
Absolutely not, sir. Mary Patricia would never raise a finger against me, sir.
Oh my god. Couples. Ugh.
Had all my favorite novels in that case. But as soon as the fire got a hold of them, down went whoosh up in smoke.
Yeah, but how did it get outside? That's the thing I'm confused about.
Then the wife started hurling things at me.
Every case in the game has one fantastic witness. Oh, is that so? Is there also a fantastically bad witness in every case? Because I can think of some in the last one.
There was I brushing back up against a window under heavy enemy fire, incendiary books coming 10 to a dozen.
Are you saying she threw it out the window? But I thought they had the window closed. The couple is fine, you know? They haven't done anything bad, so they're a-okay. The man had just had his back up against the window and he had burning books thrown at him.
Oh, goodness gracious. Are you suggesting that the book was thrown through a window and landed coincidentally at the scene of the crime?
Objection!
No, a thorough investigation of the surrounding area was conducted the very evening of the incident. I see. A lot of times in Ace Attorney, it turns out like the witness is like always the real murderer. Or something like that. There was no report of the Garadev's window pane being broken. That's quite true. We also saw no signs of broken glass when we visited the Garadev household. But is it not conceivable that the window was open at the time and not even remotely? Let us not forget the season and the chilling weather that accompanies it. No Londoner would ever leave their window open in the middle of winter.
Does the defense postulate this scenario in all seriousness, Consul? Do you earnestly claim that the book found at the scene was a flaming projectile thrown by Mr. Girdip's wife?
I believe it's a possibility, my lord. That's quite enough. Is that his wife?
Well, I hope that everyone can see you for what you are now, you little foreign trickster. You call yourself a lawyer, but you're just a coward. A mean coward.
Oh, really?
Claiming our little tip set the whole neighborhood alight. Honestly. Implying that I'm merely posing as a maid for appearance's sake. How could you? It's nothing to do with this beastly case. Not any of it. And all you've done is sully our family's name.
No, I assure you, that was never my intention.
Dragging up an upstanding citizen's name through the mud simply to divert attention from your failing defense.
What? Why'd you slap the guy next to you?
I should box your ears, that's what I should do. It's utterly unforgivable.
Too right. Here we go.
How long have we sat here now listening to this Nipponese spouting his fancy foreign theories?
What? Think about it. At the end of the day, the only person who could have possibly stabbed the victim
is that little hunchback with the mustache.
He ran away from the scene too.
I do declare you're right.
It's true.
Yes, what did I tell you?
Makes sense to me. Sorry? What was that? Oh god. Oh man, I really don't see how he's gonna get out of this one. Well, it will appear that the ladies and gentlemen of the jury are once again in full agreement. What is your position, Lord Van Zeeks? In truth, my lord, I feel these have been unnecessarily protracted proceedings. But then, one must always exercise patience in order to savor the best vintage. No, wait! The mystery of the fourth book still hasn't been... If books are your predilection, my learned friend, study them on your own time. Learn how to read. What? No, forgive the discourtesy this time? I slammed my foot down on the table, and you deserved it.
In that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will now state your individual decisions regarding the defendant's culpability for the court to hear.
Guilty!
Oh god.
Guilty.
Oh no.
Guilty.
This again.
Guilty.
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 There's no way we have to do the summation examination again, right? There's no way. Oh, there's a new mechanic. Okay, I see.
Thank you for that unambiguous response.
That's twice now. It's over. Oh no, he has the it's all over Phoenix pose.
Listener, hold on, don't give up.
Oh, it?
Miss Susato, have you forgotten? The battle isn't over yet.
You're not suggesting...
Of course, the defense has the right to another
summation examination. Again? Okay, alright.
You could still convince the jurors to change their minds. You still have one more chance.
Do I? Again? My lord, the defense asks to exercise its right to a summation examination. You believe you still have tricks up your sleeve?
I don't intend to trick anybody. I intend to uncover the truth.
This is no time to be downcast. As long as there's a chance, I have to stay strong and determined. Okay. To be continued. Should I stop here? I don't know. I'm gonna roll a dice. Hold on. Or flip a coin. Heads says I continue, tails say no. But I'm inclined, I feel like I should continue because cuz if I start at this point the next time I stream, it's not going to be a lot, you know? We'll finish it pretty quickly and then we'll have to start the next case. And then we'll probably just leave like in the middle of that one, which won't be fun. So wow, and the coin agrees. Nah, it's okay, we can finish it. Don't mind my voice crack. But I mean, like, if it's late, you know, don't worry about staying up with me. Cause the VOD will be up and you can probably find it. Grab some snacks. Hang on, let me... I also have snacks. I've considered going to Stockholm with my two problems very weary. And if you're I'm so sorry, you shouldn't talk with your mouth full. West Coast, okay, cool. I hope I don't run out of water. So, Council, you will now proceed with your second summation examination. I presume the jury is ready, Mr. Foreman? We are, my lord. Begrudgingly. You have no idea how much we don't want to do this again. Very good. In that case, I must ask each of you now to state clearly and concisely for the court the grounds on which you find the defendant guilty of this crime. Judicial findings. The juror's contention. Okay. The accused left behind evidence at the scene, didn't he? Those 3 books of his.
If there was some novel, alternative explanation about how the victim was stabbed, I might reconsider.
Even if the woman was...
Even if the woman was throwing books, it can't be related to the crime if the window was closed, can it? Dearie me, it was only a little book. Hardly life-threatening even with a direct hit.
Look, I just want to get this over with. If I don't bring home some pay tonight, I'll be in a tiny bit of trouble. Come to think of it, we had a fire at home a while ago. It gave me the sneezes.
What the... The last 2 members of the jury just don't care at all. Yes, considerably more tangible arguments for all the jury members this time around, it seems. Except for those last 2. They never know what's going on.
With one notable exception, of course.
My learned student friend was unable to find fault in the previous witness testimony. So the court must accept the fact that it was indeed the accused seen fleeing from the scene. And moreover... Which glass is that? Like the 4th one? No one else was even at the scene to commit the crime.
Well, if the eyewitnesses are correct, it would seem as if the conclusion is somewhat set in stone. I fail to see how it can be argued any other way.
That means I'm afraid that during this summation examination, it's essential that you establish some other tangible explanation for the facts.
But how? What would even constitute a tangible explanation here? Isn't it obvious? Who stabbed the woman, and how? Those 2 details are all you need to provide. Simply give us a name and a method by which the attack was conducted. And there I was thinking this might be hard.
But Mr. Naruhodo, you have to do it. Otherwise, this really will be where the trial ends.
Ugh, no pressure then. How? But there's literally, like, who else?
That's quite enough preamble. Proceed with the summation examination, please. I presume you are prepared, counsel?
Oh, yes, my lord. Alright, Ryunosuke, focus your mind now. Clearly, the key to this summation examination is going to be juror number 4, the maid. Or should I say Miss Gyaradup?
We have a book that disappeared from the Gyarados house on the evening of the incident, and the 4th book found in the victim's hand.
There must be a way to link the two.
Yes, that's what we have to find.
Using every technique I've learned in my short career so far, whatever it takes.
Don't forget to keep an eye on Miss Gyarados and how she reacts, even to the things other people's.
Oh, we can do this with the jury? What? I see. Jury examination. Okay. Oh boy. Alright. Accused left behind evidence at the scene, those 3 books of his. But as we now know, there were 4 books, not 3.
Well, what difference?
Oh, well, what difference does it make? There's every possibility that the 4th book, in fact, belongs to the defendant's landlord. Yes, that's the part I have a problem with. Sorry? Well, at the point the woman was stabbed, this landlord fellow was at home, wasn't he? Enjoying a fiery scrap with his wife or something, you said. That's not exactly how I put it, no. Well, anyway, the point is, the fellow and his wife were somewhere else when it happened.
I think that's what you call a strong alibi.
So it couldn't have been the landlord who did it, which only leaves the Nipponese fellow. Honestly, I can't see what all this palaver is about. It's a done deal, isn't it? I suppose it is, since I've got nothing witty left to say.
If there's some novel alternative explanation about how the victim was stabbed,
Okay. So, you might be willing to change your decision, you mean?
Oh my, such delight on your face. But I'm afraid I shan't be swayed by emotion. Despite what you might think of me, I'm a very modern, metropolitan, and rational woman.
You sure? That's great.
If one reads the morning papers, it's all forgotten by tea time, isn't it? So why read them in the first place?
What? So you don't read the morning papers?
You see, modern, metropolitan, and rational thinking, wouldn't you say?
Not at all extreme.
As I see it, an overwhelmingly suspicious Japanese man has been implicated by overwhelmingly strong testimony. So despite one or two minor puzzlements, I do declare that the man is overwhelmingly guilty. Modern, metropolitan, and rational logic, wouldn't you say?
Overwhelmingly.
But us modern gals are always delighted to embrace new fads, you know? So I'd only be happy to consider an exciting new theory if you could come up with one.
I'd be happy to do that too, if only I could.
Let's do our very best not to disappoint the modern and metropolitan young lady.
Right. I'm glad you admitted the rational there. Okay. Even if the woman was learning books, it can't be related to the crime if the window is closed. Okay. But what about the possibility that the window was open?
What about it? I mean, there's no way it could have been.
How can you be so sure?
This prosecutor fellow over there said it earlier, didn't he? Winters in London are no joke. You don't want to invite that sort of cold indoors. So no, the window wasn't open. Us Londoners like sitting by fire and staying warm, you see?
But you couldn't categorically state that the window wasn't open, could you?
It just wasn't. They wouldn't have opened it.
Then what's the point of even having windows, huh?
Consul, you will kindly refrain from childish bickering.
Oh, sorry. somehow I need to show that there's an undeniable possibility that the window was open. Could they have opened it to try to get the fire down or something? Because this young man isn't gonna budge otherwise.
Dear me, it was only a little book hardly left written with the
Okay. But the little book was on fire at the time, was it not?
With flames of love, I'll have you know.
There's really no such thing as a loving incendiary bomb.
Well, he brought it upon himself. It's playing with fire to betray a fiery love. Isn't? Well, don't you agree?
Oh, well, any kind of betrayal is certainly a bad thing, yes. But I think the argument might have arisen out of your misunderstanding, Miss Garrett.
Never you mind that. The point is, we were just having a jovial little dispute, nothing more.
Stop sending the guy on your left.
And I won't have any more of these suggestions that it was anything whatsoever to do with this crime.
Okay. Right, well, we'll see about that. And what about juror number 5? He doesn't seem to be turning a hair at Mrs. Garrett's relentless onslaughts.
It's almost as though he's used to it. What a gentle soul he is.
Hold it!
You just want to get this over with? How can you sit there and say something like that? The man's future is at stake here.
Well, him and me both, like I said before.
What?
I told you already, I'm a day laborer, aren't I? If I don't bring home some readies with me tonight, you'll find me floating face down in Thames tomorrow morning.
What?
You heard me? My missus isn't one to mess about, you know? She can be fierce, believe you me?
Another shining example of marital bliss, then.
A situation like this cropped up the other day. It was, well, do you know, it's funny, but I can't quite remember.
Sorry?
It was too frightening, that's the thing. I must have blocked it out.
Helpful.
I wonder if Mr. B will ever be dragged into things by his scarf.
Don't even go there, Miss Susato. There must be some way to jog his memory about this. Okay. Come to think of it, we had a fire in our home a while ago, give me seasons. Does that have anything to do with your decision about the defendant's culpability in this case? Sorry, what's that? You'll have to speak up, lad. Could you tell us more about that fire? It was last winter. My grandchildren baked me a lovely cake on my birthday. It had 75 candles on top, it did. What a sight to behold it was. Oh my god. You had candles on a cake? What, was it some kind of devil wish? Oh no, not the cultural differences. Of course not, it was an angel cake. To celebrate my birthday, obviously.
It seems it's a common culture here in Great Britain, Mr. Naruhodo.
Anyway, I mustered all my puff to blow him up. The culture clash, yeah. Only I must have blown wrong somehow. The flames didn't go out, but the candles went flying all over the room. The furniture caught and everything went up. The whole place was filled with smoke. Oh, if it's filled with smoke, you would try to open the window to get rid of it, right? Definitely sounds like devil worship to me. And by the sneezes, I presume you mean a cold. But how did you catch a cold from a fire? What a fiasco it was. The grandchildren, bless them, threw water over me as they tried to put out the flames. And then, because the whole room had been filled up with smoke, of course, we had to open all the windows to clear it. The windows. The biting winter air rushed over me like the devil dancing on my grave, it did. I caught a terrible cold from it. It put me in the hospital for a while. I won't forget that birthday in a hurry. I knew it was devil worship all along. But something about this old man's story is playing on my mind for some reason. Okay.
We need to demonstrate who, apart from Mr. Natsume, could have attacked the young woman on the street. as well as how he or she could have done it. Yes, but once again, the jurors' statements are full of personal prejudice. A lot of them seem convinced they're right, even in the face of logical arguments to the contrary. I think you're gonna have to put them together again, pit them against each other to force them to accept an alternative explanation.
Yeah.
I don't necessarily need to find contradictions between their assertions, just a connection might do the trick.
Alright, I'll see what I can do. If anything stands out, I'll go in for a strike.
That's the spirit.
Okay, so this one, and then, yeah, this one. Okay, but I don't know about the other guys, but this one and this one for sure, right?
Objection!
Those two jurors' statements clearly contradict one another.
They do? How exactly, counsel? Don't point at me again! I told you it wasn't me!
What's that you say? Speak up, lad. Speak up.
Juror number 3, do you see? Oh, me? See what, sir? Did you hear juror number 6's account of his birthday celebrations last year? It seems, despite being a Londoner, he once opened his windows in the middle of winter. Oh, well, yes, of course, because it was an emergency. I mean, obviously, if the room was filled with smoke from a fire, then you'd be mad not to open the... Oh! Exactly. Oh, look at him walk! On the day in question, at the time of the incident, there was a fire in the Garadeb household. And Mr. Garadeb had the following to say about it. The whole place filled with smoke.
Oh my.
Oh! That's a lot of tea you're drinking there. Oh, my hat!
Excuse me!
Juror number 4, do you have something to say about that? Miss Garadeb! Oh dear me. What's the meaning of this? How dare you imply that I'm hiding who I really am? It's imperative that you confirm something for the court. So please, it's time to drop the pretense now. What is it? When the fire started in your house that day, did you or your husband open the window? What? I beg your pardon? What are you insinuating? The room could have been thick with smoke after the carpet and bookcase caught on fire as they did. In a situation like that, it's inconceivable you wouldn't have opened the window. And what if we did? Oh, alright then. Yes, you're right. My husband was frantically trying to open the window, which can't have been easy since I continued to give him a justly deserved book battering. Even though your house was on fire? Oh, you never stop throwing until the anger subsides. It would be terribly bad for the nerves to do otherwise. What? Of course, I should have realized.
That's a significant step forward, Mr. Naruhodo. You've managed to establish that the window was open. We simply must have that added to Mrs. Garadeb's formal statement.
Now that you mention it, the window was open at the time I cleaned. I'd clean forgotten, but it's true. What? The window could have been open with a woman throwing books. I mean, it's definitely a possibility. What? Maybe I should press this?
Hold it!
The fourth book found in the scene of the crime shows very obvious signs of fire damage. And the title of the book is The Lion's Pride. The same title, in fact, as the book that Mr. Garadeb told us that he'd been reading.
Well, I really couldn't say.
On the day in question, did you or did you not throw at your husband the copy of The Lion's Pride that he might have been reading?
I did. It was the first thing I laid my hands on, so I hurled it straight at him. And now that you come to mention it, yes. He was rather enjoying reading it, you're right.
Oh, shit.
Why did you not reveal this information to the court from the outset? Because I couldn't, you insolent little man. I didn't remember. At times like that, you pick up and throw whatever you can lay your hands on, as well as you know.
I really don't.
I barely noticed I was throwing the book,
Oh boy.
much less the title of it.
Excuse me.
You okay, sir? What is it, juror number 5? You know something? I've remembered what it was. The memory I'd blocked out. It was listening to what this granny was saying. Brought it all flooding back. You called her a granny?
Who are you calling a granny, you cheeky devil? I'm Miss Garrideb to the maid. I'm Mrs. Garrideb or the maid, I'll have you know.
The man doesn't even flinch. Please tell me that's not because he's used to being hit all the time. It was about 2 weeks ago now. Just got back home from after work. Like, I put my hand in my pocket for the wages I'd just earned that day, and I nearly died. There was a hole. Every last penny had dropped out. Oh no, that's the worst. Oh dear, what a disaster. You haven't heard the half of it, boy. Oh? The wife was cutting it up some chicken at the time. And I could hardly get the words out, but I told her straight. I've lost a day's wages, love. Next thing I knew, the blade was whistling past my ear, stuck to the wall next to me it did, about an inch deep. No words, just terror. I could smell it then, you know, that god-awful stench of the Thames. I was sure I was going to end up face down in the muddy banks that night, I can tell you. So, okay, so the theory is, because you couldn't see anything, is that somebody threw a knife into that woman's back. Somehow. Okay. Now, that's a real disaster, isn't it? I'll never use the word lightly again.
Anyway, the point I'm trying to make is this. When a woman loses their rag, they'll throw anything at you. Knives, hatchets, hammers, you name it.
Mr. Naruhodo, you mustn't think that all women are so short-tempered and unrefined.
No, I wasn't thinking that.
Throwing household objects at people is, well, it's so uncivilized. At least attack with honor, using
A bow or the like. Susato, you're scarier. What? Attack? Who are you gonna attack?
Never mind. Anyway, this man's words could be rather significant, I think.
Alright, we'll come back to this bow and arrow thing later, if I dare. Okay, so a woman in rage almost hurled anything in the kitchen knife. Really brought that home for me.
Hold it!
Your wife really threw a kitchen knife at you?
That's right, she was chopping meat with it. Had a tiny edge on it, believe me. Still, it's all memories, isn't it? It started with that smile she threw me when we were courting.
And since then, the list of things she's thrown at me has grown along with our relationship. There was a cup, then a glass, then a pot, and a kettle, a chair, a wardrobe, a cooker, a bathtub! Your wife must be even beefier than you.
And things came to a head last week when she threw me right into the Thames. Still, she's not so bad when she's calmed down. She's a little sweetheart, really.
I'm so happy for you.
If you want to know what I think this whole idea of ladies first that we're so obsessed with in this country was started by some clever lads who'd been tossed in the Thames a few too many times by their wives.
This whole feminist thing that's been going on is just that's a very interesting theory.
What a terrible thought.
On the face of it, this juror's statement just sounds like a really extreme antidote.
But I think it might turn out to be an extremely powerful weapon. A weapon I might be able to use to make the juries accept an alternative explanation here.
Okay, so maybe I'm supposed to pit this with what's her face? The juror number 2 was like, if you have a different theory, then might be able to consider it, yeah. What are the other ones? Window, 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 and then the first guy is... Yeah, okay.
Objection!
Ooh. Those two statements clearly have deeply significant connection.
Good grief. You mean they don't contradict each other? Explain, counsel, at once.
Juror number 2, do you think perhaps that this could be one such novel alternative?
Oh my, whatever do you mean?
An alternative explanation as to how the victim was stabbed in the back.
What are you talking about?
Oh, yeah. You're gonna just keep walking. We've determined that the 4th book, The Lion's Pride, that was found at the scene of the crime, originated in Mr. Garadev's room on the top floor of his house. Therefore, it's equally possible that some other object besides the book could have found its way to the Garadev household on the street below.
What's that now?
After all, Mrs. Garadev could have thrown any number of different objects at her husband. Isn't that right, juror number 4?
What are you insinuating now, you little beanpole?
I'm beginning to think that ever since the true origins of this book came to light, perhaps she had a feeling that this might be what happened. Now you listen here, you Eastern Gala, not English. As the foreman of the jury, I demand a straight answer. You would give us this yarn about some other object making its way out of the house, but what? What was it? I'm really taking a big gamble here. That was a bold accusation to make, but I haven't any real evidence to back it up. But I'm certain that at the very least this warrants further investigation. Alright, Mr. Foreman, I'll try to explain the defense's theory. The other object that found its way to the Garadev household at the scene of the crime was... knife! By the way, I should probably actually check this, right? There it goes! Is that dent supposed to be there? Nope. Maybe it is. It just unfolds and refolds. It's a knife. It's a knife! Yup. That indeed is a knife. Or can I oh, yes, I can't. Wait, no, I can't. Okay, I guess it's just a knife. Anyway.
Take that!
Oh, wait, no. The dent there is so you can pull it out. That's why. Okay. Juror number 4. Mrs. Garadev. Oh, what? What now? I must apologize in advance for this. I can't really say I'm noticing anything special. Kinda just seems like a regular knife. I guess there's like no blood on it. Where's like the tip?
Oh, look here, Mr. Naruhodo. Just at the tip. A small piece of the blade appears to be missing.
You're right. Well spotted, Miss Susato. I wonder what could have happened to it. Yeah. You don't think it could still be lodged in the victim, do you?
Oh dear, I do hope not. That sounds terribly painful.
Ooh. Ooh. Okay, so the tip of the point of the knife is missing. Okay. Anyway. But I need you to confirm something else for the court. This knife. Have you ever seen this knife before?
Good lord, counsel, what are you doing? That's the weapon that was lodged in the victim's back, man.
What am I doing? I'm doing my best, man. My lord, remember that when the victim was attacked, Mr. and Mrs. Garadev were in the throes of an argument. Mrs. Garadev was hurling anything she could at her husband, who had been backed up against a window. A window that had been opened to clear the smoke, and through which a book sailed to land at the crime scene. You can't seriously believe that the book was found at it was found in the victim's grasp. What?
Are you saying it flew out of the window across the street to land neatly in her hand?
Huh? Even my missus hasn't got aim like that.
Yes, I admit, there are many details we don't yet understand. But that's the point. That's precisely why. We must not allow this trial to end. Not right now.
Okay, hold on. I was gonna make a alert joke. TOS! TOS!
Oh my! Mrs. Garrideb, your answer, please! Have you ever seen this nice knife before or not?
Oh god.
Oh, ah!
Oh, she has! My lord.
Oh, my lord! I wish to change my decision. Ooh, I'm a woman of my word, after all.
Thank you, madam. Yes, I agree. I certainly didn't see this coming, but I just don't think it would be right for this trial to come to an end now with so many unanswered questions. Oh. Are you talking about the tip?
Mr. Foreman.
I'd have to agree. Not that I think the granny did it, mind.
Yes, yes, you know what? I'm not quite happy at this moment either.
It's just a tip. Yeah. All together now, ladies and gents.
Da-da-da-da.
Damn, how much fire do you guys have?
We did it! Oh, congratulations, Mr. Naruhodo.
So, as a result of the defense's summation examination, for a second time, a number of juror leanings have changed. 2 jurors called guilty, against 4 now calling innocent. Accordingly, the opinion of the court is divided, and the trial will continue. Yeah! Now then, Lord Van Zeeks, how does the prosecution wish to proceed? Oh no, he's gonna crush another $500 glass. This trial is rapidly descending into a farce. Or he's just gonna drink it. He didn't bring it to his lips, it's just at his chin. His chin drank the wine. Like a corked wine. The first few sips are bitter enough. Oh, never mind, he threw it away. But what follows is so repugnant. It's good for nothing save the gutter. If I may, Lord Van Zeeks, the defense has just put forward a credible alternative explanation for what happened. Credible? Is that your considered opinion, Mr. Foreman? The defense argument is a joke, which I could barely know how to respond. But let me start by insisting that you must all familiarize yourselves better with the relative positions of those being discussed. What about the places being discussed? What do you mean by that? What's his angle this time? It should already be more than apparent that between the crime scene and the Garrideb household runs a rather wide street, Briar Road. Which means that the distance from the Garrideb's house to the scene is some, yes, 15 yards.
Let me see, 15 yards. That's around 14 meters.
Can you free? 14 meters? Oh, that's a little farther than I imagined. And, as you ladies and gentlemen of the jury rightly noted, as having portentous significance, the 4th book was found in the victim's clutches. In other words, the smoldering book, wantonly hurled by the lady of the house, traveled some 15 yards, to land on the opposite side of the road, neatly between the collapsed victim's fingers and thumb. Is that your final conclusion, my learned and deluded friend? I honestly don't know. I don't know at all. Also, he's saying that it's like, yeah, it's impossible for the book to have landed like in the woman's hand. But like, it's definitely possible for it to land in front of her, and then she'll be like, oh, what's this? And then like pick it up, and then somebody stabbed her or something like that. Right? Like she just like, right? I don't know. And did the jackknife follow a near identical trajectory to plunge into the middle of the victim's back? This fantasy is somewhat stretching the notion of having a bad day for the victim, I think. Even those pathetic serialized detective stories have more believable plots. Ugh. There's nothing I can say to that.
That prosecutor loves the sound of his own voice.
Miss Susato! Don't say that out loud.
Serialized detective stories are pathetic, are they? How dare he!
Maybe let's pick our battles here.
My lord, might I be allowed to speak?
As judicial assistant, you may speak for the defense. Yes, go ahead.
The prosecution may consider the idea of fantasy, but what the defense has postulated was believable enough to persuade the jury to change its leaning. And as such, the court has a duty to explore this alternative explanation as thoroughly as possible. To that end, the juror number 4, Miss Joan Gerdeb, must be called to testify and submit a cross-examination.
Saints alive! A cross-examination of a juror? Order! Whoa, well, this is highly irregular. It is unprecedented for a member of the jury to be summoned to the witness stand.
Objection!
Oh my god.
Mommy!
It's okay, Jimmy. And unnecessary. Lord Van Zeeks? He just smacked the child with an alcohol bottle. There are already witnesses in the stand, whose testimony the defense may further cross-examine. If my learned friend's what theory has any truth in it, then both a burning book and a jackknife must have been flown through the sky before this couple's eyes. Oh. More ways than one? Yeah, like the whole bottle, jeez. And we must assume that they would be able to testify accordingly.
What say you, witness?
Yes, sir. Constable Rolly Beat, reporting for duty, sir.
Well. Good morning, officer.
Sorry for dozing until now, sir. I haven't slept for a month,
On account of a villain who's appeared on my beat, sir.
Oh, they're so heroic, these London bobbies.
Patricia, my darling, I've been neglecting you, but no more.
Oh, Rolly, my hero, you make me swim.
I think her voice got higher. It's fine.
Very well, I hereby reject the defense's request
Oh,
and order the witnesses in the stand to testify again. State forthwith before the court any details pertaining to the defense's alternative explanation of events.
yes, sir.
Oh boy. Okay. Witness testimony.
This case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Garrett. Believe me, a London bobby is good for his word. You see, sir, the windows on the top floor of the Garrett house are top-hinged casements. Obviously, if anything had been thrown out the window, we would have seen it. I did leave the scene to go fetch help. My trusty Rolly there My trusty Raleigh was there to make sure nothing was disturbed. I didn't take my eye off the crime scene for one moment, sir. Nothing strange to report on that front, sir.
Oh god. Wow, this is quite startling. Top-hinged casement windows. What are top-hinged? That detail was not in the police report, Constable. Yes, sorry about that. I must have been a little drowsy. You cannot excuse your sins with drowsiness every time, Constable.
No, sir.
Sorry, but what exactly is a top-hinged casement window? Thank you, Ryunosuke. And you cannot excuse your ignorance with such trite remarks, my learned friend. Of course, sorry.
I found it, Mr. Naruhodo. Cast your mind back to the windows in Mr. and Mrs. Girideb's room.
Alright, I'll try. Okay.
So the window opens in order to allow air to circulate inside the house.
Okay.
But as it's a top-hinged casement window, it swings open along the upper edge, you see?
I'm glad you rectified your ignorance. A casement window's most prominent feature is its stay, a metal bar which prevents the window from being opened beyond a certain amount. It prevents it from opening. This is all news to me.
Absolutely correct, sir. In other words, if a book or knife were to be thrown through the open window, it would have clattered against the pane and fallen straight down to the pavement below.
Oh. Oh no. You see the problem then? Good. Your education in Windows is complete. There was never any possibility of either book or knife traveling 15 yards over the road. That is, unless the window pane had been shattered. Something we discussed already. That can't be.
Do you see that, Raleigh? The young Japanese man collapsed in agony. So funny.
Oh yes, darling, I saw it. I saw how he crumpled before me.
Oh, Raleigh, you're so strong.
Oh my god. How is this happening? I haven't even started the cross-examination yet, and already my argument's been destroyed. Yeah, and yet the book was there. Then what? Did someone move it from underneath the thing? Man, I don't know the timeline. Counsel, if you could drag yourself upright again, the court awaits your cross-examination. My lord. Oh good, another desperate situation. Constable Beats report. The case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Garrett. Leave me okay.
Hold it!
How can you say that for certain? Very good question, sir. And the answer is this. It is the noble founding principles of the force written on it as a reminder to all us policemen of our sworn duty.
He showed us that before, didn't he?
Did he? I can't say I remember. To patrol the streets of London town and uphold the peace of common man. It's what the job's all about. And that's why I stand here today beside my long-suffering wife and tell you a Bobby's good for his word. While rubbing my tired eyes admittedly, sir.
Oh, Raleigh, you're so manly.
Of course I am, my darling Patricia. Oh, Pat.
Oh, Raleigh.
No, none of this is what I meant. I meant, how can you say for certain that this case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Garrett?
Oh, I see, sir. You should have said so earlier, sir.
That's what I said. Yes, well, so could you answer the question? That was a waste of time then.
Absolutely, sir. I will answer it to the fullest of my abilities, sir. There's a surprising reason why Mr. and Mrs. Garrett domestic dispute can't be related to this case. But before I get into that, sir, just one thing.
Yeah?
I'd very much like you and all your countrymen to understand the great British institution of Scotland Yard. So I hope you take back some tales of us London bobbies and how we uphold our guiding principles.
I wasn't planning on going back just yet. I've only just arrived here.
So to that end, sir, I'd be happy to lend you my warrant card for your perusal. But I must warn you, you won't be able to get through it without shedding a few tears.
Thank you. I'll try. Thank you. Okay. Okay, hold on. Let me see. Principles of policing. Policeman will strive to preserve the peace within his allotted beat. Patrolling officer is expected to walk 20 miles around his beat every day for the furtherance of the community. Okay. Any crimes fall under the jurisdiction of the beat in which they are discovered. When a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigations and help detectives. Any crimes fall under the jurisdiction of the beat in which they are discovered. Okay. Where's the policeman of this beat, right? Because... Okay, so... What's his name? The sleepy guy. Raleigh. Okay, so Raleigh isn't the policeman of the beat in which the body was found. He said it was somebody else, right? Before in a different testimony. So would that policeman come into play, or am I grasping at straws? Okay. Well, anyway. See, this window's on top floor are all top hinged cast. Okay. We'll just press stuff for now. By which you mean they don't open fully, is that correct?
Yes, sir. They're just there to allow a bit of air through the house, you see? So they're restricted as to how much they open.
Yeah, our university dorm rooms has these, and my friend says to prevent people from jumping outside. And climbing on the roof, that is. And therefore anything thrown out the window from the inside the room would simply strike the pane and fall to the street directly below. For clarity, allow me to mark the map. Okay. Thanks. But okay. Here is the location where the objects would have fallen. Yes. Directly opposite the scene of the crime on the other side of the rather wide road. Oh, that was the judge. Anyway. Would it have been so hard for somebody to mention this top-hinged castanet thing before? Well, I have another question for you, Constable.
And what would that be, sir?
How do you even know? Why would you have any idea of what sort of windows Mr. and Mrs. Garradeb's house are furnished with?
Ah, well, sir, that's very simple. You see, I helped with the investigation yesterday.
Excuse me.
Do you have something to add, Miss B?
Sorry?
You look, well, delighted. Is there some particular reason for that?
No, I was just remembering, that's all. We really were so lucky.
Lucky? What do you mean?
Well... Of course, I feel terrible for the poor woman who was attacked. Don't misunderstand me, please. But we were just so lucky it didn't happen on Raleigh's beat. It was so close, you see.
Oh yeah, they are gonna talk about this. Okay, cool. Oh, I hadn't realized.
Oh yes, that street, Briar Road, is the boundary between Raleigh's beat and the next one. Isn't that right, my love?
A Constable Beat. Oh, yes, that's right. That's the reason I was helping out with the interviewing the occupants of the Garadeb household yesterday. Their houses on my beat, you see? So. Oh, okay, so. Okay. That really was cutting it close then.
Constable, I wonder if you could clarify something. If the Giradeb household is on your beat, does that mean that the pavement next to it is as well? Outside Mr. Giradeb's house? Yes, ma'am. The pavement on that side of the road is part of my beat.
I see. I was unaware of that.
Just think, if the woman had been attacked just on the other side of Briar Road, we would never have been able to go for that meal to celebrate our wedding anniversary. But that's the life of a Bobby after all.
Okay. Extraordinary people are Bobbies, tirelessly working for the benefit of all lenders.
Do you know what I think? I think it was the good Lord's way of rewarding my Raleigh for all his hard work. Don't you think so, my darling?
That must be it, Pat, my love. That must be it. I think perhaps we should make sure we have that information officially on record. Okay.
Leave it to me, Mr. Naruhodo. I'll take care of it immediately.
Oh, okay. Cool.
And now it's my turn, I think.
Okay.
Obviously, if anything had been thrown out of the window, we would have seen it.
Hold it!
But according to my notes here, the sun had gone down already and it was dark.
Oh, but Raleigh and I were strolling along, gazing at the night sky and looking for a lucky star.
It was foggy. How'd you see the night sky? Sorry?
The star that will guide us to eternal happiness.
Can't it guide you to the answer to the question?
It's a the flaming book had cut across the sky in front of us. It would have lit up like a shooting star. And if I'd seen a shooting star, I would have made him wish upon it. Let Raleigh be an inspector, I would have said, 3 times at least. Of course, but what with the smog and everything, we couldn't actually see any stars.
In short, are you saying that neither a book nor a knife crossed the sky before you?
Yes, sir, that is correct, sir.
As sure as the night sky in London is starless, sir. It certainly seems like they're telling the truth.
And then we saw the poor woman fall to the ground, so we ran straight over to help her. I did leave the scene to go fetch help, but my trusty Raleigh was there to make sure nothing was disturbed.
Okay. Oh wait, no. I gotta go back and press it.
Hold it!
Yes, you said that you went to a nearby police box to fetch another officer, is that right?
That's right, yes. If it had been on Raleigh's beat, I would have known exactly where I was going, of course.
Yeah. Isn't, like, a lot of cities, it's hard to see the stars from, or something? What with the fireworks in the sky, you wouldn't need it to... Don't feel bad. Don't feel bad, my love. You can't be expected to know the location of every police box on every beat.
So Raleigh told me the way. Only, I sort of got a little lost on the way.
Oh. Patricia, my darling, that's why I love you. Your terrible sense of direction is bewitching to me. Oh, Pat.
Oh, Raleigh.
Oh, please.
So I suppose I was gone for about 15 minutes. But like I said, my Raleigh was at the scene the whole time, making sure nothing was disturbed.
I was off duty at the time, of course, but a true Bobby is never really off duty, sir. Okay. I didn't take my eye off the crime scene for one moment, sir. Nothing strange to report on that front, sir.
Hold it!
Are you sure you didn't, like, fall asleep or something? Nothing to report.
That's correct, sir. I had my eyes wide open the entire time, never looked away for a second. No one else approached the scene, and nothing was removed from it. I can swear that on Yard's honor, sir.
Really? That seems a little strange.
Beg your pardon, sir? Strange, sir? Seems altogether regular to me. this burnt copy of the Lion's Ride was originally in the Garib household. So the question remains, how did it find its way into the hand of the victim? Can you shed any light on that, seeing as you were at the scene of the crime the entire time? Uh-huh! Could it be a different copy, sir? One that just happened to be burnt as well? Even if that were possible, why would the victim have been gripping a book like that in her hand? As we can see from this photographic print, she had a bag over her shoulder. Well, sir, that book was in the lady's hand from the moment we arrived at the scene. Oh, really? Okay. Is that so? There's something about this statement that's not sitting right with me. The two mysteries of how the knife ended up in her back and how the book ended up in her hand. There must be some common thread between them. Okay. Can I ask you something, please, Mr. Lawyer, sir?
Oh, yeah, of course. What is it?
You're doubting us, aren't you? I can tell.
What? I wasn't really. I mean, what's she doing? I'm just trying to do my job, man.
Please, just because I'm a woman.
Sorry, that threw me off.
Please, just because I'm a woman doesn't make my testimony any less valuable. You might just see me as the wife of a policeman, but I'm a woman of my ward, I am.
I really don't remember ever suggesting that I doubted you.
No excuses, I don't want to hear it.
Oh my god.
My voice will be heard. My lord, you let me speak, won't you?
Yes, Miss Beat. Yes, Miss Beat, I will allow you to supplement your testimony if you so desire. Sometimes the path of least resistance is a safe one.
That's a really loud mutter.
I heard that. That Japanese man thinks a police wife's word counts for nothing, does he? Well, watch out, sir. I might let you get away with something like that, but my Raleigh won't.
Duly noted, Miss Beat. Please, I humbly ask you to continue.
What could she possibly be about to say, I wonder? I know what I saw. My eyes never let me down. My sense of direction is a little off sometimes, though.
Hold it!
Miss Beat, nobody is questioning what you've told us.
I saw it. I did. That evening, I saw it clearly. That little Easter man with the whiskers and the funny curved back, slinking away from the scene. And I know what I didn't see as well. I didn't see any flaming bucks or knives flying through the sky.
All very clear. You also mentioned something about having a poor sense of direction?
Oh, yes. Well, that's a little embarrassing, really. I'm always ending up at the wrong place when I've made arrangements to meet Raleigh. He gets ever so cross.
Really?
Excuse me!
Constable Beat, is there a problem? She shook me too hard. Oh, no, sir. No problem, sir. Did your wife's remark just now bring something to mind, perhaps? Oh, well, in a way, sir. Yes, sir. I was just remembering that the same thing happened that evening, is all. Uh-huh. You mean Miss Beat lost her way on the night of the incident? Yeah, right? Well, you see, I sent her off to find a police box in the next beat over from mine. But she was gone a fair bit longer than what I was expecting. I thought she'd be back inside 10 minutes, but my darling was gone a good 15.
Oh, Raleigh, you're such a tease. But the reason I was gone so long was because of the bouquet, silly.
The bouquet? Sorry, what bouquet are you talking about?
Oh, it was a present for our wedding anniversary. Raleigh's so romantic. He saved up for it with farthings and happenings. What? He found in a gutter while doing his rounds.
Oh gosh. Yeah, how romantic.
I'd forgotten all about it until just now. Had you, my darling?
Oh, yes. But that was just between us.
no talking about it to anybody else, darling. You have to promise... Really? Oh.
What was that about? Constable Beat looks very obviously troubled during that exchange.
I'm afraid I can't offer any useful insight, Mr. Naruhodo. But I'm quite sure of one thing. We have to ask Mrs. Beat about the bouquet.
Mrs. Beat, this bouquet you just mentioned, I'd like you to add the details about it to your testimony, please.
Oh, really? Yes, I'd love to.
Okay, yeah, say your dots, Fanzeeks.
Okay, what happened was I dropped my bouquet and ended up losing my way for a while.
And what's the... Okay. Dropped my bouquet and ended up losing my way for a while. By the way, let me check the thing again. This thing. Strive to preserve peace. Expecting what? Okay. Okay, wait, no. That doesn't have anything to do with what I was thinking. No. Press?
Hold it!
You mean you dropped the bouquet at the scene of the crime? Yes, that's right. Oh, I was so upset. When we ran over and saw it with... When we ran over and saw it was a woman with a knife in her back. What? Oh, when we ran over and saw it was a woman with a knife in her back. I was so shocked I dropped the bouquet Raleigh gave me. It was in a dark spot, but the streetlights weren't casting any light, so I didn't notice at first.
And then you went to the police box to report the policeman whose beat it was on.
Yes. And I came back to the scene together with the other constable, you see? And that's when I spotted my bouquet again. But the funny thing was, when I went to pick it up, it was nowhere near the victim's body at all.
In case you need reminding, Miss Beats, the victim is not deceased.
I was all flustered for a moment before I heard a voice calling me from the other side of the road.
Your husband, presumably?
That's right, silly me. I'd gone over to the wrong side of the street.
So I feel like they're setting this up to make it seem like the victim's body was on the the other side of the street initially or something. Not being about murder.
Although I'm gonna blame the bouquet this time. I can't think about how it got there. I really can't.
So the bouquet somehow moved from one side of Prior Road to the opposite. Curious indeed.
Isn't it? But the worst of it is, I forgot to pick up the bouquet again when we left the scene.
Wait a minute. Wait. Wait. Could it be possible that I don't know, I'm randomly throwing out thonks, but what if Polly, or his name, no, not his name's not Polly. Polly's their ship name. Raleigh moved the body from one side to the other because he wanted the body to be on this other guy's beat instead of his beat, right? Because if it was on his beat, then he had to do more work, right? So, but if you moved the body and it was on the other beat, then that way, what do you call it? Right? He got to spend the rest of the anniversary with her, or whatever it was. They got to eat dinner, or did they already eat dinner? Whatever. The details don't matter, but yeah, right? Okay. Yeah.
That beautiful rose Raleigh brought me, with that change from the gutter he spent so long collecting.
Okay, Van Zeeks and your dots. Oh, by bouquet, do you perhaps mean this sorry solitary rose? Van Zeeks, there's no need to insult the couple's bouquet.
Oh! Oh, yes, that's it!
Don't worry about spelling. I can't spell either. Oh my god.
That's the bouquet Raleigh bought me for our anniversary, with old bits of the change he found in the gutter.
Maybe just call it a rose?
Tell us, Lord Van Zeeks, where did you come by this flower?
According to the report by the police officer in charge of the crime scene investigation, it was found on the edge of the pavement in front of the Garib household. In front of the Garib's house. Although it wasn't noticed until the morning as it lay where the street lamps cast no light. It was believed to be of no relevance to the case since it was found on the opposite side of the thoroughfare. Bouquet does sound more romantic, yeah.
Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you. Can I have it back now, please?
No, I think for good measure, this rose should be added to the court record as evidence.
Oh,
You can have it back after, don't worry. I can buy you another flower. Wait, actually, never mind. Me and Susato are like low on cash.
but it's a symbol of our love. I want it back after the trial. Do you hear me? I want it back.
Good grief, rest assured I will do my very best not to forget, Miss Beat. Yeah, afterwards. Then taking my eyes off the crime scene for a moment, nothing strange to report on that front. Okay.
Hold it!
Nothing to report. That's correct, sir. I had my eyes wide open the entire time. Never looked away for a second. No one else approached the scene and nothing was removed from it. I can swear on that. Swear to that on Yard's honor, sir. Really? That seems a little strange. Beg your pardon, sir? Strange, sir? Seems altogether regular to me. If it's not from her woman, you're right. This burnt copy of the Lion's Pride was originally in the Garib household. So the question remains, how did it find its way into the hand of the victim? Can you shed any light on that, seeing as you were at the scene of the crime the entire time? Oh wait, I already pressed this. Okay. Uh-huh! Could it be a different copy, sir, or one where it was? Okay. Right. Okay.
Well, Mr. Naruhodo, what do you make of all this?
Yes. The whole idea of an invisible attacker has been troubling me all along, but I believe I'm starting to get a picture of what really happened here now. The fourth book that had no business at being at the scene of the crime made me sure that Mrs. Garib was hiding something from us. But it's becoming increasingly clear that someone else has been hiding something else from something. I can't talk. I think I may have already been armed with everything I need to strike a decisive blow here. Okay, thanks for the hint, game. Okay, so then it's the last statement, in case it's nothing to do with. Okay. Da-da-da. I didn't take my eye off the crime scene for one moment. I guess it's this statement, and then the rose, right? I can look at it.
An English rose. It's such a beautiful flower.
Ah, this is a rose, is it? I've never seen one before.
Do you not take an interest in flowers, Mr. Naruhodo?
I wouldn't say that exactly, but I do know 3 types at least.
Gosh, 3?
Yes, plum blossom, peach blossom, and cherry blossom.
Perhaps you should consider branching out? Learning some that aren't fruit tree based, for example?
Okay. I like how it's in the newspaper too. Very nice. What's this? It's a very stylish paper that the flowers wrapped in, isn't it?
It's just an old newspaper, Mr. Naruhodo.
Oh, I suppose it's because I'm not used to seeing English print. It looks so exotic to me.
Ah, I see.
Is something wrong?
Oh, no. I was just thinking that if you wrapped the stone-baked sweet potato in English newspaper, it might look like some sort of fancy cake.
Ah, Susato-san, you do love your cakes. Okay, alright. Great insight, you guys.
Objection!
You claim, Constable Beat, that there was nothing to report in the 15 or so minutes that you were guarding the scene. But that cannot be.
Well, what do you mean to say?
In your testimony just now, Mrs. Beat, you explained to the court that when you arrived back at the scene of the crime with the policeman assigned to that beat, the bouquet you had dropped at the victim's side was no longer anywhere nearby.
Objection!
Yes, on the opposite side of Briar Road, where the victim was attacked. But considering the size of the meager bouquet, if a single sorry bloom can be so described, no doubt it was blown in the wind across the street, back into the gutter where it belonged. Damn, Van Zeeks, leave them alone.
Meager?
The prosecution will refrain from insulting the witness's bouquet. If that were the case, why did Constable Beat not testify to the fact? Still rude. Yeah.
No one else approached the scene, and nothing was removed from it. Constable Beat swore to that on Scotland Yard's honor.
Oh, okay. I just got what the objection was about. I was just like, oh man, it's probably the rose and like the last statement and like how he probably moved the body maybe, right? But oh, no, because if the rose got blown away, then he would have said something. Okay.
But the bouquet belonged to me. It has nothing to do with the case. That's why Riley didn't mention it, I'm sure.
No, because sadly, it's not only your bouquet we're talking about here. More than one thing in this case, it's mysteriously the round way around. What are you talking about? Think about it. Besides Mrs. Beat's bouquet, there's Mr. Giradev's book. Mr. Giradev's copy of The Lion's Pride, which was thrown out the window by his wife, would have struck the pane of the casement window and landed here on the west side of the street. And yet, it was actually found here on the opposite side of the road, in the victim's hand. Meanwhile, according to the testimony we've heard, Mrs. Beat's bouquet should have been dropped here at the scene of the crime on the east side of the street. But, in fact, it was actually found here on the opposite side of the road, in front of Mr. and Mrs. Giradeb's house. There's no logical explanation for those things, unless someone deliberately moved them. Hell yeah, tell him, Ryunosuke.
What are you trying to say? The way you're talking, it sounds like you think my Raleigh's done something wrong. Don't you listen to a word that scrawny lawyer says, withering on about...
Sorry, there's like really strong wind outside right now, so like tree branches and stuff and knocking on the window. And I'm like, oh god, there's a ghost.
Withering on about books and bouquets. Why should we care? It's nitpicking, that's what it is.
Oh good, Miss Garabit's come around. Oh, she woke up. You might call it nitpicking, Miss Deb. Oh my god. But deliberately meddling with the scene of crime is a criminal offense. It's called,
tampering, Mr. Naruhodo.
Oh.
But the person responsible for this tampering cannot admit it to it, for a very subtle but compelling reason.
Objection!
Tampering? Tampering? You've barely heard the term before. Tell us, my learned friend. Who would possibly have had cause to carry out such an elaborate deception? Yes, there is someone who tampered with the scene of the crime that evening. All the evidence and all the testimony points to that one particular person. Yes. Counsel, I must demand that you substantiate this conjecture. Who are you saying is responsible for tampering with the scene of the crime? Why, it's Raleigh Beats.
Take that!
Obviously, there's only one person it could have been. Boom. Constable Raleigh Beat, it was you!
What? A policeman? A member of Scotland Yard?
What nonsense! Why would my Raleigh do something like that? There's no one straighter than my—
There's no one straighter than my husband.
No Bobby works so more tirelessly for the people of London.
Mrs. Beat, you said in your testimony that your husband asked you to go to a nearby police box to fetch the officer on duty. The 15 minutes that you were absent from the scene is the only opportunity anyone had to tamper with it.
I know he's straight. You're making it up. It's all nonsense. It's all lies. What about that Japanese man with the whiskers? I bet it was him. He did it.
Objection!
If that was true, Constable Beat would have seen him do it.
Oh. And forgive me for pointing it out, but when you dropped your bouquet, Mrs. Beat, it was after the defendant had fled the scene.
Oh, I think Susan's voice got too high.
It was after the defendant had fled the scene. Well...
Objection!
First, you make accusations about the landlord and his wife, and now you incriminate a policeman as well, and upset his wife. Do you have something against married couples now? But your accusations lack one very important thing. You claim that the crime scene was tampered with. But there's only one reason anyone would commit such reckless crime: to hide something.
That's right. My husband and I just happened to be there, that's all. So why would we have anything to hide? It doesn't make sense.
You offer no motive for this alleged tampering. And until you do, your accusations are nothing but empty threats. Constable B has a very good reason for wanting to tamper with the scene of the crime. That's the key to this entire affair.
Mr. Naruhodo, have you managed to solve this mystery?
Ho ho ho! Ho ho! Consul, you have made a very serious accusation against the London police officer. If you are mistaken, I'm sure I need not point out your reputation as a lawyer will be irrevocably damaged. With that stark warning in mind, you will now explain to the court the motive for this alleged tampering.
Yes, my lord.
Constable Beat's motive for tampering with the crime scene was to hide where the book fell, where the bouquet fell, where the victim fell. Where the victim fell. Where the victim fell to the ground. That is what the Bobby had to cover up, at all costs. What?
Where the victim fell? You mean where she was attacked? What are you talking about? We told you at the very start, didn't we? On the pavement of Briar Road. We saw it happen, remember? It was right here, as if anyone didn't already know.
That's certainly what everybody has been led to believe. But in fact, that isn't where the victim was stabbed at all.
What? What?
I'm beginning to wonder where this tumultuous trial will end, Counsel. If that's your assertion, then the court is dying to know, my Nipponese friend. Where are you proposing that the crime actually took place that evening? Haha, it's right here!
Take that!
But that's the opposite side of the road.
I don't understand.
On the evening in question, Mr. Garadeb's book fell directly down from the open window above, and your bouquet, Miss Beat, never moved at all. What did move? Wow, look at that 360! Was the scene of the crime itself. Good gracious!
Objection!
Perhaps you have been listening to this ample testimony the court has heard. But these witnesses both saw the moment the attack took place.
That's right, I saw it with my own eyes.
It was 5 o'clock in the evening and already dark. There was typical London fog on the ground.
When you saw the incident unfold and ran to the victim's aid, that was actually on the west side of Briar Road. No, that's not true. It can't have been. Constable Beat then arranged for you to be absent for a while by sending you for help. And during the 15 minutes you were away, he transplanted the crime scene. He moved all the things shown in this print, the victim herself, the 4 books. He moved everything, in fact, to the pavement on the east side of Briar Road. Extraordinary. But the constable overlooked one thing. What? What did he overlook? The bouquet, I presume. Exactly. The prosecution told the court just a few minutes ago about the discovery of the rose bouquet. Lord Van Dijk said it wasn't noticed until the morning, as it lay where the street lamps cast no light. Yes, it couldn't have been seen in the dark, obviously. Which is why it was only the bouquet that was found in its original position on the pavement on the west side of Briar Road. And that is the defense's theory about what really happened that evening. How do you respond? Constable Raleigh Beat? Well, I'm very sorry. I didn't mean to nod off again, but I haven't slept properly in a month. Did I miss anything important? Bro. Oh, Raleigh. It isn't true, is it? What the lawyer said is all lies, isn't it? I know it is, because you're the most upstanding, righteous man I know. I had a dream. A terrible dream. All the things I did that night. Everything come out. Everything exposed. Only it seems... It wasn't a dream at all. Good golly! Oh, we just realized that the scarf is connected. Oh, that's cute. Okay. Order! What on earth is the meaning of all this? Oh, Raleigh, why would you do something like this? She says with stars still in her eyes. Moving a corpse is a criminal offense, isn't it? Wishing the victim dead should be one too. Constable, explain yourself. Why would you do this? As a respected member of Scotland Yard, your duty is to protect the good people of London Town. I can't say, sir. What? I really am ever so sorry about all this. For damaging the Yard's reputation. For everything. I have a possible explanation. For why, on that particular evening, Constable Beat felt compelled to move the scene of the crime. I can think of one reason. What? How could you possibly know? You, a foreigner, presuming to understand the mind of a Scotland Yard policeman. And yet, Lord Van Dijk, it is this foreigner who has uncovered the startling truth for the matter thus far. Oh god, I hope my power doesn't go out. I believe it would be beneficial to the court to hear this extraordinary young lawyer's theory. Counsel for defense, if you please. Yes, my lord. Now then, I think I think you better show us some evidence. At once, my lord. England, Japan. It makes no difference where you come from. Human emotions are the same. And I think I have a fairly good idea of the feelings behind this man's actions. What gives away the motive for the Constable Beach's unthinkable actions? The warrant card.
Take that!
I realize that I'm a foreigner in this land, and I have just arrived from Japan, which is why all this information about London's so-called bobbies is completely new to me. I've learned that through honorable, patrolling the beat is the most demanding work of the world, for example.
Oh, though honorable, right. Keeping the peace, looking after the citizens on his beat in all kinds of ways. There's no doubt that the young Bobby is charged with a great deal to do each day, certainly. But for Constable Beat, the day in question was special. Special? How? On account of this bouquet, my lord.
Oh, yes! It was our first wedding anniversary.
Oh. Constable Pete had worked so hard to be able to afford this simple gift for his wife, and was looking forward to taking her out on a celebratory meal. When he and Mrs. Beat stumbled upon a crime along Briar Road. Yeah. When he saw that shadowy figure through the fog collapse on the pavement ahead of him, what must have gone through this man's mind? What's up? Just on that one particular day, I was looking forward to celebrating my wedding anniversary. Mrs. B puts up a lot with being married to a Bobby like me. I wanted to show my dear wife how much I care. Yeah. This is the warrant card that Constable B offered to lend me earlier. Inside, among the rules for patrolling policemen, it says, when a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigations and help detectives. Aha! Constable Beat. Is that, or is that not the reason why you moved the whole scene of the crime that day? Yes. Everything you said is all right. So that's it. It was all to do with the boundary of your beat. Oh, I can't talk. I'm sorry. It was all to do with the boundary of your beat.
Oh.
Exactly. To summarize, the incident actually occurred on Constable Beat's beat. Good gracious! Constable, do you realize the gravity of what you have done? So really about to move this too. Yeah, we got it! It's always good when you figure out an Ace Attorney mystery before they tell you. It was the first time since I became a copper that I'd ever cursed God. Stay close to me, Pat. The criminal could still be lurking somewhere. As we ran over to the scene, I had every intention of doing my duty as police officer. We've got to report this to the station as quickly as possible. Oh god, I'm sorry, the rain. But then it dawned on me. I realized where we were, where the victim was lying, and what that meant for me. When a crime is discovered on his beat, policemen must assist with initial investigations to help detectives. Why here? Why did this have to happen here? And why tonight, of all nights? Yeah. Why? Yeah, but it's totally understandable, though, right? It's a copper's job to guard the scene of the crime, so I told Pat she had to go to the nearest police box and fetch whoever was on duty there. It was then, when I opened my mouth to speak, it just came out. I couldn't believe the words that were coming out of my own mouth. This is the next beat to mine, Pat. So we have to go to the police box that covers it. Turn right along Mershram Street and then... Yeah. So basically he kind of used his wife's bad sense of direction in order to try to salvage their wedding anniversary. Oh, Raleigh! I'm... Oh, Raleigh! I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh, Raleigh, it's okay. It's okay. It was just a little mistake. I just wanted, just that one night, to take my Patricia out for dinner. Yeah, it's totally understandable, Raleigh. Don't worry about it.
Oh, Raleigh.
Just that one night.
Oh, maybe. Yeah. Like, right, because I think she said before too, that was like I wouldn't, like, oh, I wouldn't know about, like, where every police box is, because she isn't a Bobby. You knew that if the incident was on your beat, your evening of celebration would be ruined. And so you decided to move the entire crime scene outside your jurisdiction. Just across the street, to the east pavement of Briar Road, which falls under the neighboring beat's care. You see, I thought... Well, I was sure the victim was dead, you see. I beg your pardon?
Oh, of course he did. Otherwise, my Raleigh would never have left the poor woman on a freezing cold pavement.
I see your meaning now. But God got me back from my sins, didn't he? That's why I missed the rose I bought for Pat.
Oh no, Raleigh, that was my fault. I should have never dropped it in such a dark place. I'm so sorry, Raleigh.
And can you tell us, Constable? How many books did you move from one side of the road to the other in total? Oh, 4 it was. Yes, definitely, 4.
3 of them dropped by Mr. Natsume, and the 4th being the one that fell from the window upstairs in the Garadeb household, of course.
But what made you place that book in the victim's hand? When all the other books were scattered haphazardly around, I mean. Oh, well, that's because that's how I found it. How you found it? What do you mean? When we first ran over to the scene, the victim was already holding the book. So, when I moved everything, I made sure it was still in her hand. Okay. I think probably, because basically what this is leading up is that, what's her name? Joan Garadeb, right? Like, kind of mistakenly killed no, not killed, sorry, she's not dead. Mistakenly injured the victim in this case, right? But how it happened was that the book first fell, and then she's, it fell in front of the victim, and the victim's like, oh, what's this, right? And she bends down to pick it up, right? And then the knife falls, like, onto her back. Maybe. Which would be, like, really shitty luck, by the way. Are you sure it was this book, The Lion's Pride, that the victim was holding? Oh yes, no doubt about it, sir. Interesting. Okay. Okay. I thought it was an open and shut case at the time, you see. There were only the 2 people at the scene, and Pat and me both saw it happen. However which way you looked at it, it had to be the fellow who ran off who done it, I thought. I couldn't see the harm, really. I didn't think moving it all over the road would make a jot of difference. I suppose this is it for me now. I've had it. My lord.
Yes, Lord Van Zeeks?
I believe that concludes the cross-examination of the witnesses. Constable, you may withdraw. Yes, sir.
Mr. Prosecutor, sir. What will become of my Raleigh? What will happen to him? Will he still have his job?
Please, they're really broke. For now, you are free to go home. The police will contact you in due course.
Please, don't punish my husband.
Talking?
Please, don't punish my husband. This was all my fault. It's because I'm always moaning at him for coming home late.
Leave it now, Pat. Let's go home. I'm tired.
Alright then, my love.
One last thing, Constable. Sir? Let this be a lesson to you. In a criminal investigation, every detail matters, however insignificant it may seem to you. Yes, sir. Carve that lesson in your mind. And never again make the same mistake of tampering with the scene of a crime. Never again, sir. You mean to say... Oh, he keeps his job. Leave now, the trial's not yet over. Get out of my sight. Sir! Leave and go get a good night's rest. Well, quite a startling revelation, I must say. Whoever thought of a third party transplanting the entire scene of the crime like that? Hold on. My headphone. Running out of batteries. That's what I get for Bluetooth. Okay. Oh my god. Thunder. Whoever thought of a third party transplanting the entire scene into crime like that? He is getting better treatment than Gumshoe. Poor Gumshoe would have been fired immediately if he did something like that. Oh my god. Gumshoe got fired for, like, being an okay detective. Oh, no, I mean, yeah. Like, damn. Indeed, my lord. Nevertheless, there are some immutable facts here. Principally, that the accused, Mr. Sotsuki Natsume, is the only person who could have possibly committed this crime.
Objection!
No, I disagree. Now that we know the true scene of the incident, there is someone else. Another person who could be responsible for the knife in the victim's back. Forgive me for being presumptuous, but I believe that the prosecution is probably well aware of this possibility already.
Lord Van Zeeks, is this true? Very well. Name the person if you will, and if further investigation is warranted. The prosecution has no objection to the trial continuing. Okay, I think it's I think it's Joan, but just in case, I'll save. Just in case. But I'm pretty sure, right? Because that's how, yeah.
Take that!
The defense would once again like to request a cross-examination of a new witness, my lord.
Once again.
My assistant made the same request earlier, in order to finally reveal the truth about this case. It's imperative that we cross-examine juror number 4, Mrs. Joan Garibdeb. Me? Oh dearie me.
Objection!
That request has already been denied.
Objection!
But the situation is very different now. Miss Garibdeb, answer me this. What do you want now, you little toad? At the time of the incident, you were engaged in a violent argument with your husband, Mr. John Garibdeb. In the course of the argument, a minor house fire was ignited. And to clear the smoke from the room, your husband opened a window that looks over Briar Road. Well, what of it? You threw this book at your husband when he was cornered with his back against a window. Upon striking the pane of the top-hinged casement window, the book plummeted directly down, finding its way to what we now know to be the true scene of the incident. Yes, and as I said, what of it? What of it? During the argument, you were beside yourself with rage. As such, you threw not just books, but anything you could lay your hands on. So, let me ask you one more time, Mrs. Garibdeb. This knife, the one removed from the victim's back. Have you really never laid eyes on it before? I don't recall it. Seriously? But you passed out before when you saw it. Am I supposed to remember everything I picked up and threw at my husband? And anyway, the man over there in all the regalia said the members of the jury needn't testify, did he?
Conveniently, yes.
Objection!
No, I have no recollection. What? No, I have no recollection of saying that at all. Juror number 4. Oh. Make no mistake. You jurors are not special in any way. You are not immune to the judicial process. If you know something about this knife, madam, let the truth come out. But that's just a common or garden knife. But that's just a common or garden knife. It could have come from anywhere. We have several like that at home. If one went missing, how would you expect me to know? What's that?
Are you joking? What are you saying? Please, Miss Garrideb. You have knives like this at home?
Now you listen to me. I refuse to believe all this nonsense. I couldn't bear the thought that I'd injured someone. Do you hear? I couldn't bear it. Oh, the poor woman. So, yes, I want evidence. I want to see hard evidence if you're going to insist on this be my fault. You're going to have to prove to me that I threw that knife if it's what you think. Come along now, chop chop. Do your worst.
Well, chop chop like a knife.
Well, Mr. Naruhodo?
If I had evidence like that, believe me, I would have thrown it at her already. Then take the stand, juror.
Oh.
The prosecution does not object to the defense's request to cross-examine this woman. Thank you, Lord Van Zeeks. Surprisingly nice.
I'm going to have to testify?
Juror number 4. As I'm sure you will appreciate having observed it with your own eyes today. Witness testimony can lead to the most extraordinary truths being unearthed. Truth of which the witnesses themselves may not even have been aware.
Oh dearie me.
So I demand your full and unadulterated testimony, Miss Garrideb. And mark my words, in this court of law today, we shall extract the truth. Do you concur, counsels?
Certainly, my lord. Oh, that's what I'm hoping for, my lord. Yeah, let's go. Oh, this is such a strange feeling. For the first time since arriving in this country, it actually feels real. The country? I'm here, in the Old Bailey, and I'm a lawyer. Yeah, Yunosuke, you're a lawyer. Witness, state your name and occupation.
Oh, yes, my name is Joan Garrideb. And I'm, well, I'm a juror and such like.
Yeah, right? The 3D makes the whole courtroom and everything way more cinematic, which is really cool. Without 3D, we can't get cool things like Ryunosuke walking back and forth. It sounds like even though she doesn't know she's a housewife or a maid or whatnot anymore. Right, okay. The court has decided your testimony is required in order to clarify matters in this case. Do you understand, madam?
Yes, my lord.
You will tell the court everything that took place in your household on the evening in question. And I warn you, do not attempt to hide the truth.
Oh dearie me.
Sorry about the thunder in the background. Chin up, Joni, nothing to worry about now. It says, whoa! How'd you get here?
Oh, I didn't know you were here, John.
Wasn't only you in the room that day, old thing, was it? Rather think I ought to testify as well, don't you?
But what about your knee, dear?
Don't you worry about that. Hardly notice it. I'm not the sort of chap to leave a comrade in face and leave a comrade to face disciplinary action alone.
Oh, John.
I presume you are. I presume you are Mr. John Garadeb. Yes, sir. Former second lieutenant of the 3rd Regiment of the 4th Northumberland Fusiliers, sir. What? See my fair share of action and now living a quiet life, as it were.
A quiet life. Were you not engaged to an incendiary battle with your spouse on the day in question?
Well, yes, quite.
Yeah, at least the handprint's gone. I believe this
may represent a first in the proud history of British court. Calling a juror to witness stand is unprecedented. However, the court will hear your testimony now, juror number 4, and that of your husband. You will recount clearly and concisely the events in your home at the time of the incident in question. Sir, at once.
Witness testimony. Battle of the Garadeb.
Yes, on the day you're referring to, the wife and I did have a bit of a skirmish. Can't recall the reason now. Knocked a candlestick over and set fire to the carpet. Soon had it out though. Got the window open.
Meanwhile, I was picking up whatever I could find to throw at him.
Plenty of knives around our place. Can't say that I noticed if one or two went missing, I'm afraid. If that bawling thing in the victim's back was really one of ours, you'll have a job proving it, I think.
Oh boy. Okay. It sounds as though it was quite the battlefield in your house that evening. Although, an entirely one-sided assault, it seems.
The enemy caught us on the hop, sir. Had no choice but to dig in and take defensive measures. To be honest, if the enemy had kept shelling us for another minute, we'd have been toast. Of course, a veteran such as myself is only too aware of that on every battlefield. You're just a gnat's whisker from death at any moment.
Are we still talking about a martial quarrel here?
Well,
I must say, I'm dubious about this testimony. I'm dubious that this testimony will shed any light on the origins of this jackknife. In combat, one's focus narrows such that surroundings are barely noticed. These witnesses may not be able to offer anything more than they have testified already. This may be a dead end. Penzix may well be right.
Well, whatever the chances, we only have this last cross-examination to uncover the truth, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yeah, I'm afraid so. Oh, shit, I hit my... You know when you hit your funny bone and your whole hand goes numb? Yeah, that... Oh, man. Okay, we're fine. We're fine.
Very well, Consul. Begin your cross-examination.
Cross-examination.
Yes, on the day you're referring to, your wife and I did have a bit of skirmish, okay?
Hold it! Can't recall the reason now. The reason is what you told us yesterday, I believe.
Yes, that's right. If I remember correctly,
Susato, no, come on, we're supposed to keep it hush on the DL.
It's all started because of a note that was tucked into the pages of a book belonging to Mr. Garadeb.
A rather passionate note, in fact. But Mr. Garadeb found the note, discovering her husband's little secret.
And she gave him a mighty number of slaps across the face for it, too.
What a sordid start of affairs.
Hell on earth.
I say, when a chap says he can't recall such things, it's common decency to not drag it all up. And besides, half of it was wide of the mark anyway.
Oh god.
A likely story.
These waters run very deep.
And what transpired next after those multiple blows to the face? Knocked a candlestick over and set fire to the carpet. Soon had it out though and got the window open. Okay.
And the fire also spread to some items of furniture, didn't it?
the bookcase, my armchair, anything of mine, really. Just so happened there was some bathwater around. Bathwater? Oh, just so happens there was some bathwater around that evening, so I sloshed it about to put it out.
I don't know, when you said bathwater, the first thing that came to my mind was like Belle Delphine's bathwater. I was like, that's not enough to put out a fire. But why would you have that? Okay. That's who sent the note! I'm kidding. Most precarious situation you put yourself in. Ours is a three-story townhouse on the west side of the street, where the water main isn't connected yet. Have to draw water from the public water pump during the day if you need any, you see.
The lodgers are always moaning that they can't get any water at night. Although, that little mustached Japanese man buys water in bottles, I believe.
The defendant, Mr. Natsume, you mean?
Yes, he receives a stipend for his studies, you know, from his home country. Can you imagine being able to brew a pot of tea at all hours? He's obviously very well off.
Are you sure about that? He lives in, like, a place with no windows. Have you actually seen the state of the man? Yeah.
I believe he uses all his income to buy books.
Well, anyway, the point is, I was able to douse the fire with water, fortunately enough.
Okay.
Meanwhile, I was picking up whatever I could find to throw at him.
Hold it!
Yeah? Even though the room was on fire?
As far as I was concerned at the time, it was more important to extinguish my anger than the flames. When a woman wants to throw, she must throw.
Fair.
That's most certainly not true of a Caesar to take down, Mr. Naruhodo.
How did she know I was thinking of that? So, please cast your mind back and try to remember. Was a knife among the items that you threw at your husband that day?
In all honesty, I don't recall, but I feel I must point out that I'm no monster. Let me see. Some bread, a cabbage, garlic, towel, a sponge, a napkin.
Oh,
Excuse me!
do you have something to add, sir?
Mr. Gyaradev!
Don't shoot! Oh, sorry, I beg your pardon?
Did your wife's remark just now bring something to mind?
Nothing of any significance, no. Just a barrage of projectiles the old thing launched in my direction. Was somewhat more solid than she implies. Books, bricks, and the fire poker, I seem to recall. Ouch. And the woman's aim is uncanny.
She's pouring it in his pipe. She landed a direct hit with, oh my god.
Ah, good grief, woman. We're not at home now. This is a court of law.
Oh dearie me, I'm so sorry, dear.
What's she been doing with the teapot here?
Honestly, John, I would never have thrown such things at you, obviously.
She certainly is intense.
Well, take a look at this then. How would you suppose that happened,
Oh, his pipe broke? Your pipe, sir?
Had this thing in my hand as usual at the time of the onslaught. Knocked it clean out with one of her soft projectiles, she did, yes. And when I went to pick the thing up, it was broken in two. I like to see a sponge do that sort of damage.
That's a lot of damage. I see, your pipe was broken.
It would have never been sent flying unless it was hit by something pretty solid. Anyway, I've managed to bandage the thing up for now.
Ah, you are one to exaggerate, aren't you, dear?
I wonder what we should make of this account. It could be important. It's better than cabbages and napkins.
The defense believes Mr. Gyaradeeb's remarks just now,
to be of great significance.
Objection!
I can read. This war veteran's words only tell us one thing. Betray your fiery wife, and pipes as well as hearts may be broken. Sentimental wisdom, perhaps, but hardly worthy of adding to the formal testimony. Indeed, common sense, one might say. Might one?
In that case, would you at least permit us to examine the pipe, sir?
Oh. Well, I don't see why not.
Oh, dearie me. There we go again, trying to ingratiate yourself with a young lady.
Oh my god.
Very well. The court will accept this gentleman's pipe as evidence.
Okay. Apparently it fell to the floor during a domestic dispute with his wife and broke. We check it and it's like, ugh, it's full of tea.
I hope I didn't speak out of turn, Mr. Naruhodo. I was just feeling rather disappointed for you that your request was turned down.
Oh, no, it's fine. Thanks to Susato-san, we have some new evidence to work with. We should examine it carefully. Okay. I will go examine it now. Okay. Oh, wow. Oh! It's the point of the knife! What? Wait, this was in here the whole time and you just didn't notice? Wow, smells like tea! Oh wait, let's check this first. It seems to be in a sorry state with that bandage around it, doesn't it? For some reason, it feels slightly ominous to me, like it's trying to shout out a warning. Probably because it's the same blue as Mr. Garrideb's dressing gown.
I suppose it must have some considerable sentimental value to Mr. Garrideb, given that he's gone to the trouble of repairing it like this.
Either that, or he can't afford to replace it. Okay, and then this thing. Oh ho ho! Oh, something just twinkled inside the chamber of the pipe there.
Yes, I saw it. Something's stuck in there, I think.
Let's turn it over and give it a shake. What's this?
It's a tiny fragment of metal. It looks like the tip of a blade or something.
The tip of a blade? Surely it couldn't be. Oh, we get to take it out. Okay, cool. Alright, cool. Oh, wait, we can... Should we examine the tip of the blade too? Just the tip? There's no way it's this big. This is a tiny piece of metal we found in the chamber of Mr. Garrideb's pipe.
It looks like the tip of a blade or something.
The tip of a blade.
Is something wrong, Mr. Naruhodo?
I don't really know. There's just something niggling me. Why did I keep using that word? That word is so weird. Okay, I can't quite put my finger on what it is.
Perhaps in that case, it would be wise to examine some of the other pieces of evidence again.
I see. Okay. Oh. Okay. Well, thank you for that. Rebuttal, Mr. Garrideb. Now, if we return to the crux of the matter, what can you tell the court about the knife used to attack the victim? Yeah. This statement, right? Bleeding lies around a place can't shoot.
Hold it!
Sorry, would you care to elaborate?
Nothing to say, really. Rather partial to a spot of carving, you see. Pipes and whatnot, fishing tackle, you know, the sort of thing.
It's a passion we both share. I like to carve little wooden trinkets too. And then there's my leather work.
Oh wow.
Sorry to say, we're always losing knives about the place, and we have dozens of the things.
They sell them at the market sometimes, 20 for a price of 19. Needless to say, I snap them up. John prefers to use 2 knives at meals too, instead of a knife and a fork.
Why?
Now, Joan, we don't want people thinking I'm some sort of savage.
Here we go again with the scaldings. Why are they being so evasive?
I imagine it's because they don't want to believe it. They can't bear the thought that it might have been one of their knives that injured the victim.
Which is entirely understandable, of course, but still. Go on with your testimony, witnesses. Sir. Okay.
If that bullet hanger is the victim's back was really one of ours, we would have a job proving it, I think.
So you have no intention of admitting it was your knife, unless we can produce proof. Like, even though there's no other credible possibility if Mr. Natsume is innocent.
Objection!
You forget, my Nipponese friend, that it has yet to be established that the accused is not responsible for the attack. As if I could forget. If only there was some way to know who had handed the knife. But I suppose wizardry like that is just a dream.
Perhaps you're thinking of fingerprinting, Naruhodo.
Wait, we know what fingerprinting is?
What? You mean it's not a dream?
That sort of wizardry really exists? The cutting edge.
Whenever people touch something, they leave behind a unique pattern from their skin, or so they say.
But I can't see anything. There are already countries in the world where these so-called fingerprints can be used as evidence. Lord Strongheart is currently discussing the matter at the Ministry of Justice.
Yes, I believe we are rapidly approaching an era of scientific methods of investigation. In the future, young girls with pink glasses will come over to you with white powder and ask you to blow on your 3DS screen, DS screen.
But for now, we shall have to find an alternative method by proving our assertion. That this knife found in the victim's back was originally in Mr. and Mrs. Gyrodeb's house.
Ugh, if only I could transplant this whole incident to several years in the future. Okay, that's the extent of their testimony, is it?
What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo?
Well, I think we've heard all this before, to be honest. I can't say I'm particularly confident that we'll be able to prove anything new from this testimony.
But in this cross-examination, it's absolutely essential that we establish how this knife came to be at the scene of the incident.
Yes, I know.
I'm sure both of them must be feeling very worried. Worried that it was in fact a knife belonging to one of them that caused the victim's injury.
If we can find even just a tiny shred of evidence to support that theory, a tiny shred, maybe a tiny fragment, a tip, maybe, of a certain object.
Yes, it would.
So for Sosuke-san's sake, we must find that last crucial piece of evidence. Yeah, just a tip. A tiny tip. Okay. Here it is. Ta-da! Mr. Gyrodeb, can I ask you to take a good look at this, please?
You can ask, but I can't see about a thing.
You can't?
You should call me Dead-Eye Deb back in the regiment, of course. But that was some time ago now.
His face looks so...
Even when I'm trying to enjoy a large print book by the fire these days. I struggle to tell a B from a D and a P from a Q, to be honest.
Seems like you need glasses.
Oh, he does, dearie me. It's rather wearing being asked about every other letter and every other word.
Oh man. You must be very dusty. That wasn't... Ryunosuke, what the fuck? Okay. Whatever. What is that? A tiny scrap of metal. The lion's quiet. Yes, almost certainly from the tip of a blade. And what may appear at first just to be a tiny scrap is in fact a crucial piece of evidence. Interesting. And where did the defense come by this evidence? It was lodged in the chamber of Mr. Gyrodeb's pipe.
My pipe, you say? By Jove, I wonder how it got there.
And what precisely does this fragment of metal signify, Counsel?
Are you suggesting that it is some way related to the matter of the stabbing on Briar Road?
Yeah, slap yourself, Ryunosuke. I am. What? When put together with another piece of evidence already in the court record, I believe this tiny fragment of metal will unravel the whole truth of this case, my lord. Wait, I just realized she's standing on the box.
You appear to be rather confident in that extraordinary statement, Counsel.
Very well then, present the pertinent evidence to the court. What evidence, when paired with this fragment of metal, allegedly reveals the truth of the entire case? Okay, yeah. Here it is, the jackknife! This is the knife that was found in the victim's back.
If you look closely, you will see that there is a small piece at the tip of the blade that is missing. A common issue with inferior blades sold at unsavory street markets. Criminals who use them regularly leave tips lodged in their victims' bones. Okay, Van Zeeks, you know about that. And what about this particular knife? No doubt its tip has suffered a similar fate, now languishing somewhere near the spine of the victim. No, that's not the case. Huh? The tip of this particular knife's blade is the very fragment of metal we discovered in a chamber of Mr. Garredeb's pipe. What was that? Good grief, Lord Van Zeeks? I don't believe it. The knife from the crime scene and this fragment of metal are a perfect match? Or are a perfect match? Good golly gosh! Order! Is this some sort of Eastern sorcery? Bruh. This is no magic, my lord. This is a miracle. A miracle? So Van Zeeks has figured it out, has he? Counsel, explain this extraordinary coincidence at once. Yes, my lord. My crucial point we have to ask ourselves here is when did the fragment of metal find its way inside Mr. Garredeb's pipe? Something that was clarified for us in the most recent witness testimony.
Had the scene in my hand as usual at the time of the onslaught. Knocked it clean out with one of her soft projectiles, she did, yes. It would never have been sent flying unless she was hit by something pretty solid.
Yeah. Oh man.
Oh dearie. Me.
During the argument between the two that occurred just as the victim was on the pavement below, Mrs. Garredeb flung this knife at her husband. However, the knife missed Mr. Garredeb, instead striking the pipe in his hand at the time. Which caused the tip to break off, of course.
Good lord.
Yes, and that is when the tiny tip of the blade found its way inside Mr. Garredeb's pipe.
Good. The chances of that are 1,000,000 to 1.
And yet there's no other credible explanation for how the tip of the blade ended up in your pipe. Then, after losing its tip, the knife ricocheted off the pipe and flew out into the open window. In short, this knife, which fell from the window to the Garredeb's house, from the Garredeb's house, is the very same knife that struck the victim in the middle of the back on the street below. Oh gosh, oh dear, no!
Aw, I just realized also how dirty his backside is. The proper use of jiggle physics. Oh no, he's gonna throw it again. Or crush it. A full body theory, I'll give you that. But a complex banquet of seemingly trivial points, plausibly arranged to create an almost passable vintage. Allow me to toast my learned friend's characteristically Nipponese approach to bottling his argument. Sorry? But after all, it is just a theory. Again, the bottle, I fear, is corked. Because, you see... Oh my god. It is spoilt by an insurmountable inconsistency. An insurmountable what?
Lord Van Zeeks, explain yourself. What is this inconsistency you claim to have identified?
Yeah, the foot.
Why do you keep putting your foot on the table? That's bad manners.
An inconsistency of the simplest nature, my lord. The victim was found with the knife planted in the middle of her back. Yeah, in her... Oh god, the slap!
That's right, you silly little man.
Now, Joan, old thing.
What are you getting so excited about?
Let us consider the basic facts of the case once more. The victim was walking along the pavement before being stabbed in the back and falling to the ground. If the knife that struck her had fallen from above... the side slaps. Oh, yeah. Oh my god. There's no possible way it could have planted itself into the victim's back. Ah!
Order! Order!
Quite right, you see, that's exactly right. If the knife had fallen on her from above, it would have struck her on the top of her head.
The slap. Oh no. Well, shit. No, we got it.
He's at a loss for words. Look, I knew I never liked this theory in the first place.
I don't know though, what really happened? It would appear that the defendant has made rather a spectacular blunder. Oops.
If a theory has even one inconsistency, it cannot stand. Your theory, my learned friend, is history. Wow, he has such a flexed hand in there. What? We were so close. I could see the truth. I was so sure we were on the right track. But now, the way has been blocked completely. By just one simple inconsistency. Or in other words...
We simply need to eliminate that one inconsistency, and the theory will stand.
Miss Susato.
You mustn't worry, Mr. Naruhodo. You were just caught off guard, that's all. And your mind went blank. But if the path you were on is indeed correct, then a way will present itself. The key to this is in the court record, I'm sure. All the information you need is there.
It seems you have nothing to say, my Nipponese friend. Well, your silence speaks volumes. A tacit acceptance that your theory is fatally flawed.
Objection!
Objection? This inconsistency doesn't mean I was on the wrong track. It means that I need to sharpen my mind and dig deeper for the truth. It's a test. Yes. If the knife fell on the victim from above, there's no way that it could have hit her in the middle of her back. Under normal circumstances, that is. Oh, what are you implying? Counsel? There's a piece of evidence in the court record that can explain this inconsistency. That can explain how the knife that fell from above could have pierced the victim's back. We already have the answer.
Goodness!
Utter madness!
Surely this must be the last time.
Counsel, present the evidence of which you speak.
Okay, here we go. This is the last inconsistency, the final piece in the puzzle. If I can successfully make sense of this, the truth will be laid bare as last. The evidence that explains how the falling knife became lodged in the victim's back is... the book, right? The fourth book found at the scene. Ooh, this is the final piece of evidence the defendant will present. The part book.
Is that not Mr. Garadeb's book?
Yes, and to understand its significance, we have to consider how it came to be at the scene in the first place. This photographic print clearly shows the book in question, and the victim holding it in her hand. But as we all know, it was the police constable that put the book between her fingers like that.
Quite so, as a part of his wholesale transplanting of the crime scene to opposite side of the road.
That's true. However, as part of his testimony, Constable B made an extremely enlightening statement at that point. Okay, so, but what made you pick up the book in the first instance? Or what made you put in the book in it? Okay, well that's because that's how we found it. That's when we first ran over to the scene. The victim was already holding the book. So, when I moved everything, I made sure it was still in her hand. In other words, the victim had already picked the book up of her own volition. And clearly, that must have been before she suffered the knife wound. Well, I should say so. And after being attacked with a knife, I don't imagine she'd have been doing much of anything. So the question becomes, why did the victim have that book in her hand? They shot the knife out of the victim. Yeah, it's powers of fortune telling. I'm kidding. Thank you, thank you. You see, this is why you should say every theory you have in your mind, no matter how stupid it sounds. So the question becomes, why did the victim have that book in her hand? By Jingo! I think I'm beginning to see what may have happened now.
Oh dearie me.
Wait. This answer is the right one. We know that the book fell from the top floor of the Garadeb household onto the pavement below, at precisely the moment that the victim was walking past. Yes, at exactly that moment. The young woman was walking along the street in the light fog, when all of a sudden, a book fell right in front of her.
The book I threw.
Yes, Miss Garadeb. And what do you think the woman did? What would you do if you were walking along and suddenly a book landed in front of you on the pavement?
Well, I really can't imagine it, but I suppose she might have reached down.
Yeah!
And picked the book up.
Yes, that is exactly what the woman in fact did. She picked up the book.
Oh heavens!
And when the woman reached down to pick the fallen book up, what position would her back have been in? That's right, facing the sky, completely and utterly defenseless. And then, in the very next moment, while the woman was still bent over picking up the book, the knife. The next object fell from the room above, the jackknife, straight into the middle of her back. Dang. It really is, like, seriously bad luck. What's her name? Miss Green? Oh, poor Miss Green. And at that same time, walking by chance directly behind Miss Green, was the defendant, Mr. Sotsuki Natsume. Why, well, I never. It appeared to Mr. Natsume that the woman simply collapsed on the floor. In the dark and the fog, he didn't see the knife falling on her from above.
Ah!
And from the other direction, the constable and his wife saw no one but the victim and her apparent attacker. So there was never a real culprit to run from the scene in the first place. No. British accent. This was nothing more than a series of unlikely events that culminated in an unfortunate accident.
Ooh.
And that is the real truth behind this case. Well, Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb?
The very first time you showed me that knife, I had my suspicions. I wondered if perhaps it might have been something like that.
There, old bean.
Poor Mrs. Garadeb. Of course, I never meant for anything of the sort to happen, but it was all my fault, wasn't it?
I take full responsibility. I let my anger get the better of me. I threw that book. And I threw the knife as well. Yeah. Man. How many murder cases are we gonna have where it's like, they totally didn't mean to do it? Because this is the second one in a row. John, dear. Or not in a row. Never mind. I forgot about McGilded. Okay. But this is the second one in this game. It's alright, I know. I'm ever so sorry. Truly. Sorry. Oh. Oh, he catches her. Oh man, but your knee. You can sit down. Oh. Or not. Okay. Lived instead of the usual esoteric murder. Oh, yeah. That's true. Yeah, it would have sucked bad if she had to, like, you know, go to the death sentence for an accident. The ballerina, yeah, that was also kind of intentional. She had, like, murderous intent, even though it was like not pre-planned. Yeah. That's nice though. So yeah, at least she won't have like the freaking death sentence on her head. Yeah, probably just a few some jail time maybe. Yeah. Yeah.
Lord Van Zeek, so what news of Miss Gardev?
She's been taken into the infirmary. It would appear that today's events have left her in an especially flustered state. Well, can't blame her. However, I believe she will recover in due course. There is no cause for concern. Manslaughter was the thing in the law. Isn't murder and manslaughter kind of the same thing?
Yes, unbeknownst to themselves, they caused what could easily have been a terrible tragedy. They shall have to prepare themselves for the consequences of their actions.
There is some good news, however, my lord. I have just had word from the hospital where the victim is being treated. Oh, did they wake up? Her condition is improving steadily, and the doctor believes she will regain consciousness soon. Oh, good. Okay. It's strange. We've been talking about the victim all this time, but we never once met her. Are we gonna meet her?
How wonderful! The woman is out of danger, it seems.
Yeah, that's good news.
So, Mr. Sotsuki Natsume.
Oh, there he is. Yes!
On behalf of my fellow countrymen, I would like to take this opportunity to beg your pardon, sir.
Sorry we threw you in a jail cell and thought you were a murderer. It also was extremely rude to you.
You came from your distant eastern homeland to study our great British culture.
You know.
And have been repaid with immeasurable unkindness. Please accept our heartfelt apologies.
Murders on purpose, manslaughter's on. Oh, okay. If she had died, it would be manslaughter. Yeah. Okay. That makes sense, yeah. So obviously, if it's murder, then the charges would be way more severe. Yeah, I don't know if they have a difference between that. But in the future they will. Dots. Dots. No, it's me who should be begging your pardon. Oh no, Mr. Natsume.
That evening, when the young woman just collapsed on the pavement before my eyes, I jumped to the wrong conclusion again in my confusion.
Oh wait, I just gave him the wrong voice.
What conclusion, sir? I was sure that the woman was dead.
Yes, Constable Beat did say the same thing, didn't he? He thought she'd been killed too.
I suppose she must have looked completely lifeless. I mean... fair.
It's been about a year since I arrived in Great Britain now,
but I still can't get used to life here. I can't relax. I'm sure there are evil spirits lurking in the fog. Like, they're haunting me.
Poor Sotsuki-san. His imagination really got the better of him.
Yes, poor man. So, when it happened, I thought the young woman had been taken by the fog spirits. I should have never had dropped my books like that and ran away. I should have called for help, for a doctor, for the police. Instead, I've managed to create a rift in the relationship trust between our two empires. And for that, I am truly sorry.
Aw. It's okay, man.
One could indeed say that some sort of mysterious spirit has been working here, at least. I mean, having the knife fall exactly on top of the victim after she bent down to pick up a book that fell from the same window seems a little bit too coincidental. One that created a chain of unfortunate mishaps. We were befooled by the spirit and led to false conclusions. But thanks to Lord Van Zeeks and our young lawyer here from the east, that chain has now been broken and the spirit exorcised. I heartily commend you both.
You know, I have a name, you know? It's like, how many times will we just be referred to as the guy from the east? Maybe, I don't know. I guess foreign names are hard to say. I'm not one to talk. Anyway. Oh. Dots.
Now then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury,
Oh, yes, my lord.
in concluding this trial, I must ask one last time for your decisions regarding the defendant's culpability.
This is also true. It is hard to remember people's names, especially if you've only been there for 2 days.
Are you ready to present your findings to the court?
As the foreman of the jury, I can assure you that we've reached a fair and just conclusion.
I do declare the truth can be extremely cruel at times. Well,
I didn't suspect the woman next to me, that's for sure. What? He's here.
Sitting in for the old bane while she's out of action, you know, but I know what her decision would be.
does this mean I'll finally be able to get out of here and start work?
Well, it's about time. I say I have a coworker of a story to tell the grandchildren when I get home, won't I?
Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I hereby demand your final decisions. Mr. Foreman.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty. Not guilty.
Not guilty. Oh, I don't know if they actually said it or not, because my headphones are dead. But maybe they said it. Sorry, I talked over. 9 hours later? Oh shit, it is.
Very well, Mr. Sotsukina.
Oh, did they? Oops.
Very well, Mr. Sotsuki Natsume. I hereby pronounce you
Not guilty! Woo! Yeah! Get the fireworks! 4th of July! Well, actually, wait, no, it's not the 4th anymore, technically in my time zone. 5th of July!
And finally, Mr. Natsume.
Oh, yes, Lord, sir. Oh, really? Wow, we were late. Wow, yeah, it's the 5th.
You're now a free man once more. It is my hope that you will continue to further your education in British culture. And may you never again be brought before me.
Oh, yes, sir, of course. All my life, I swear I will never set foot in a courtroom again. I'm transported to tears.
Thank you, consuls. Court is adjourned.
Whoa! Yeah! We did it!
20th of February, 13:17 p.m. The Old Bailey. Defendant's antechamber.
Oh, locum. Hi. Nah, I mean, it's only 2 a.m. I've stayed up later, don't worry. Wait, you mean me?
Of course! Is there another locum here?
Oh, oops. Only 2 a.m. Is there even one?
Compared to the original locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire, your name has become rather short, hasn't it?
What's wrong with using my actual name? Can somebody please call me by my actual name?
Oh, at last I'm free, I'm free! Joyful, joys, jubilant, jubilation! Heady, hearty, happiness, hurrah!
Oh, I am pleased. Mr. Natsume is delighted.
Would it be so hard just to say that then?
Locum, you did it! You saved me from the brink!
Well, what happened to the poor woman was in no way your fault after all. I'm just glad everyone can see that now.
No, not that! Lovely, loyal, locum, lawyer!
Oh, yes?
I mean, as I said before, I just never got used to life here in Great Britain. Every time I look over my shoulder, I see foreigners. I see towering brick buildings. And from high up windows, I see them looking down at me, laughing. Look at that little hunchback.
Oh, dear. I'm sure it's all in your head, Mr. Natsume.
But today, you locum lord, give me my gloom to the boot. Oh, give my gloom to the boot. You stood firm behind that baronial bench before all those babbling British. You battled to the bitter end, laying bare the baffling truth. And when I beheld the blinding fireworks among the beams of the Bailey roof, I bellowed, "Behold, the best barrister ever born!"
I can't with all these bees. Well, that's very flattering, and we're very pleased for you.
This has given me a wonderful antidote to recount to my old friends back in Japan.
Anecdote. Is that what's to become of all my hard work? There you are, my dear fellow. Is this— oh, hey! Sholmes! I apologize for keeping you waiting. I rose late this morning. I missed 90% of the trial. How'd it go?
Oh, Mr. Sholmes! What a pleasure to see you.
I see I am here not a moment too soon. A disaster has been averted, I'm glad to say.
Oh,
The trial shall begin presently, Mr. Naruhodo, and I wish you the best of luck. It just finished. What? No! Then my haste was in vain. Ah! It's you! How late did you wake up, Sholmes?
Her hairlock Sholmes.
Oh, have we met you forgot him already?
this is Mr. Natsume, the man you had arrested, Mr. Sholmes.
You know, yesterday? The guy you saw in jail? Oh, I see. I failed to recognize you at first. Our previous encounters have taken place in the gloom, either of your bleak lodgings or that prison cell. I couldn't place that curious face in the light. Charming. I didn't recognize you, not almost dying.
This is all your fault, Airlock Sholmes. You're the reason I had to go through this terrible ordeal. I'm going to give you a piece of my mind.
My apologies, sir, but I assure you, I have placed you now. Let's call him eccentric. Eccentric is, like, not enough. You're the fellow who abandoned by that poor young lady and ran off, are you not? Has she been taken to the hospital more urgently? I feel perhaps she would have regained consciousness by now.
Oh,
But it was unavoidable, I'm sure. We are but human after all. Anyone would have been shaken by such an experience.
I do feel very badly about how I behaved.
Well, never mind. Now then, what was it you wanted to say to me, sir?
Nothing.
Just blame Rolly. Oh, priceless. Oh, I'm sorry, really, but that was quite priceless. Poor Sotsuki-san. Still, on the bright side, you've had an extremely entertaining experience without paying a penny. And it would seem, you were not even found guilty. But there is no bright side.
Whatever do you mean, Mr. Natsume?
Even after this, I'm still cursed by the spirits, and now by the Reaper!
Ah, Lord Van Zeeks. His eyes twitchy because he reads too much. I don't know. No, I'm just...
I haven't forgotten, you know, what facing that man in court means. Even if you're found not guilty, you're still doomed! It will be alright.
Oh, it will be alright, Mr. Natsume. If the Reaper appears trying to make trouble, I will protect you.
Yeah, wait, why are you throwing me?
With a perfectly executed Susato takedown.
Much as I'd like to be turned on my head, a bit of a warning might be nice next time, Miss Susato. As a demonstration. Oh my god. So, Mr. Natsume, what do you intend to do now? You mentioned something about recounting your experiences to your friends back in Japan? Are you going back? I don't know.
Yes, I intend to return to my homeland soon.
Oh,
It has already been a year since I arrived here in Great Britain. I've visited universities, libraries, bookshops, and I've been honored with the tutelage of professors. I've learned so much about the wealth of the literature here, and the city it has shaped. And I've come to realize that it is my calling to sail home and tell my fellow countrymen about it.
that's very touching, Mr. Natsume.
Or, in perhaps less veiled terms, you wish to withdraw halfway around the world to escape the terror of the Reaper's curse.
That's not it at all! The more I learn of literature, the more this strange feeling claws at my insides. I feel compelled to return to my roots and attempt to pen a work of my own.
Oh, I see. Are you gonna write The Moon is Beautiful? A work of literature by Sotsuki-san. Could be an interesting read. It could be. And what about Miss Susato and yourself, Mr. Naruhodo? Sorry, what about us? Will you return to Japan alongside your mustache compatriot? Sholmes, we got here 2 days ago. Come on, man. It's not even. It's only worth it if we stay here for at least 1 year, because the journey here took like at least a month or two, right? What? Or no, it at least took a month. Yeah. Why would we?
A week has not yet passed since we arrived in London, and only now does it feel as though we have finally found our feet.
And you are accommodated in a hotel at present, are you not? This episode of Doctor Who where they made George Lucas. Wait, I don't know Doctor Who. Who's George Lucas? That's right, but we need to find lodgings before it bankrupts us.
I've calculated we can only afford another 10 nights before our entire budget is exhausted.
Hey, don't we get paid? Like, you know, being a lawyer is a job. Where's the salary? Hello? Sotsuki? A young George. Okay. The guy who did stuff. Oh, I see. So also similar, meeting authors before they do their most notable works.
I've calculated we can only afford another 10 nights before our entire budget is exhausted.
Well then, you could take my lodgings.
Oh, the windowless room with all the books in the house that's bent a bit. Is that?
But when it lacks in Windows, it more than makes up for. Can I talk? It more than makes up for with a floor, a ceiling, and walls.
Great. Well, it's better than Gilded Park. They recreate a bunch of big scenes from the last. Oh, that's cool. That's actually pretty cool.
And of course, I'd be happy to leave behind a cursed evil spirit.
Oh my, an evil spirit too? Wow.
Naruhodo, we have to take this deal.
Oh yes. It tries to suffocate you while you sleep. It's an infallible wake-up call.
We'll think about it, if that's alright. You can't beat that price. Perhaps I can offer a more welcome alternative. Would you consider taking lodgings with me?
Really?
Don't you already have a roommate, Holmes? Or Sholmes? Like, how are you gonna fit with 4 people in, like, a place that's meant for 2 people?
Well, a vacancy has conveniently presented itself. Oh. Though it is up in the attic, I might add.
Oh, okay. Are you sure it isn't just a strange loft? Are you sure? Is there an evil spirit there?
I spoke with the landlady this morning on the matter of price, and Iris is cleaning the room as we speak.
Oh, okay.
You must come at once. I presume you have no luggage to speak of. Oh, this is simply wonderful. What an honor to be invited to taking lodgings in the great detective's office's attic. I'm too overcome for words.
So suggesting we look elsewhere is out then.
It's even better than having an evil ghost.
Then it's settled.
Iris will prepare a welcome dinner this evening. And you must come too, Mr. Natsume. I insist.
You didn't get to eat the fish last night.
I don't know what to say, but thank you, and yes! Wonderful! Then I'll go and complete the paperwork for your formal release, Mr. Natsume. It shan't take long.
Aqua-teamed hunger for you. Huh? House deleted and becomes super haunted bleeding walls. Oh wow. They sell it to a death metal singer. That's good. Somebody's happy.
Locum, I knew that you wouldn't let me down. I'm truly delighted to have met you here in London.
Likewise, Mr. Natsume. It's been a privilege meeting you too. It's a shame that we're going to have to say goodbye so soon.
Well, I've come to realize that I belong in Japan. But Locum, we'll meet again one day.
Yes, I'm sure. And hopefully by then, I'll be a successful lawyer.
Hopefully by then, I'll be a successful author.
Well, my dear fellow, our carriage appears to have arrived.
Shall we go, Mr. Naruhodo?
Yes, Mr. Sholmes. The one guy who calls me by my name. Well, I guess Susato too, but Susato doesn't count.
I've little doubt Mr. Natsume will be released in time for dinner this evening.
And so, with Sotsuki-san's innocence successfully established, we rode with Mr. Sholmes to what was to become our new home, 221B Baker Street. Oh hey, we get to see it! Yay! 20th of February, 4:41 p.m. The attic room. There doesn't seem to be like a place for us to sleep. So this
is to be our new office, yes.
Oh, okay. Wait, then where do we sleep? Our office? I'd rather like the sound of that. You're rooming with tiny inventor girl. Her bed's not gonna be large, no.
Me too, it's simply wonderful, isn't it?
I hope you can see this, Kazuma. Oh, wow, still thinking of Kazuma. Okay, I hope you can see this, Kazuma. It's only a small step.
but I'd like to think we're getting a little closer to your dream now.
So, my dear fellows, do you like the place? Oh hey, it's Sherlock without the outer part, without his coat and hat. Oh, Rube Goldberg breakfast machine. That would actually be pretty cool though.
Ah, Mr. Sholmes. Yes, thank you so much. It's a delightful room, Mr. Sholmes. I simply adore it.
Good, I'm pleased to hear it. Iris and I are delighted to welcome you.
I hope everyone's hungry. It's nearly time for dinner. We'll eat. We'll eat as soon as Mr. Natsume arrives. We have a lot to celebrate. Iris, you must let me help you. Alright then. Susie, you can be in charge of the salad.
Splendid. What is a salad? No. So, Mr. Naruhodo, how does it feel to have your own office in the capital? It's very exciting, actually. I can't help wondering what adventures wait us. Huh. Those were precisely my sentiments when I first established my office at these premises. Until I discovered the dark truth about the city of London, that is. Oh, ruh-roh. Sorry. London is a glorious place, full of wonder, opportunity, prosperity, and mirth. Where the brightest of lights cast the darkest of shadows. Shadows? What do you mean? Well, I believe you're well aware of the murkiness that lies behind London's facade already. So, once again, Mr. Naruhodo. Welcome to London. Of course, at the time, I had no idea of the significance of those words Mr. Sholmes so casually spoke. But it wasn't long before my turn came to lift the facade and see the true depth of the murk that lay behind it. Oh man. Oh my god, and thank god the stream didn't hit the 10-hour mark. But we got frighteningly close. Ominous, woo! Yeah! Save her. Yes, please save. Oh my god. Oop. Yay! Adventure of the Unspeakable Story. So, okay, so after this, there are 2 more? Wait, no! No, this is the last one! Oh shit! Okay. Alright. Okay. So there's only one more episode, and I'm guessing it'll be longer than 9 hours. Right? Yeah. So that probably will have to be 2 streams if I want to keep my sanity. But yeah, hooray! Yay! It's pretty long. Yeah. Honestly, like the case is so far. Maybe I just have a whack sense of time, but like the first 3, I would say, were all fairly short in my opinion. Like it didn't span multiple days like episode 4 did, right? 'Cause episode 4 had like an investigation day and then a trial day, right? But the 3 before it were all like single days, which was interesting. But yeah. Yeah, so the next one's gonna be the last. Alright. Best to split it up, yeah, for everyone's sake. Okay. Alright. Then I will bid you good night now. And see you when's next stream? Oh, Thursday I think. If everything goes smoothly. Either Thursday or Friday, but I'll tweet about it if it changes. But yeah. Alright. Good night! Thank you for sticking around. It was super long. But thank you. All right. See ya.